Right below me in this big cardboard box, there is a Besmo Titan 100 robotic lawnmower. Besmo reached out to me and asked me if I would be interested in showing you guys the Besmo, and I know there's a lot of interest about this online. Now, they make some bold claims about this Besmo T100. Supposedly it's perimeter wire free, can mow up to 1.5 acres per day, has 1 to 4 inch adjustable cutting height, should not run into objects in your yard. It has smart obstacle avoidance. Say the battery is pretty powerful and auto recharges also. There's also a feature called no-go zones. We're gonna check into that as well. And it is all controlled by an app. So let's dig into this T100 from Besmo on Supercar Street Racing. The Besmo T100 is sitting right in front of me today on Supercar Street Racing. First of all, I wanted to thank you guys for 100,000 subscribers. That happened this morning. You can check out the live stream, and we were on live when we rolled over the 100,000 subscriber mark. But back to the lecture at hand. We got the T100 sitting right here in front of me, making some bold claims about being the most intelligent robotic lawnmower available. Now, this guy uses AI to accomplish its mission. Artificial intelligence does object recognition in the T100 by Besmo. Now, they say this T100 can cut directly up to the edge of your lawn for perfect edging. It has custom schedules as well. You can program it to when you actually want it to go mow, so it can even take care of your grass when you're away. Now, one of the coolest things about this guy is you don't need boundary wires to keep the lawnmower inside a specific area. Besmo claims this guy can go up to a 30-degree slope, meaning if your yard has a few little hills, this little guy should be able to power right up them. Now, the T100 can mow up to 1,000 plus square feet per hour. This thing has something called smart routes. You basically just drop it down and it starts mowing. You don't even have to worry about it. All right, directly in front of me, guys, we do have the Besmo T100, the Titan, and it is ready to be unboxed right in front of me. I did notice that the box had a few dents in it, so let's hope that this guy is not damaged. But let's go ahead and crack into the Titan, the T100 from Besmo, and see what is inside of the box. It is packaged very nice, first of all. And we got the patented SCSR knife here for the unboxing for you guys. And it is backwards for you guys, sorry about that, but here on the top you have a quick start guide here, and it does look like there is some assembly required, but not too much, I don't think. So right on the top there is a quick start guide that I will turn around for you guys. There's the quick start guide that comes with it. There is a app here that you can scan this QR code and download the app. Tells you what's inside the box right here. Says to install your charging pier where there is a good Wi-Fi signal, and it needs to be directly on flat ground. Then there's some initial instructions right here to go ahead and get your guy charging up in the beginning. Says if the Besmo doesn't turn on to go ahead and manually turn it on, and then follow the app for setup procedures on the Besmo. Really cool, great packaging here. And then some more tips on the back. It shows you how to do the app-driven mapping mode here. There's also the drag mapping mode. Lets you drag along the edge of the lawn to complete the mapping. Here's how you do obstacle avoidance manually. It gives you nice instructions there that tell you how to do it. And then there is a customer support email right here and a phone number to go ahead and call if you need help with your Besmo. Putting that one aside, there is a quick start guide right here underneath that. Tells you that before installation, you are going to need an impact drill. These look like drywall inserts here. Looks like this is the base station for it that has to be installed. There is a base station power adapter, a RTK base station. Looks like they got a misspelling here, antenna. I'll go ahead and let them know that. It says once you install your antenna system, do not move it unless you're directed to by Besmo. Now there are some instructions here for installing your RTK antenna. Wants you to make sure there's no obstacles there. Make sure that your RTK antenna can receive stable Wi-Fi. They want you to go ahead and secure it to something for extreme weather conditions. They want you to also use a all year round area where there are no obstructions. And then it shows you some examples right here on how they expect you to install your RTK antenna. Now further inside of the box, there is a white plastic cover right here. Very nice packaging, you can see right here, very, very nice packaging. Let's put that aside. And then inside of the box, they even give you tools. There are 2 socket drivers here, you can see, 2 socket drivers. There are a couple of other tools. There is a Phillips screwdriver and then a hex head driver set right there as well for you. This looks like it is part of the RTK antenna. From what I am seeing, that is what I believe it is. This looks like it's for mounting the antenna. There's some mounting bolts right here as well, almost like mounting a satellite dish. You have this here, all this bracketry is for that, and then there is a power supply for that, it appears. There are some stakes here, don't know what those are for yet. We will get into that. There is another power supply here. Looks like that might be for the charging station. There is a handle of some kind here. Now it looks like this is a blade installation fixture here. Now this guy right here is called your drag and mow tool. Very neat looking. It's got some gold anodized things on the end. And then right here there are some blades. It appears to be some blades. I don't know if they're extra or the original blades. We will have to get into that and find out. Now it looks like we have located the BESMO inside of the box now, and also the charging station is sitting right here below it as well. So what we're going to do right now is get the BESMO out of the box and get the charging station out of the box and take a look at everything outside of this box. And to charge it, it looks like it just slides up right on the end of the charger. And now here is the actual charging station. Pretty cool. That's the actual BESMO charging station there. Made out of a heavy-duty plastic, it seems. Okay, let's get this box out of here. We don't need that where we're going. All right, guys, right here in front of me, you can see the BESMO sitting so fly and so fresh. And it does say right on top, do not lift or carry this guy from the camera casing. This is the camera right here on the front. So when you're lifting this guy up, do not lift it from this guy right here. It does have a large red stop button on the back. That way, if you want to stop it, you can just go ahead and hit that button. Now right here on the quick start guide, it says it does not want you to put their charging station any more than 4 feet from the actual house, and it has to be at least 7 feet away from the nearest obstacle. And it says it right here on the quick start guide right there. Now it wants us to go ahead and power up the charging plate. Let's move the BESMO. Now you can see here there is quite a long cable on the charging plate. If that is something that concerned you, you have plenty of cable here for running power to your charging station. All right, we did go ahead and get the BESMO all plugged into its charging station. I have not powered up the charging plate yet. This is the second half of the equation to getting the charging station working. It is a power supply. One end has a standard plug on it. The other end has a round connector with, it looks like a waterproof 2-pin connector on the other side. So the back of the BESMO charging station just has this round plug here. Yeah, so when you place the BESMO on the charging station, there are 2 holes in the front of it. It just literally slides right here onto the front of the charging station. Okay, we went ahead and applied power, and green LEDs on top of the BESMO did light up. Now the next part of the setup is app-based. So we're gonna go ahead and set up the mower in the app. Okay, we went ahead and scanned the app on the QR code for the quick start guide, and we can see here in front of me, we can see BESMO right there in front of me. We're going to go ahead and click install, and it is downloading while this thing is charging. I'm going to go ahead and open up the BESMO app now. It says allow notifications. I am going to do that. Now it wants us to go ahead and add a mower here. I'm clicking allow location while using the app. It says Bluetooth connection successful, start configuring Wi-Fi. Now it says it is connecting. It is 10%. Successfully paired with the charging station is what it just said with a heavy accent. Now I don't have the antenna plugged in yet. This is the RTK base station. I am inside also. so that might affect GPS. All right, that is not going to work because we have to be outside. Let's go ahead and leave this guy on the charger overnight. Now right here we have the RTK antenna. Now RTK stands for real-time kinematics. These RTK antennas transmit data from here to the lawnmower, providing satellite GPS signals. Now the RTK antenna uses a network of satellites and a fixed base station to obtain almost centimeter level accuracy. This guy mounts right to the side of your house. They do give you all of the mounting equipment. It's almost just like mounting a satellite back in the old days when you were mounting your dish network or your DirecTV antenna. You have a small pole right here that mounts to your house, and then you have a plate right here as well. That plate does just go on the end of this rod like that, and then you tighten it down, and on this side you actually screw this to a plate mounted to your house. For example, right here you see the mounting plate. This guy would be on the side of your house. You can screw this directly into, just like that. This will be flat on the side of your house. Now your RTK antenna just simply mounts to this plate here. It does fit right inside of there, and you put the screws back in, and then your RTK antenna simply mounts directly to the top of this plate, just like that. And you can do that part first. So you remove this here, it will sit on the end of your rod just like that, and that mounts to your house. This is what provides the real-time GPS data for the best mode. Guys, thanks for watching the video, and right in front of me here, BNLink has been so kind to send us one of their mechanical indoor timers. Now, BNLink has been a partner of Supercar Street Racing for over 6 months, and they reached out to me recently and said, hey, do you want to take a look at this cool, simple indoor mechanical timer? And of course, I said, yes, I will do that for you guys. So in front of me, we have that timer. Here it is right here. It does come in a 2-pack. There will be a link down in the description for this guy. It's very simple the way this guy works. On the front, there is a dial. You simply push in and pull up on the little pegs, just like this, to set a timer. The little pins just simply pop right up, in which case you can set an on and an off time, and it goes in 30-minute intervals. It's very simple to operate. On the front here, it has a plug to plug your device in, and on the back, it does simply plug directly into the wall. Now, this is made for indoor use only. Do not use this outside. It is not weatherproof or water rated, only for use inside. BNLink is awesome. I love working with those guys, so I was excited to show you guys this simple timer. Go ahead and look for a link down in the description. Order yours from our official affiliate links. Get your BNLink timer. And don't forget, also on the side here, there is this cool on switch, or you can switch it down to timer to actually use the timer. Order yours today, and thank you for supporting Supercar Street Racing and our vendors. Now back to the video. All right, we have to get our antenna out and working today. Let's go ahead and get it out of the box now and get it outside. And this guy does just use a USB Type-C on the bottom right there. And here is the color wire they supplied. Let's bring all this outside.
All right, so we're out here working on this bracket to hold the GPS module up in the air. Brad tried to just do a temporary rig just to get things going, but we decided to take the time to put this all together. So it's very simple, very easy. You have a bracket that goes against the wall. Everything pretty much screws into one another. And then you have the ability to extend it out with this collar. And then of course you have the top mounting bracket, where we will attach the unit itself to. So what we did is just found a temporary hole. So we're just gonna take a camera off real fast, screw that up there just to hold it. Okay. And then obviously one of the things is you wanna be able to hide the wire. So you have the ability to run the wire through the entire pole.
Cable management, right through
exactly, right to the top, get to the top. So that's what I'm doing now. But okay. I mean, it's about as easy as it gets. You have a few set screws that come in the box for both this top and then for this collar here that you put in. And then obviously you have a couple of screws to attach. Yep, we're gonna screw there, and it's very easy to put together. Very simple. I'm gonna get everything assembled first, and then I'll go up there and put it on there. So just to make sure everything's going through. So right now.
Okay, he said make a full circle.
Okay. You want to get the big camera?
All right, Joe has the Besmo ready to map. He's going to go ahead and connect to this little white zip tie, and he's going to drag it in a full circle around the yard. Go ahead, Joe. Let's see what you got.
Real quick, it comes with this telescoping holder right here that you can drag this thing around with. So you just open it up and then tighten it a little bit. Looks like you just clip right on here.
This is the
It's gotta get nice.
All right guys, here is a look at the yard after the mower got done. I came up behind it with the trimmer and went ahead and edged a few places that it missed. It had a few issues here and there. I'll be working with the developer on that, but for now, this is how it looks after the mower got done. It did both sides over here and the backyard, and you can see on this side too. It did this whole entire side via mapping, and I came right up behind it and followed through with some trimming of my own. Depending on your terrain, you may or may not have problems with it. It has issues with like large steps, like coming off like that. It did not have a problem over there most of the time, but other than that, it did a good job. Now let's throw it back into the Supercar Street Racing Studio A. Take a look at how you can get your best mow with Brad. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are sitting in Studio A right now and shooting on the new Canon camera, which I'm still having a few issues with, so I am working through that stuff. We lost a bunch of the footage that we shot. I don't know why. I'll have to talk to Canon about that later. And on the other side of the screen over there, you can see the Bestmo, and we did enjoy working with Bestmo on this new product. I hope that you guys will take advantage of this opportunity. There will be a link in the description. Please click through my official affiliate link. It's pretty easy to set up. There are only a couple steps. You put the GPS antenna up on the house, the RTK antenna. You go ahead and adopt the RTK antenna, you adopt the mower, and then you go ahead and pull the mower around with that metal rod and map your area, and then the mower just does its thing. There are a few options in the setup that help you, things like obstacle avoidance. You can lower and raise. You can also change the direction of the mowing and do things like that. So I encourage you to try out the Bestmo and let me know what you think down in the description. Go in the description, check out the official affiliate link for Bestmo. It comes with everything you need to get started, including spare blades, all the tools, the antenna, everything to get you set up and get you mowing your lawn. Now, please like and subscribe if you haven't. It helps me out so much. You have no idea how much your support means to Supercar Street Racing. Drop a like, drop a comment if you like the video. Let me know if you have any questions about the Bestmo. I am in direct contact with the manufacturer. And thanks again for watching. We will see you on the next one. It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. But this is post-hurricane Florida life. Oh, hey guys. I didn't even see you there. So this is pretty cool, huh? Check out this brand new gate and this brand new fence that we just got installed here. Pretty awesome. I'm gonna show you guys and take you along for the ride. Let's go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing on a beautiful Monday morning, and we were saved from that big hurricane. It is not going to get us, and we have something new outside, which you guys probably already saw, and this is for that, and we are going to be looking at this and unboxing this product today on the channel. Stick with us, man. I hope you guys are having a great day. You previously saw outside that beautiful new addition to the Supercar Street Racing compound in the backyard. And what is in this box today is a controversial product. You get a lot of different opinions about this online, and it's really hard to figure out which reviews are good, which are not. And at this time, I was not ready to do wired lighting to the top of the fence post caps. So what I did right here and right now is we bought these Dynaming LED post lights that have decent reviews. This is a 6-pack. We have 4, and we will have 2 left over to put on our fence, which is kind of cool. And if I like them, I'm going to order 2 more. But as you can see right here in the package, they do come with these fence post adapters if you have a smaller fence. So there are 6 adapters on top. There are some drywall inserts and screws. And then we have these plastic lights from Dynaming. let's get them all out here and on the Supercar Street Racing bed. There should be 6 in here. And basically, we're going to look at the instructions, but you should just be able to pull off the battery. It's like a removal tab, and then that's it. They are 3000K, which is leaning towards the warmer spectrum. 2700 would be your typical incandescent warm white bulb. And it says right here, it just charges all day and then lights up all night. So basically, you can replace the batteries. It has AA rechargeable battery. So basically, you remove the tab at the bottom to turn the light on for the first time. It says if it's 4 to 6 inches, fix the base on the post by drilling the screws for the hole, and then put light body on the base. So basically, yes, these adapters are for 4 to 6 inch posts, and we have a 5-inch post. So it will probably not sit all the way around flush, but we're gonna find out when we move outside and take a look at these Dynaming LED post lights in just a minute. So this is the outside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and you can see that I added nice lighting up there. That is the studio itself, and we're having trouble getting someone to be able to install a door on this guy, but I'm gonna keep on trying. But as you can see right here, this past week, we got the new fence installed around the pool equipment and the air conditioning, and it's very exciting for a couple of reasons. One, it actually covers up the ugly pool equipment and it covers up the ugly AC system, but also it knocks the sound down quite a bit, and I can already tell a difference with the pool pump being on because you can barely hear it from outside here. Also gave me a nice place to put the grill. The grill just sits right up against the side of it right there. And we did get all this stuff installed last week, and it costs, I want to say, around, I don't know, $1,500, which is not bad. And now we have some nice LED solar fence posts to put on here, which should be awesome looking. So let's go grab those right now and take a look at how we have to install them on the fence. And if you take a look at any kind of fence like this, basically they come in different fence post sizes, and you just remove the cap right here. And the new LED fence post caps just go right in place of those. They started to glue these on, and I was like, do not glue them. And they said, oh, they'll come right off. But as you can see, it doesn't come right off. So we'll have to pry that one off. We only have 4. Unfortunately, there's no post over here. This is connected directly to the building there. So we will not be putting anything there, but that's okay. The main thing is the little door will be lit up, and over here it'll be lit up really nice. So let's grab those things right after my 9:30 meeting and take a look at them. All right, we are back outside in the Supercar Street Racing backyard, where it is absolutely beautiful today. And right in front of us right here, you can see we have these brand new solar fence post lights that we're going to be testing out. And I want to remind you guys that I did order these with the Asurion protection plan. Make sure when you buy anything like this, you have this plan, because these things will not last. They tend to say that they're waterproof, and they absolutely are not waterproof, and they won't last. But up here, all we have to do is remove this fence post cap here, and you can see the lights come with 2 different type of adapters. That one is way too big, but they provided this 5-inch, and you can either put a screw on either side. Now, do we want the screw facing this way or this way? It really doesn't matter. You're going to see it either way, but I think that way you won't see it when you're at the pool. And then you simply just take this light and you pull this tab out, just like this. You pull it out and it literally lets the battery touch, and it has a rechargeable AA battery right there. And now you can see that it has screws on the side that just go directly into that. So we put screws there, we put screws there, and that is the extent of what we need to do now. Okay, we are back up on the ladder here at the Supercar Street Racing compound. We have our solar fence post cap light right on top of the post there, where I'm opening these screws, and they gave us black and white screws, and actually silver, not black, not white. But the interesting thing is the silver screws are all really long. I guess it doesn't matter. The black ones, I guess, are designed to go through the sides, but that really is going to show. Let me take a look at the instructions. Always fighting the batteries and GoPros that don't last, but we did go get some silver screws for the sides because I think that will blend in better than the black ones. There's nothing black on the entire fence, so I don't really understand the use of black screws instead of silver. And they don't give you any short silver screws. So I got something similar to mount both the light to the adapter. So I'm gonna go ahead and put first the screw there. I don't know if we need two, but I think one on each is fine. They're not going anywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and put the side one in. This is actually what holds it to the fence post. That is the only negative, is that you have to put a hole in your fence post. Okay, these posts don't have the, damn it. Well, I dropped the light. Maybe it don't work anymore. But this is going to be very difficult to get in. I may not be able to get this. All right, if the camera doesn't overheat, here's my plan. I'm gonna snip off this back part. If I can, without breaking everything. Of course, I broke it. I broke that part, so that's gonna have to go to the back now. It keeps cracking. I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm just snipping off this back so it'll fit. I don't know how long this is going to last. The camera keeps overheating, but I put some white silicone sealer there. And it still doesn't go all the way, and I cracked this side. It still doesn't go down all the way. Oh, I guess I didn't cut enough. Alright, whatever GoPros are almost unusual, they overheat no matter what. I did take that to the grinder and got it knocked down. And now I'm going to put a screw in it. But my camera's going to overheat again, just FYI, so you guys are probably not going to see any of this by the time I get the screw in. That's for the base, and of course. Alright, I got the camera in the shade. I'm just trying to record. I don't know if it's actually going to work or not. But we have our last one here to replace. Let's go ahead and get that done. Guys, we successfully completed our fence post solar cap project, as you can see right here and right now. And there are the new fence post caps all installed. We got 4 installed right here, which you saw most of that. And then if we walk right down here to our other fence posts, which is the gate, we got 1 installed there and 1 installed right there. We had to do some work on this cap. We had to trim the back of it because it's right up against the house. I did seal that up with silicone sealer though. And now I am in the cleanup process, and so I will be picking up all the tools and the ladder and moving the ladder to the back for a different project. Guys, we're back in the 4K production studio here at Supercar Street Racing, and you guys just saw that we got a fence installed, and it would be right here on my left, and that fence is around my pool equipment and my AC unit right here to the left of the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And now we're taking a look at what we did on top of this fence, and the fence already cost about $1,500. We wanted to top it off with some nice solar LED fence posts. I did look pretty tough and pretty hard for some that had decent reviews, were actually warm white in color, and also that maybe would last. Now, a lot of these don't last at all, so you're pretty much going to need to buy an Asurion protection plan with it when you buy these lights. They are going to fail eventually. They last anywhere from 4 to 6 months to a year. These ones actually had decent reviews and said that they will stay lit up all night long. We're going to see that. It doesn't actually matter if it does. As long as they light till at least midnight or 1 a.m., I'm totally fine with that. So this is 6 solar post cap lights, and they are $49. And there is also a promotion if you buy something else. It says, let's see, it says save up to 3% on Dynaming solar lights. So this company is Dynaming is the name of it, or Dynaming, however you want to call it. As you can see here, it has a 4.4 star review on Amazon. Not bad. All the solar lights go from anywhere from like 4.4 down to 3 point something. Now you could go ahead and get low voltage 12 volt powered lights for your fence post caps. In that case, you probably would have had to run wire underneath, and I did not do that. You might still be able to add it and hide the wire, but at this point I'm going to go ahead and go with the solar because I've got a bunch of wired lights in the backyard already. So that is a look at the Dynaming 6-pack of solar fence post lights. And after this, when it gets dark outside, we're going to go take a look at these in the dark and see how it came out, and we'll let you guys know that in just a second. Lightning and thunder. Oh, that's epic. Look at this, guys. And tonight we are checking out the fence post lighting on the supercar street racing fence, and look at this. This is so perfect. I love these. Now I kind of want them on all of my fence posts, if not every other one. These are freaking great. So here you go, guys. This is the conclusion of our fence post project, and they came out so awesome. And we put 2 over here on the other side, right there. Check that out, guys. If nothing else, we're going to get these on every other fence post in the supercar street racing compound. And we are just having the best night in Florida with the lightning and thunder. And as always, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us on the channel. Check that out. So epic. And we'll see you guys next time. Thank you for joining us on Supercar Street Racing. We love you. Cheers. That, my friends, is a pretty big alligator on the other side over there. And you can see him chilling on the beach. Big ass alligator. Bubba, it's Cat TV! You love it, Cat TV. Get it, dude. It's a tree rat. Go get it, dude. Why are you so... Get it. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel. Got a little bit to talk to you tonight about MHD. So, been with MHD for a couple of years now. You guys have been good to me. They have done nothing but positive things for the E93 BMW N55. Don't get it wrong. I know you got an N54. I got an N55. Last year it was made. Even the 335IS still got the N54, but I got the N55. So N55 actually upgraded motor from the N54. They fixed a lot of the issues with the N54 when they went to the N55. However, the tuner market is more there for the N54, even though you can get good stuff for the N55. Let's talk a little bit about MHD. So there's 2 ways to flash your car. There is a plug-in unit called the JB4, old school, plugs right into your engine wiring harness and programmed with the flashes for the JB4. It interfaces through your a computer or your stalk. You can actually control maps and things with the stalk on your steering wheel, and that is a plug and play harness application, and it's very popular. And before we had Android flashing devices, you had JB4. Nothing against JB4. However, MHD is a Android Flash only application. It uses a cable for DCAN. So DCAN is the BMW OBD2 port, DCAN to USB, USB to your phone or a tablet or a computer, whatever you have, it works. It's just, you buy a cable, plugs in your OBD2 port, USB into your phone, good to go. So what are the differences? So MHD has, just like JB4, off-the-shelf tunes based on your modifications. Now let's say you just have nothing, stage 0, I just want some horsepower. Flash the stage 0 map, you'll get some horsepower. A good amount. It'll feel way different than stock, trust me, it's a big upgrade. If you want the real power though, you're gonna have to do the downpipes and the intercooler. That's where the big power is. N54, N55, same power levels, close with downpipe intercooler. What are we talking about power-wise? So on 93 octane fuel, not the 91 crap you get in California, you're probably talking about 75 wheel horsepower, which is substantial. Let's say 100 motor horsepower. Motor makes 320, you make 420. What about on ethanol? So most places have E85 available now. So what can you do on ethanol? Well, depends on what you have. So the 2011 late model N55 has a better high pressure fuel pump than the earlier models. You can do a little bit more on that guy. You can make 50% ethanol happen. Probably on the N54, you're looking at 35 to 40% ethanol as your maximum ethanol content. I happen to have the N55, the later model. I have the upgraded high pressure fuel pump. I run 50%-ish ethanol, but you can never tell. I'll explain that in a minute. The problem with E85 is ethanol. It says E85, 85% ethanol. However, E85 can be anywhere from, at the lowest, I've seen 50, at the highest, I've seen 95. So you're lucky if you get the high end, you're unlucky if you get the low end. Usually you get 85-ish, a couple of points under over. Now, so what's the positives of running ethanol? Ethanol's cheaper than premium, so it's about $3.30 right now. It used to be $1.80. Welcome to our current situation. It makes more power. It burns cooler. All three of these things lead to better ignition timing, more horsepower, cheaper fuel, and for you, that's amazing. That's what you want as a car guy. You want the cheapest possible fuel that makes the most horsepower, burns the coolest, and just feels good to run. It just smells amazing too, if I could smell. I can't smell anymore, so I don't know. So ethanol, I run an E50 mix on MHD. So here's MHD right here. Now let's talk about what happens if you want to run more than 50% ethanol. You cannot do that. You cannot do that on the stock fuel system. The reason is, ethanol has a different air-fuel ratio per parts of fuel than 93, 91, 100 octane. It takes more fuel to get the same air-to-fuel ratios that it does with standard fuel. If you need X amount of fuel for 93, you're going to need X plus whatever for ethanol to make the same air-fuel ratio so that your motor is not running lean. What's going to happen when your motor runs lean? Well, your computer is going to cut fuel. It's going to cut ignition. It does all that when I mix incorrectly. Is it a guessing game right now? Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know what I'm putting in the tank. I guess. I know from experience how many gallons of E85 to mix with 93. Now don't forget, 93 octane has 10% ethanol already, so you have to factor that in. There's good calculators online. There's an E85 calculator. I'll put it in the link in the description. But you got to know where your ethanol content is, and that is all part of getting the right fuel system. What happens if you want to run more boost than stock? Let's say you want to go upgraded turbos or a single turbo even. What do you do? Well, there's two ways you can do this. Unfortunately for me, my N55 does not have, nobody makes an upgraded high pressure fuel pump for my car, unfortunately. This car is direct injection. You've got the low pressure fuel pump in your tank, delivers fuel to the high pressure fuel pump on your engine, driven off the crankshaft, multiplies this pump times, thousands of RPMs, injects high pressure fuel directly into the cylinder head. That's why you can run E85. Direct injection. It's not port injection, totally different. That's in the intake manifold. This injects fuel directly into the cylinder head, so there's your difference. Now, let's say I want to run a single turbo or larger, than stock turbo. An N55 technically is a single turbo. Let's say you want to run a big single, like up top or down low, whatever. In that case, you're either going to need you're always going to need a low pressure fuel pump. Your low pressure fuel pump will not be able to handle anything more than stock. Bank on a low pressure fuel pump, E85 certified. Go to Fuel It if you need one. I'll put a link in the description. Fuel It has everything you need. You're going to need a low pressure fuel pump, and you're going to need port injection with injectors, or a low pressure fuel pump and a upgraded high pressure fuel pump. If you're an N54 guy, you're lucky. Those are available. You don't need port injection. But if you want to go port injection, MMP has a very good solution for this. It's on the screen right here. I'll put a link in the description. $580 for the N55. For the N54, same price. S55, same price. And if you always have to have an injector controller for this guy. The injector controller will interface with MHD. And I never mentioned this, MHD can be custom flashed. There are tuners out there, Twisted Tuning. There's tons of them. Do a search, MHD tuning. You'll find millions of them. On the forums, there'll be threads about, custom tuning. Those guys can interface with this injector controller. Motive makes an amazing injector interface for MHD. Plugs right in. It's made to go with port injection and control these extra injectors. This guy comes with 1050cc injectors, comes with the sandwich plate, comes with your extra fuel rail. It's good to go, man. Look at this. It's a fantastic kit. It's low cost. It's just a good thing. I mean, look at this guy. It's all like anodized black with the MMP logo and little plugs right there. So yeah, so that's basically what is going on with MHD. MHD is a mature product. It's been out for years. It's an off-the-shelf tune, so let's not get anything twisted about this. It's not a custom tune for your car. Lots of people run downpipe, intake, intercooler. That's what they test it with. They tune it all the same way. So it's not your car on a dyno getting tuned, but it's close enough that thousands, let's say 100,000 people run it. I don't know how many. It's a lot. There's a lot of people running this. So I trust it. I've never had an issue with it in my cars. I haven't blown my cars up. Your car is pretty smart. The DME knows when to pull timing, knows when to pull fuel, knows when to cut ignition. Yes, people have blown their car up, I'm sure. But I've had good experiences with it. The car runs amazing. You're going to see it after this video on E50, 50% ethanol, 50% 93 Florida fuel. Judge for yourself. The car's not anything super fast. Yes, it gets beat. It's not a fast car. It is a fun car. The drivability is amazing. The torque is there down low. Actually, entire rev range. The power's there if you need it. So I say check it out. If you have any questions, I hope you guys hit me up and check out this next part because I think you guys are gonna like me tearing up the streets in this thing. All right, hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here again with a probably year later review of MHD. So MHD is a phone, Android, I believe it works for iPhone too, not sure, don't care because I don't use iPhone, but definitely a phone-based flash off-the-shelf system. Now, we are running the E50 map here on MHD. So, I'm a little E50 plus-ish. I'm a little E-heavy today because I accidentally stopped watching the pump when I was filling up. So, I got about 8 gallons of E85 to the rest 93, which was about 7. So, I'm a little bit heavy. It might break up, it might misfire. When those air-fuel ratios get a little bit too lean, it will cut fuel or spark. And so that's where we are right now. We also have the flashed transmission here, XHP, not race, but the one right before race. I think it's like stage 2 or whatever. So living with this for a year. Definitely have had issues. Now, you got to know that the 335i is going to have issues with coil packs and plugs. When you modify this car, the first thing that's going to go is your coil packs. They get weak, they fail. So you got to expect that that's going to happen in this car, okay? Like, when you modify this car, you change the coil packs immediately. You don't need like aftermarket coil packs. You don't need any of that garbage. That's a scam. If you're not on a single turbo or like running some kind of crazy amount of horsepower, you don't need aftermarket coil packs. If you want them, by all means go for it. Will it help? Sure. Do you need it? If you're not getting 30 pounds of boost, I mean stock boost levels plus a little bit is not going to need coil packs at all. And there's plenty of proof of that on the internet. You don't have to trust me. Go ask somebody. Go read. But this guy's on a lot of E85, and you can see the thing absolutely gets out. Like, it's fun. It's a fun car. It's probably making around 21 pounds of boost, and that's hitting like the limits of the stock turbos are in the 21 PSI range, and you don't even want to really run that because, I mean, you can, but just don't, don't do long repeated runs because your EGTs are going to be up there. Remember, you're dealing with a small single turbo N55. This is not some twin turbo setup, and it literally is running small diameter piping from the stock, from the factory. You don't want to be doing like long repeated drawn out pulls unless you've got an EGT gauge. Now if you have MHD, which I have on this Android, you can monitor everything with the gauges. I mean, I'll see if I can get it to come up, but basically, the longer, the harder you pull on this guy, the more EGTs you are going to generate, because small turbo is working overtime to make 20 pounds of boost, 21 pounds of boost plus. And eventually that heat's got to go somewhere. So this is my data logging, and it always has to go twice. So you have to tell it, yes, I agree to let me. Okay, so there's our gauges right there. If you're looking for a review of MHD, this is it. MHD is amazing. It's an off-the-shelf tune. If you want a custom tune, like, this is not for you. This is an off-the-shelf. This assumes that you know how to do E50. This assumes that you have analyzed the content of your ethanol. This also assumes if you're running E50 that you're post, I think the dates are late 2011 due to the high pressure fuel pump. So make sure, that's nice Porsche. Make sure that you're running the correct high pressure fuel pump to do E50. It says it in MHD when you go to flash. It'll say like a certain date and later. Make sure you have the supporting mods, and then you can flash the MHD E50 map. Just remember, ethanol content varies from fill up to fill up, from tank to tank on the fuel pump, when you go to the fuel station, when you go to your gas station. E85 is not always E85. It can be E50. But there's like a little, I mean, barely giving it any fuel. Of course, these guys always come out because, you know, they don't know about yield. Yield doesn't mean anything to them. Did you see that? Got cut off by this stupid Tahoe. Right there. With no mirror. His passenger side or driver side mirror is like literally fogged up to the point he can't see. So estimations in this car, it's got actually a horsepower graph right there, which really means nothing. But this car is probably making 380 wheel to 400 wheel, depending on, the guy's got no fucking taillights either. Upper 300 wheel, which in this car is really fun. I've had 1,000 wheel horsepower cars before. It's not like that. This car doesn't pull hard all the way to redline. It pulls really hard to maybe 6,500, 7,000, and then that's 6,000, and then it loses steam. The turbo is just too small to really pull all the way to redline. Now, the good part about this car is that the response is insane. Like, all the torque is literally available from zero. That's the best part about this car. Now, when you start adding bigger turbo, you start increasing the turbo size. It's a single turbo. It's an N55. It's a twin scroll or whatever you call it turbo. You're going to have some lag. You'll get some better top end, but you will have lag. I'll show you guys an update here in a little bit when I'm able to actually get on the gas. But for now, see you in a couple minutes. All right, guys, checking out the MHD E50 mix for E90 BMW. So E50 is designed for the later model N55 with the newer high pressure fuel pump that comes after, like, it's like late 2010, I believe. I'll have to look it up for you guys and put it in the link, but we're gonna check that out here in a minute. Let's get the MHD going here. So if we go over here to the, somebody's already playing over there, wants to mess around. MHD, where are you? Right there. Now, if we get to MHD, notice how it's all messed up because of the aspect ratio. Now we're gonna go to monitor, and it's gonna ask us if we want to allow USB. We have to do it twice. Okay, yes, we do. There's our gauges. So we've got RPM, coolant, gear, intake air temperature, battery voltage, oil temperature, oil pressure, and boost. And over here we've got horsepower and torque. Can't really do much right here, but when we get to like a better place, but here's a good look at like MHD. So we're definitely a little heavy ethanol, so it could be some misfires. Might blow a coil pack or two. You never know, man. But there's horsepower torque there on the right hand side of the ID4. I think my display is a little bit cloudy. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was a little bit jacked. We'll be back here when we can actually do something. All right, so just a little bit of drivability on MHD. Literally, you can't tell at all that you're tuned when you just are driving down the street normally. E85 cold start is about a second longer than without E85, and so that's acceptable to me. I don't have smell anymore because of COVID. I've lost it for over a year. I don't smell anything related to fuel or oil, so I don't know anymore what E85 smells like, but I've been told the car smells like E85. So it's got that corn smell going. And other than that, the transmission has nothing to do with MHD, but transmission on XHP has some hiccups here and there, but mostly they've got it down, like they've got it nailed. So I don't have issues with that anymore. It actually shifts really good on sport mode. And you notice, like, with the ID4 instrument cluster now. I'm in regular mode. That's the theme I have set for regular. If I flip it over to sport, it goes like this. So yeah, we got a bunch of freaking slow people here. Yeah, we're gonna have to let people go in order to do something with video. I can tell already because people are driving like morons tonight. So I'll hit you guys up as soon as we have a free space. All right, people are literally driving like fucking idiots tonight, so I'm letting people go way ahead, hoping nobody gets behind me, so we can do a little pull here from 0. Let's turn traction control off. Oh, somebody's behind me. So I probably pull off and let them go ahead, I guess. Yeah, they can go on over. They can go on by, dude. And there's more than one. Here comes another guy. After he goes, well, we'll go on out there. Hopefully nobody will be coming. Oh, there's another one. These people just never stop. Come on. Go, 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 go. Hopefully that's the last guy coming right there. Looks like it might be. All right, let's get out here. Let's stop it from here. All right, here we go. Here we go. From stop, no traction control, MHD, E50. Somebody like stopped right in front of me. Let's do that again. There's somebody behind me, so I'm gonna pull off up here and try again here in like 2 seconds. All right, so the car was a little bit cockeyed. The car's running really good though. Like, it feels great. I think they might have turned off. Yep, they did. They turned off. Okay, let's get out here. Here we go. E50, MHD, E85. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, right from scratch. There we go. There's 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And that's all we can do on this little road. So that's 0 to 100. MHD. E50. Car's running so good, even with a little bit too much ethanol in the mix. Good run, man. Good run. So there you have it. I mean, that was no traction control. Car broke loose at first gear, but this car hooks up freaking awesome with Pilot Sport 4S's. Yes, the car's not anything amazing. It's not like a supercar. It doesn't make 600, 700 horsepower. It makes 450 at the wheel. I mean, at the engine. 425 at the engine. That's plenty. Man, you're gonna get yourself in trouble with anything more. But I just wanted you guys to see how cool E50 is on this car, and it runs great right now. And you saw it. It's not like doing 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds or anything like that. Maybe 4, maybe 4.5. Who knows? But man, this car is fun to drive, and I absolutely love going out on the street and getting people who want to play, because it surprises a lot of people. And yeah, it doesn't beat everybody. That's not the goal. The goal was that when I had my IS300 with my Supra swap and my Supra with, you know, 800 wheel, 900 wheel horsepower, that's when you beat most people and bikes, or, you know, 80% now, because everybody's got 1200 horsepower Lambos and Audis and all that. But man, that was fun, guys. Over 2 years, I think, with MHD, and still a blast. I don't know how much boost we made. Usually about 20 PSI, and the horsepower readings always go over 400. So I love that. I just love it. It's just so much fun, and I hope you guys get a 335i, and I hope you tune it And I hope you hit me up in the comments and ask me questions and want to know how to do it. I'll be glad to help you. MHD 335i. Later, Gator. We can see here that it is kind of a mess coming out of the wall, all the audio. Okay, we are left with this stuff, and pull my wire over to where I'm going to repair a bad splice over there. Alright guys, we are up in the closet right now where we are going to be doing all this work. We can see here that it is kind of a mess coming out of the wall, all the audio cables and power cabling. Alright, we're back in the closet here with our audio setup. We got some labels, refills from my label maker. Now we are going to go ahead and start testing all the wiring. I see some of it is actually disconnected. And then labeling everything. And notice a long time ago I put pins on these so you don't have to use the bare wire on it. And we're going to test all these other ones. So on the front 8 says utility. I don't know what that actually is. Let's see if I can pop it with the battery. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and make a label now for this. Camera was locked up. Okay, we are left with this wonderful stuff. Right now, we got all of our wires all labeled up, except for 2 sets, which we will have to do when we have another person to help us. All right, we need to take this door off. This is coming off for good. Okay, door's off. Okay, welcome back this morning. It's Sunday and we are going to work on this closet because we have a lot of electrical to figure out. There's a bunch of places where we need to get power in here and fix some old power problems. Going to try to see where the studs are in here. Let's see. Oh, there's a stud right there. There's a stud here. That also sucks. All right. All right, this first trip is just recon. I won't suit up for this. All right, of course the camera overheated, but I'm gonna go ahead and drill through the cap right here and pull my wire over to where I'm gonna repair a bad splice over there. You aren't gonna be able to see this part, it's just drilling. All right, a little update from the audio closet. I did get all of the wiring ran. I ran one Romex there and one down there. Up here to power everything in the bathroom, and that's kind of a good place for it also if I need power up top somewhere. And down there, obviously, because regular power at the bottom. Now I'm gonna go ahead and install the wall boxes and the receptacles for both of these guys right now. Let's get busy. One of the wall boxes right there, it's just a standard 2-gang. And we have some nice USB receptacles for this thing right here. But I'm gonna go ahead and bust out one of these protective things so I can get my wire through. They're really hard to do once the box is in the wall. But you just literally push this in, just like that. Your wire goes right through there. And if you do it ahead of time, it makes it way easier. But yeah, we have a mess down here. We probably need to clean first before we start doing anything. I'm gonna grab the shop vac. Got all my tools in my work bag right here that I need. Power's still off. That's it. Just takes 2 people. Oh yeah, look at that. All right guys, a little update. We got a lot of work done today. We got our electrical run up here. We got our electrical run down here. Pay no attention to that one thing. You didn't see that. We cut out our wall for our LED strip that's gonna run along this edge right here. We got everything cleaned up and we're ready for the next step, and that is our shelf will be delivered tomorrow. Our audio shelf is like a tiered audio rack, and I need to know if it's gonna fit or if I have to take off. Well, it'll be this trim. There's no trim over here. Oh yeah, I might not even be able to get it past that. So we got a task at hand tomorrow. We might have to take off this trim, then this trim to get this thing in there, but we will see tomorrow because it's literally 23.6 and this is 24, so it's going to be really close. That's all tomorrow though. We have to take off trim, we take off trim. It's just the way it is, dude. Yeah, we got all this done today. Look, we got the nice USB plus power outlets there. We got 4 power outlets there in case we need power up high. We got our Cat 6 RAN down there. We got the wall cut so we could run our LED strip power to right here. It's going to go along this frame right here, and everything came out great. And we also took an hour to clean up the entire house afterwards. So guys, we're probably going to have to move our subwoofer for the whole house down. I haven't figured that out yet until we get our audio rack, but we might have to move it down there, which would probably be ideal, in which case we have to couple these two and drop it because I don't think there's enough length to go down. We'll see about that. We're not going to get that far today. That's where we're stopping for right now. All right, so we got Joe here on the channel again. He's in every video. Oh, look at this. They're definitely turning.
No.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna roll. There's a truck in this lane, by the way. So whoever gets out first has got to go that way.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna go.
Speed code 4 versus high test motor versus your controller.
Okay.
Right?
Whatever controller.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna do 3.
Yep.
We'll go on the third honk. Ready?
Oh, my horn.
Oh, you smoked me! All right, so that was a stock-ish, I think, golf cart, maybe with a speed program, but Joe's gonna get his golf cart, and his, I think, we'll smoke this one, pretty sure. We got 50 volts. So we're just waiting on Joe to come out here for the races. All right, I have a secret method. I'm gonna brake boost on him. He doesn't even know it. Shit. Stage. Ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Shit, I can't.
Oh, you...
Ah! I got a car right there. I had a car. I was gonna get smoked. These things are like almost identical. Dude, these things are really close. Same wheel, same tire. This road sucks because that thing's in the way. So I thought I could brake boost, but you can't hold the brake.
No, you can't.
It turns off the motor, so you gotta like,
Yeah.
you gotta barely put it.
Just say when you're ready.
All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh! exactly the same. They're literally, it's all about the launch.
Well, so the way I have mine set up is that it's so jerky when you have it set up to like the highest.
You have to tune it down. This one feels,
Yeah.
this one feels tuned.
It just hits you so hard, you know?
I want that to, but I want the hit. Like, you can't hold it to the floor and, okay, that time it worked, but if you do it for too long, it just turns off the switch.
Yeah.
But this isn't long enough to even do anything. Oh, you want to go out here? All right, so how do you actually brake boost it? Like,
It's not.
one, you ready? Ready? One, 2, 3, go. Wait, it did. Oh shit, that was it! Yes! I'm coming up on you! I'm catching you! I'm catching you! I'm catching! These things are like the same, man. These things are exactly the same. It's sick.
Until you go to the hill.
Like,
Until you get up.
dude, the only thing that would make a difference is lithium. Lithium would 300 pounds, like 300 pounds.
Listen, up the hill is gonna smoke you, man.
I know, and I had a bad launch. I was like, I don't know how to.
No, I had
right.
a great launch.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
No, it's
Oh, I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming! Oh! Oh, I'm passing you! I'm passing you! Oh! Yes! Those brakes!
they work good.
Yeah. I'm dressed like a complete spaz, but I was so hyped to get this castle nut in that now I want to see if I can figure out how we're supposed to put this in. I still don't see a hole.
That's what she said.
In this jack shaft for a cotter pin. Like, there's no hole.
That's what she said.
Well, the problems never stop. It broke the key off, so Now I gotta go waste like $5 more on shipping to get a new key again. So, fuck, duck. All right, guys, we got our brand new break cable here. We're gonna be looking at putting that in now. All right, a little update here. I got the brake cable installed, but it was very difficult and there was no play left down here in this back area. I literally barely got the cable on, and now the brakes are pretty tight. They're not actually on, but they do, like, they might actually be on. I don't know what's causing that because there's no slack left here in this cable, and it's up against the holder right here. I don't know if this lever needs to be rotated more. That's very possible. That lever needs to rotate counterclockwise. I'm gonna ask Joe if he wants to take a look at it. Guys, welcome back to the video, and finally, after another long week of waiting, we got the sprocket key in again. Every time I order one of these, it's like $6 shipping, and the part's like $1. The next problem we have to figure out is how to get this thing to stay on. There is no cotter pin hole in the jack shaft, so I am going to create one, and I don't know how I am going to do that yet. So, yeah, that is what I am going to be doing, is getting this chain back on. Wonder what's up. I can't even come close to keeping up. Do you hear any rattling in the front? I think it's the gas tank. Yeah. Still watch that video about tuning and just tweak it. All right, guys, we are back in the garage, and I wanted to show you guys what we did last night. We were in a hurry, weren't able to film. Joe was busy, but basically we decided to go ahead and rectify this problem for good with the castle nut backing off on the sprocket. So what we did is we pulled this off. He has the right socket size. I can't remember what size it was. It's pretty big, the castle nut. Went ahead and pulled that off, and what we did was we drilled a hole through the jack shaft there in order to be able to secure a cotter pin to the jack shaft, because this jack shaft has no hole in it. These castle nuts tend to work themselves off, and the whole point of a castle nut is it's slotted so that the cotter pin can go right between the slots and prevent this thing from backing off. So we use thread locker and we use a cotter pin, and we drilled right through that jack shaft, and now this is not going to come off. Now we have some other issues. There's some rattling going on up front. I want to do a bolt check a bit later and see if I can figure out what's going on with the rattling. I ordered a battery, and then so what we're going to have to do after that is attach the battery in here somewhere. I was thinking right down in here we'll attach it to this whatever this thing's called, the forks or whatever it is. And we'll have to have a switch as well. So we'll break the positive wire that goes up here to the light, and we'll wire up a switch somewhere, somehow. I watched an extensive video on tuning. Now I understand tuning. The gas cap is leaking big time. We filled it up with gas, and the gas is ruining my nice spray paint job. So it's gonna have to be touched up at some point. But that is where we are now. The bike is still breaking up on the high end. It is not solid. We do have new spark plugs. We have a good fuel filter, unless it's clogged now. I don't see anything in the gas here. I got to figure out the breakup, and then we will be good to go. This thing's awesome. We are still waiting for the wheels. The wheels are on back order, but they should ship any day now, at which time we have these beautiful street tires to go ahead and put on the bike. This bike will not be going off-road. Now, what is in the future? Well, we want to turbo it. We don't know quite how that's going to go, but we don't have any fabricating stuff, but I think we can figure it out. But for now, that's it for the video. Hope you guys enjoyed the fun last night, and we'll see you guys soon. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and I have a little update for you guys. I have been working super hard on the studio today. I put in 12 hours and I have done quite a bit. On this side of the room, all of the foam board insulation is done, so half the room is finished as far as the insulation goes, and that is also the wall covering. And then the sound deadening tiles are up on this wall and partially up on the ceiling. Just wanted to see what it looked like on the ceiling, but one pack did, I could have done probably most of this wall. I would have been short like maybe 10 tiles, but I got done with that wall plus a little bit of the ceiling. I got the air conditioner put in. I was super scared to do this because I had to cut a hole, and yes, I like it low. It doesn't take up any of my wall space at all. I love it down there. I got the LG just like in my bedroom. It's the dual inverter with the ThinQ. So it's a smart AC. And I'll show you guys on the outside what I did, but basically this is rock board. So I used a circular saw and I cut out the hole for the AC, and on the other side I framed it in. I also framed it underneath there to hold up the AC, but on the outside I framed it all in, sealed it all up nice. Then I took the foam insulation board, ran it around the edges here and caulked everything in really nice, and then of course this whole thing will be covered by foam insulation board, which is going to be fun trying to cut that out correctly, but I'll end up having to frame that as well because the edge, it'll be framed with these tiles. So the tiles are hit and miss. There's different colors, there's different shapes, and they're really hard to get correct, but I did end up getting it figured out. Excuse me, had the hiccups. So that is the update for today. Tomorrow, my plan is to continue this wall here. So I am going to attempt to cut this wall. Now, I don't know if I'm going to attempt to do that top part as well at the same time, or just make a cut and another cut. It's easier just to cut twice. And now that I know my jigsaw can do it with a dull blade, that's how you cut these foam boards. You grind all the teeth off of a jigsaw blade, and then you cut the foam tiles with that. I do have some challenges tomorrow though. I'm gonna have to watch out for a wall box I gotta put in there. I gotta make sure that I have things noted because I have to cut holes later. I've got that Ethernet and HDMI to worry about, that plug, and this double wall box. So I've never done a double wall box that's already recessed, and I'll of course have to bring out the switches with an extension, with those little extension things. I will have to worry about my Echo Show 15, which is going right there. I got to do that tomorrow. My goal tomorrow is to get at least this wall and this wall done. I can't do the ceiling until this wall is done because the ceiling is booted up against it right there. So yeah, that is my plan for tomorrow, and I will show you guys outside now what I did. So outside of the studio here, you can see it's all lit up nice, and I did the lighting when I built it. But I framed in the AC and it's sitting on favors. Just like that, it's fine. Frame that in, I'm waiting for all that to dry so then I can do the bottom board. But for right now, everything is nice and watertight just in case it rains. It's not watertight underneath, but it's not supposed to rain tonight. So tomorrow morning I will come out and put the bottom board on. I literally was waiting for these guys to dry before I did the bottom board. And the reason is I couldn't figure out how to prop everything up because I'm not screwing anything to the walls. I'm using caulk to put everything in. There's the rest of my foam insulation. So yeah, this AC unit, even with half of the insulation in the office, the AC unit today was able to get the room down to 60 degrees. It's a 10,000 BTU. I ordered a 9,500. They sent me a 10,000, so that's awesome. I got extra for free. This is an example of me cutting in the foam tiles around the outlets. I did it also behind the television. I cut in everything back there. I had the Govee immersive LEDs for this TV. They're not going to work out because you can clearly see them when you walk in the door right here. So unfortunately, that TV is not going to have immersive lighting. These two will. That one I haven't decided yet. That's only a 32-inch. So we got time to worry about that. But yeah, big, huge update. It is bedtime. I have to get to bed. I have been in here for 12 hours. I'm beat. I'm going to jump in the shower after I upload this video, and I'm going to get to bed. Guys, thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. Hope you like the studio. Can't wait to do live stuff from in here. Super hyped. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow for another long day. Okay, everybody, this is day 13 with no pool pump turned on in hot Florida. Check out the pretty green water. Don't you just want to jump in it over your head and get a bunch of E. coli and bacteria in your face? It feels good, and then you're like, oh my God. Supercar Street Racing back in the dining room again, and today we have something right here that we've been waiting for a while, and it will replace the janky method that we did before in the bedroom with the car base processor. So let's get this thing opened right up and see what's inside. Side of this box in front of me, we've got the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX 1200. Now this is my third EX 1200. These things are very, very difficult to find online. There are probably maybe one of these or two pops up per year, and this one came from Music Go, and you can see on the back it does have 1/4-inch inputs, not RCA, or it has XLR inputs. So we will need to go So this guy looks like it's in really good shape. It only has a few things going on right here. May wipe off. There's a stain right there. Something spilled on it, it looks like. Other than that, it's in great shape. It does look like it was rack mounted. I do see where there was some screws on the rack. But yeah, the EX1200, and this actually is going in the bedroom for the theater in the bedroom, the 5.1. So we can go ahead and look for our 1/4 inch jacks now and see if we have any 1/4 inch RCA. We're in the bedroom now in Supercar Street Racing, and we do see double RCAs coming out of the subwoofer right there. However, there is only one connected right there. So let me check that out and see what I did back here. So basically there is a Y adapter behind the Marantz right back there. So all I have to do is remove that Y adapter and plug it up to the back of this guy and then run a set of RCA cables down there. That would probably be the easiest. Although I think the Marantz has 2 subwoofer outputs. Let me check. All right, so we have to go into our trusty hoarder bin here and see if we have any RCA. And I don't think it's this side. Oh, maybe it is. That's trash. I don't know why that's even in there. So what we're looking for in here is a 1/4 inch to RCA female. So let me dig through this with you guys, and then we'll see if we have it. I was smart last time. I bought a pack of these, so I have them. So what we have to do now is connect these to the back of the Ultra Base Pro. We're going sub out. We only need one because we have the splitter right here. So let's just get this connected real quick. Now remember, if you are feeding speakers also with an amp, you come out of these outputs here, this one and this one. So we need input left, input right, and then we come out of that and go to the sub. So we're gonna have to feed both of these. So let me see if I have everything it takes, and we will get back. I'm gonna go ahead and use both subwoofer outputs. On the back of this, there are 2. This RCA cable is kind of janky. So there's double RCA outputs back here for sub. And I'm using this monster thing that will slice your arm open because it has zip ties on it. Now this feeds the inputs, right and left. And then we'll come out of this output and feed the subwoofer down there. Need to grab the power cable, and I have a meeting. We did get the Ultra Base Pro installed, and if you look at the front of it, you notice the Marantz just came on as well. There's the power button for it. We do have power. Now, on the front, we have a processor section here, and this is actually the frequency that it centers around to process, and I like to keep that low end down there. Your next setting is called Dynamic Punch, and there is some manuals online that explain what all these do, but so you can set your subharmonics to low or ultra low. If it's in, it's ultra low, which I like. So then you have your bass level here, which is self-explanatory. You have a bass limiter if you need that, which I don't use that. And then this section here is if you're feeding other speakers with the output of this. You can either have them get the bass, subharmonic bass, or you can turn that off. And you can also cross them over as well. And of course, it has a level for the satellite speakers. We are not using this section, and we don't use the bass limiter. So we only use this part. All right, guys, we are back in front of the Marantz, and we have our Ultra Base Pro here. So all that is left to do now is to fine tune and test it and see if it actually works. I do hear a thump from the subwoofer down here when I turn it on. So I am thinking it does work, but what we want to do is test it. And of course, we can't put any copyrighted content on without getting completely destroyed by YouTube. So we're gonna go no copyright ambient. All right, this says no copyright, but a lot of times it is copyrighted, but we'll see. And let's get a little bit of sound going here. Okay, I don't see any lights on this. I went ahead and cranked up the level on the bass. We have our Govee Dreamview in the background there lit up. All right, we got Blade Runner 2049 here, and I'm hoping that I don't get copyright on this. Can't show much of the audio because it'll definitely get me, but let's see if we got some bass response here. Finally got some movement of some LEDs, and we are watching Blade Runner now in 4K Dolby Digital Audio, and this looks amazing. And I'm just going to step back here to limit the copyright. let's see what's going to happen here. But so far, this thing's making some good subsonic bass. Let's see what happens here when we go a little bit further. Yeah, so all this stuff is copyright, so I can't show you all of it or let you hear all of it, but we can go to the movie. Yeah, and then we can go back here and go back to YouTube. I definitely hear the Behringer. Alright guys, we sampled some music on the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200, and I am happy with my purchase. Like I said, you cannot get these anymore, and if you get one like the DBX or the PV, they're going to cost you $300 or $400. I paid $125 plus shipping for this one. And this is my third one. I have one on the whole home audio system there in the closet, and then I have one in the home theater room as well. And I love these things because they generate ultra low bass where there is none or there's little. If you guys want to pick one of these up, make sure you jump online and just search for the model EX1200 Behringer Ultra Bass Pro. And if you're lucky enough to grab one, there usually aren't any available, but as soon as one comes up, go ahead and grab it. And then let me know what you think about the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro, and if you like that as an addition to your home theater system or your stereo system at your house. Let's toss it over to Brad at Supercar Street Racing Studio and look at some alternatives to this that you can get brand new. What are you doing up there, dude? Why are you on the wall, dude? There's no power. Guys, welcome back to the studio, and today we just got done getting our house spray foamed. Super hyped about that, and it might come up in a new video, but for today, we're here to talk about the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 digital subharmonic synthesizer. Now, the most important thing about this EX1200 is you can't find it hardly anywhere anymore. If you go online and search right now, there is none available for sale. It hasn't been made for quite some time, so they are getting very thin in the herd, and it's very hard to find one. You can see when this one was sold 8 years ago, it was only $89, and if I would have known that, I would have bought like 10 of them, but they are hard to get, and if you go to eBay here, they are none available on eBay either. But if you do go to eBay, you can find one of your alternatives, and that is a DBX 120. So if we put in DBX 120, there probably is a bunch of different versions of this here. You can see right here, we have the old school one that is analog right here. And if we go down, we got the 120A here, and that has the brand new, neater looking, more modern looking logo on it. And there's a 120 XP, which might be the newest version, I'm not quite sure. That is $227, which is not a bad deal. And the reason they are so high is because you cannot find them anymore. I don't even think they sold for this much brand new. Now, there is a third option out there, and this is the PV Cosmos, which also has not been made in quite a few years, but it will accomplish the same thing as the DBX and the Behringer and the other brands out there. However, this is the PV version, so it has its own controls and its own unique sound, and it does say on it, rattle your planet, because it is designed to give you some low earth shaking bass. Here's another picture of the PV Cosmos in the back, and somebody has it right over a center channel speaker right there. But yeah, it is very rare, absolutely, and so are all these other ones. They're absolutely getting really hard to find now. So as soon as I find one with a decent price, I go ahead and scoop it up. Now, this is my second one in the Behringer that I put over in the SCSR bedroom, but I'm currently looking for one for the living room sound system. So if I find one, I'll scoop it up, and I may even try to get a DBX 120 XP like the one that we saw right here. Now, here's a DBX 120X-DS, which my friend did own at one point, and we had on a couple of 18-inch woofers in his house. Now, if we just go back to eBay here and we put subharmonic synthesizer, you'll probably say a lot of car audio products as well. And if you can remember, I did have a car subharmonic synthesizer in there, which I did move to the golf cart. Now, if you search too much, you'll get some manuals. Make sure you're not buying a manual for a subharmonic synthesizer. Those are cheap. You can't use this rack-mounted one, though, unless you actually have the rack to put it in to power it. And these are all using the Euro rack system. Now, here is an actual very rare ADC DSS 100, which I have never seen listed. So I might go ahead and bid on this guy unless I can find something else. Now, here's another version of the 120X that I have not seen, looking a little bit different than the other versions. and it's at $250, so still very expensive. And guys, that's going to do it for today on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you enjoyed this video. I encourage you to like and subscribe and click through our links in our descriptions when you buy Amazon products. It does help us out greatly. We really appreciate your support. Please like and subscribe. We got to get out of here. I've got to go put new nails in the walls because the base shook them all out.
Salt on your fries.
Oh, no. Too late.
There you go.
We're back in the Supercar Street Racing dining room here, and we have an upgrade for the Supercar Street Racing compound. Double wise cam pan for the Supercar Street Racing compound. I'm hype trained. Back in the SCSR dining room with the Wisecam pan. Now you guys saw when we installed one of these over at Dukes of Duval's house. Well, I'm having new gutters put in the house next week, and I had to take down my Wisecam V3s that were outside, and I decided why not go ahead and grab a couple of these Wisecam pans for the front yard. That way I can go back and forth down the street with either one of them, and they are about $40-something, so I picked up two of them. And so right here and right now we are going to try to unbox this Wisecam pan on Supercar Street Racing. And we have the magic scissors on Supercar Street Racing to unbox our Wisecam pan and see what is actually inside the box. Even if we did this on Joe Dukes of Duval's video, we are going to do it again right here and right now. And I am experienced now at putting one of these in, so I can comfortably say I can handle this. And inside of the cardboard condom, there is a second cardboard condom to protect your brand new Wisecam pan. And then you have this mounting template to put your screws in the wall. That way you can get your holes drilled properly. You've got a quick start guide right here that tells you exactly how to do it. And it shows you a little diagram of what the camera looks like, the different parts of the camera. I already have SD cards in the current cameras to reuse. It tells you about the light setup, the bracket installation, and then how to install the bracket right here. And it says when installing, make sure there's at least 30 millimeters of clearance and 150 millimeters above your mounting location. And that is all for the Wisecam pan that is in the quick start guide. And you will notice when I did Dukes of Duval's camera, we did have to kind of adjust it a little bit because the pan was like hitting the stop and we wanted it to be a different pan. So we will probably end up doing that too. And inside of the box, here's the beautiful, lovely Wisecam pan, which will go directly on the wall. So this will sit on the wall like this. And the Wisecam pan will sit beautifully right above that. And before we do that, we do have to right here and right now you put the SD card in right there, and then this is actually the setup button. And if we break into the other cardboard condom that is inside of the one cardboard condom inside of another cardboard condom inside of another one, we see right here, right now, we have this lovely right angle plug, and we might have to use this, we might not. Let's see, where does that plug actually go in? It goes, yeah, we will have to use it, so that means we'll have to disconnect the current cable. I was hoping we wouldn't. And that might be a problem in the one that goes into the attic. I think that's going to be an issue. The one on one side goes up into the attic, and it is all the way in the attic. So we would have to, yep. It won't work otherwise because the other one would hit the mounting bracket. So we will have to get up in the attic and probably pull the wire back through and put the new wire in, but it mounts just like that onto the wall, and then this guy goes in it just like that. There is a bolt somewhere right here. That bolt there, that big bolt, goes in the bottom right here and tightens up, and then you can make it tight wherever you need your camera to pan. And it says don't forget the bracket here. Reminds you not to be an idiot, that there is a bracket in here, and that is all. And that is a bummer for me because I will have to rip the wire out that's going into the attic. It's silicone. I'll have to redo that. No big deal. I'll figure it out. And this one goes in just like this at the bottom. You see how it's a right angle? It goes in like that so that it can sit flat. Without that, you cannot install the Wisecam pan. And next we will take you outside and show you what we're gonna do, and then proceed to install the beautiful Wisecam pan, guys. So hyped for panning. Up here on the ladder with the GoPro, and this is the old camera that we will be replacing, but unfortunately we will have to pull this cable back through because the new cable is a 90-degree end. So this is going to have to go back up through the attic, but right now we're going to go ahead and mount this mount up here somewhere, probably right there. Let's grab the camera to make sure that it actually can fit on top of that and have room to rotate. So the camera will have to go that far up, like so. So maybe the second brick right there, right on the edge. Okay, now that we have our mount ready to go, all we have to do is plug this camera in, and on the bottom of the camera, as opposed to the old one, this one has a 90-degree USB plug that just fits right in like that, that allows it to be flush. Now that does cause a problem because our current wire is already run up to the attic, so we're gonna have to pull this through, but there it is ready to go, and then you simply mount. You have to run it through the back of the mount, just like that, before you insert it into the bottom of the GoPro. just like, well, like that. We don't want to go crazy here. We just want to tape the new wire to the old one and pull it right up into the attic, and it shouldn't be that difficult because I made a big enough hole. So let's get this taped off. Back up here on the ladder right now, and we got to go into the Wise app to set this up, and we're going to delete the old driveway camera. So let me get the app opened up here, and we're going to go into the old driveway camera, and we're going to delete device. I got to remember how to do that. Delete device at the very bottom. Hit that. We'll delete that. Then we'll add device. Camera. WiseCam Pan V3 right here on the app. It says plug it in. It's done. We need to get a 2.4 gigahertz network only. And I don't see, let me go ahead and connect my phone to the network that's outside. All right, I was able to get my network found, and now it wants me to push the setup button. Said ready to connect, so let's hit next. We're supposed to scan the QR code on the camera. Stat peel. Sat. I forgot to put the SD card in it. We need to do that now, so I need to grab that out of the old camera real quick. Alright, so the device is now powering up and it has a red light on the front, and that means it is initializing and getting ready to connect to Wi-Fi.
We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
Okay, we are in the app now and we have gotten our waypoint set. And if we see right here, right now on the driveway cam on the app, when you set it to pan and scan, it will go to your 4 waypoints. Right now I've just got it set directly on the driveway and you can see me right here in the picture right now in real time on the Wisecam Pan V3. And so we will move on and install the second one now. Alright, we need to transfer the SD card and load the drill bit up. I looked up and I'm working in a freaking bee's nest up here, so I've got to get rid of that right now with the spray. Crazy, I had no idea. I saw one bee and I didn't realize it. Let's see if I can get rid of this wasp nest, whatever that is. That sucked. See a bunch of dead ones. There is a bunch of them. I think they're yellow jackets. All right, long story short, the camera didn't connect. It's annoying. I'm going to go ahead and reset it by pulling the power and putting it back in here, and then try to connect it again. This is annoying, but it happens. Let me get that done now. Need 2 hands. The threat has been eliminated, or so I think. We'll see if they come back and sting me. Let's try this again. Alright guys, we have the Wisecam Pan V3 all connected and hooked up. And as you can see right here, right now in the app, we can pan and tilt this guy, hopefully. Yep, see, there I am right there. I don't know why it went all the way. But yeah, there we go. And that is perfect right there. You can see right here on the app, and then I don't know why, I think it's looking at me. And let's make sure that the SD card is installed. Manage SD card. Yep, it is there. It is watching me. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to finish this one up. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing in the 4K production studio. We are sitting right here, right now, in front of you guys, waiting for a hurricane to come, and that should be here Wednesday. But until then, we wanted to show you guys about the WiseCam Pan V3 indoor-outdoor IPS rated pan tilt zoom Wi-Fi camera. You can see by our project, they're not too difficult to install. They're pretty easy to set up once you get them connected to Wi-Fi, and they've got a nice 1080p picture. And right here, right now, you can see they have a 4.6 rating out of 228 ratings, which is not bad. They are currently selling for $39.98, and we will give you guys a link in the description to go ahead and purchase that through our affiliate link, and it helps out our channel greatly. We get a small amount of money from that when you guys do buy this, and as you can see, we have a ton of WiseCams at the house. I think we have about 12 of them now. So please buy it through our affiliate links. It gives us a little bit of income for the channel, and you know the channel does lose money, and you don't have to buy this particular product. You can buy any product through any of our links, and it helps us by giving us a small commission. But yeah, check out the WiseCam Pan V3 and tell me what you think down in the comments section, and we will see you guys again next time on Supercar Street Racing. I found the tequila gun. Let's go. Oh my God, what does it taste like?
Tequila.
Oh, okay, cool. Back in the Supercar Street Racing living room today, and this alien head right here has absolutely nothing to do with these ankle cut socks that we're going to be opening up and testing on the channel. We're going to give you a good idea of whether you should invest in this exact same brand here, Wernies. And we're going to do that all today on the channel, Supercar Street Racing. Stay with us. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing living room, where we have in front of me today this order of Wernies socks. And you can see right here in this pack, you get 4, 8, and 12 pairs of low-cut ankle socks. Now these are kind of like the socks that I'm wearing today. I wanted to go ahead and get another set of them so I would never be running short. And today we are going to open them up and see how they feel and how they compare to these more expensive socks that I have on right now that I did obtain from the store where I bought my On shoes from. Looking so fresh and hot today. So let's get some of these Wernies socks out of the packaging and onto my feet after we take a look at what comes in the package. And let's do that right now. Right in front of me right here, and right this very moment right now, we've got these Wernies socks. And as you can see here, we got 12 pairs for about $19. Checking them out a little bit closer, and you see we have a 4-pack of solid black, and they do say medium. On the actual ad for the socks on Amazon, it is a size number, not a small, medium, or large, so make sure you order the appropriate size for your feet. So we do have right here right now 4 set of black, 4 pairs of white, and 4 pairs of light gray, making it pretty easy to match with almost any of the shoes you have. And as you can see right here, I have on these nice On Roger shoes to test with these socks from Amazon. Let's get one of these little pairs opened up now and see how well they feel, and if I think they're going to be a good deal or not for $19. Back with the Wernies low cut ankle socks on Supercar Street Racing. And you can see right here right now that I did order the size that was size 6 to 10. So all these should fit anyone with shoe size 6 to 10. Now we have these Wernies socks all laid out nice here on the table. So what we're doing right now is just checking out the thickness. And they do feel similar to the other pairs of socks that I have that were bought directly from a designer store. I will go get a pair of those right here right now so we can compare the two on camera. Right in front of me I do have a pair of designer socks, and I don't know the actual brand, but I did get, I think, about 6 pairs of these for $10 at the store where I bought the On Roger shoes. And feeling the thickness here and comparing the thickness to the Wernies socks. The Wernies socks do feel a little bit thinner. The question is, how are they going to feel on my feet when I get up and walk around with them? But just immediately, just slightly bit thicker on the designer socks that came from the designer store. And of course, all the different colors of the Wernies are going to be the same thickness. Let's go ahead and open up a couple of more. And what we'll do right here and right now is just verify that that color and this color, these are all the same thickness. So let's do it. We have unsheathed all of the colors of the Wernies socks. And right here we have a direct comparison of the white Wernies to the designer socks from the designer store where I got the shoes. And in feeling the material here, the designer socks are definitely thicker. By how much, it's hard to tell, but definitely probably more comfortable. But I have on the black ones right now. I'm going to throw a pair of the black Wernies socks on, take a little bit of a stroll around here, and let you guys know what I think, if they're worth the price. Now, these were not provided to me by the company, so this is not sponsored, but if you would like to buy a pair, make sure that you click through my link in the description if you want to buy a pack for yourself. It would benefit me greatly and the channel as we can continue to bring you good things like this. Now let's try these guys on and see how they feel. Got the Wernies socks on, the black ankle height Wernies socks on with the On Roger shoes. First impressions, they feel about the same as the designer socks over there do. They were a little bit more see-through, indicating that they are actually thinner, but as I walk around here in the Supercar Street Racing house, I am not seeing any noticeable difference in comfort. Now, these shoes are extremely comfortable, so let's preface that by saying these are amazing shoes, and we will be reviewing those as well. We just haven't got to that yet. But yeah, the first thing I can tell you is that the new Wernies ankle-high socks are just about as comfortable, if not as comfortable, as the designer socks that we got from the store where we bought the On shoes. Now what we will do is go into the Supercar Street Racing studio and take a look at what's available online as an alternative to the Wernies. Take a look at some of the reviews for the Wernies, see what people are saying about these, and give you guys a second option or third option to order. But once again, the link will be in the description for these Wernies socks and a few other brands. So if you could do me a huge favor and go ahead and order that or anything else you need from Amazon through my affiliate links. You don't have to order what's exactly in the link. You can order anything through any of my links, and it will give me a slight credit. And you know, the channel is very difficult to finance, so if you guys could please like and subscribe and go ahead and order products like these Wernies ankle cut socks through my affiliate links, it would be amazing, and we would appreciate you guys so much. Now let's take it into the Supercar Street Racing Studios. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, where we join you in every video to kind of take a look at Amazon down here, which when you're looking, it's right down on this side here. And we will take a look at these Wernies no-show men's socks today. So these were bought from Amazon, and there will be a link in the description for you to buy your own pair. And as you can see right here, this is a really high selling product. Looking at the Amazon page here, we see these guys have a 33,249 rating with an average rating of 4.4 stars, which is not bad. It's really hard to get anything above mid-4s in Amazon unless you only have a few 5-star reviews and some other lower ones. But if you can see right here and right now, there is 63 answered questions rather here about the product, and 900 plus people have bought this in just the last month. So that's not bad for sales. Now, they have a bunch of different color mixtures here. Now, this is the one I got. So I got the this color here, but you can get them like this, like that, like that. Like that's pretty cool. I might order a set of those. They're only $16. And then they have those are also pretty cool. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and place an order for another set of these, because I was pretty satisfied with the Wernies ankle cut socks. And if we go into some of the description here for the product, we see that they are cotton or spandex. It really doesn't specify which they're talking about on which. It says hand wash only, which that's interesting. I don't know why it says that, because I've washed mine in the washing machine already, and we have no issues so far with the Wernies. It says they've got a 3 silicone grip heel grip. Now if you notice, it says that on all of these, but some of them actually say machine wash. Now the ones I ordered right here, they say hand wash only, so I disagree with that because I've already washed the things in the washing machine. Now maybe they're gonna fall apart from doing that, but these right here, like these say hand wash, these say hand wash, machine wash for this set. So I don't know what the difference being on those. Now it says that they are invisible wear, so it says that they are going to not show with your shoes, and they do actually show on my shoes above my ankle, so that's not necessarily true. And it says that they have a well-made cuff also, so that's yet to be determined. I mean, they feel fine as of right now on my feet. I'm actually wearing them as we speak, and I have not had any issues with them so far. Now moving down to some of the reviews here. This 5-star says the right fit for my feet. Took a try on these socks, and I don't like the bulky ones. They feel good wearing around the house. And yes, the elastic can feel a little tight. I don't really have that same experience with mine. Maybe it's a different version, one of the different types available there from all the ones on the listing. And it says they're not truly no-show. That is actually the truth, and you could see on my feet in the video that they are actually above my ankles just a tiny bit. This thing says they fit a little snug. This guy is actually saying that the larger size is the best, so he says to get the larger size if you're going to get a size for your feet. I bought the size exactly for my feet, and I haven't had any problems with them yet. Moving to some of the 3-star reviews, we see here that they're very thin and good if you're a minimalist. It says that they are small. Mine are not. This says did not catch that they are hand wash only. Not sure what that's going to mean in the future. And this guy says that there's already holes in the toes. So look at that picture, and they're saying this is going to happen to you. This says cheap quality, you get what you pay for. I got some socks, similar socks at a fashion store for about the same price, so I don't know that these are actually super cheap. And this guy's saying they're too small for a 11.5 to 12 shoe size, so keep that in mind. And some of the worst reviews here, the 1-star, which is 5%. This material says it's thin, and the size run large, slips on skin, and bunches, creases, and folds. Have not had the same experience with mine, but then again, I bought a certain order configuration. extremely thin. I thought they were close to my designer socks, but not exactly, so maybe check into that when you are ordering. It says they won't last, that they are garbage. Half of them are dirty and used. Okay, so this guy actually got dirty socks, which is interesting. Free shoe store socks. He says, you know that when you get them with sandals for free, that those are actually cheap. This batch fit and wears poor, and they are too small, so small, lame sizes. So there you go. That's what we are seeing about the Wernies, and I think that it's going to take some investigation and some longer wear on these shoes to really figure out what is going to happen with them. Guys, thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel. Every little view helps. And once again, the link for these socks will be in the description of the video. It would help me greatly if you could click my links to buy anything from Amazon. It doesn't have to be these socks. You can click the socks link and then buy anything you want, and that will give me an affiliate credit, and it will help the channel just a little bit because I don't make money on the channel. I actually lose quite a bit of money. So your support means so much to me and the channel. We thank you so much for being here. We'll see you guys next time in the 4K production studio for Supercar Street Racing. I'm out of here. Alright, what's happening, guys? It's Friday night and most people are out having a good time right now. Drinking, partying, but what are car people doing? That's right. We're in our garage thinking about the car show tomorrow. So tomorrow is Saturday morning and it is the Automotive Addicts Cars and Coffee here in Jacksonville, Florida, and it's huge. There will probably be about 1,000 cars there. So what are we gonna do tonight? We are gonna take a look at the best way to detail a supercar. Right here, this is my 2005 SL65 AMG. We're gonna take a look at this vehicle, what I used to detail it, give you all the clues. You could do this to your own car and it's gonna be awesome. Check it out, guys. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the stuff we use to detail the car. This should be in your garage. Anybody who deals with cars will have most of this stuff, but let's take a look at some of the better products here. So first of all, we've got this Armor All detailer. Now this is different from normal Armor All. As you can see here, it is a matte finish. So this does not leave a shiny, greasy looking texture on your car. Now, the absolute best product for detailing leather is Griot's. It's the most expensive, and it is also the best. So here's some Griot's spray, which is pretty convenient and makes it super easy to detail your car. However, I really like this more pasty stuff, this 3-in-1 leather care. This one's empty, so I've got a brand new bottle right here. So what I do is, you know, if I don't have time to really get the paste going here, I use the leather care spray. And we have these nice cloths for detailing. Here we have the best glass stuff on the market. It's funny, it's called Stoner is the name of the company, but it's called Invisible Glass. This is the absolute best stuff for working on glass. You know, keep in mind if you have tint, a lot of, like for instance, my front window is tinted. They do not want you to use this stuff on the inside glass over the tint, so just bear that in mind. Now here's some standard Armor All. I like to use this sometimes on the engine bay and sometimes on the doors. It does have, they finally came out with stuff that actually smells good. This is New Car Scent. Here's some air freshener. This is actually New Car air freshener. I spray this on the floor mats. There's again some original Armor All. So this is the best tire shine on the market, Black Magic. And along with that, you need your tire brush. This is a wheel cleaner. These are chrome wheels, and I only use this when the car is not dirty. I don't really spray this on and then wash it. I spray some of this on the wheel and then I wipe it off with a cloth when the car is dry. and then of course your instant detailer. So this is for when you don't have time to wash the car, or when it just needs a touch up between washings. So you got to have all that. You got to have your cloths, and those are the basic products. Now let's take a look at the usage of some of these. So right here we got Blackmagic wheel cleaner. It's no scrub. Of course they all say no scrub, but you know for a fact that the best ones are going to need you to wipe them off. So this is designed to work with a hose. However, what we're going to do right now is, so these are chrome wheels. We're going to spray this on the chrome. Really good because these wheels are absolutely dry. We're going to take this cloth, and you can see right here what this is doing to the brake dust, breaking it right up. Now this wheel actually has some issues. It needs to be re-chromed, or either I probably will not do that. I'm going to end up getting new wheels. It's the only problem I found on the whole vehicle when I bought it, and basically the chrome is peeling off the wheel right there. So no big deal. There are lighter wheel solutions out there. So I want to get rid of these factory heavy wheels. Now look right here on this cloth. Obviously this brake dust will come off without this, but it's not going to come all the way off. It's going to leave a dry film on the wheel unless you use some kind of solution to get this off of there. So let's step back now. Take a look at this polished wheel that looks 1000% better. Let's move on to step 2. So now we've got this, actually the wrong product here. Let's get the actual right one. Here is the Blackmagic Tire Wet. So you take this and you just spray it right on the tire like that. See how it's all over the tire? Take your tire brush and just go around it like this. If you get any on the wheels, take your cloth that you just used to clean the wheel and go around and just wipe off that excess. Now if we step back, there is the final product after the Blackmagic Tire Wet. Alright guys, I got the wheels and tires finished. Now we're going to take a look at the outside glass here. So remember what I told you about the inside glass? They say not to spray glass cleaner on the tint itself, so we will not be doing that on the inside. But what we are going to do is take a look at this invisible glass spray here. Now I was told at the auto parts store it is the best stuff on the market. So let's give this a shot on the front windshield. There's invisible glass all the way across the front. Now we're going to take a clean cloth, 2 clean cloths actually. One to wipe and one to dry. Give it a good, if you notice here under the windshield wiper, it's very dirty. So make sure you raise up your windshield wipers. Give it a good scrubbing, 1/2 at a time. So there's that one. That's the dirty one. Grab a dry one. Give it a good buffing until all the streaks are gone. And that is that. Now this car came with a chip in the windshield. The person who owned the car refused to change it because of this signed plaque by the person who built the engine. So something to think about when you have a car that has a hand-built engine with a signature on it. That's it. I'm gonna go do the other side. All right, guys, I finished the front windshield. I'm gonna move on to the side windows and the back window. All right, guys, I just got done with all the glass here, and you can see there's absolutely no streaks on this glass at all. It looks pretty dang good. These are the towels that I use. Now, you need to have a lot of these cloths, and when you're done with them, straight into the washing machine, wash them by themselves. You don't want to get brake dust on your other laundry. And so the next thing we want to take a look at is the interior of the car. Now in the SL65, a majority of the interior is leather. The seats are leather, most of the door is leather, most of the dash is leather. There's some plastic pieces like these, I think they're called door sills or whatever, these little plastic parts right there. So, two different products for two different types of material. For the leather material, we're going to use the Griot leather 3-in-1 right here. And for the non-leather, we're going to use a combination of the matte finish Armor All and the standard finish Armor All. So let's take a look at the standard finish Armor All here. Now this is going to leave more of a greasy, shiny on your car than the other one will. So let's take a look at this on the door sills. This also smells really good. It's got the new car. So I sprayed that pretty good right there. So now we want to get, and always keep a separate cloth for your different products. So here is the standard Armor All. Now notice some of it got on the seat right there, but that's fine because that's plastic as well. So now let's take a look at how that looks after we get the Armor All coating on it. So before and then after, it's got a nice shine now. So I'm gonna go ahead and give that whole door sill a nice wipe down. And notice some of it. So I went ahead and moved the seat forward so we could get to some of these other plastic parts. I'm spraying some of this Armor All right there on the plastics. Trying not to get it on the leather part of the seat. The back of the seat is kind of a leather material, so I'm going to go ahead and use the other leather conditioner for that. The sides of this dash and this bottom part are not leather, only the top part. So I'm going to spray it there. And go ahead and wipe that down with the same cloth. Now if you have a really dirty interior, you might want to use another cloth for that. Part of this dash over here is actually leather, so I'm going to go over that again with the leather conditioner. Part of this door here is plastic, speaker part. And in here, the rest of this is all leather, or pseudo leather. And the bottom part of the doors, I'm just going to wipe down with this. So again, just find any plastic parts of your car, go ahead and use the Armor All on that, and save the leather conditioner for the other parts. Alright, so now it's time to take a look at how we're going to treat the leather. This is the Griot's 3-in-1 leather. Now, this stuff is kind of expensive. It's going to be about $15 a bottle. And what I like to do is take it and tricky container. I don't like this container. You have to pull it up to get it to flow. But I like to put some on the seats here, on the sides and stuff. Now here's the rag for the Armor All. Do not use that rag. Take a brand new rag. Wipe that into the seats really good. These seats are perforated because they are heated and cooled. So you got to make sure you get that stuff rubbed into the holes if it gets in there. Now you might need more or less depending on your seat, but I like to be generous with this stuff. You're not going to hurt the seat if you put too much on it. So go ahead and rub that in really good. Get in all the cracks there. As you can see, the bolsters and the seats and stuff have seams. Get it all in there. Make sure you get on the sides of the bolsters where you can't see. On the backs of the bolsters here. And there you have camera will ever focus. One conditioned seat. Make sure you do the headrest next, and then we'll look at the door panels. So let's take a look at the door panels here on the SL65. They are mostly all leather with some wood trim. So we're going to take this rag with the griots and just go ahead and pretty much treat most of the door. And if you could see closely, there is some dirt on this door. It has accumulated over the past few days, but we're going to go ahead and get rid of all that right now. I mean, it's not going to hurt to go over the wood part at all. I mean, stuff just wipes right back off. Make sure you get in all the little cracks, because that's what detailing the car is all about. If you need more on your towel, get more. Get all inside. This is all leather here. If you find any dirty places, get more on your rag. Pour some on your rag like this. Once you get it on the rag there, just rub it in really good to the surface. Stuff soaks in really fast, treats the leather, keeps it like new. When you're doing the glass up top here, make sure that you don't get any on the glass. It will leave a streak and you'll have to clean your glass all over again. And same with the dash here. So take some on your towel here. If you need a new towel, if your towel is dirty, go ahead and grab a new one. This dash is all leather. So let's go ahead and you can already see this dash soaking up this leather conditioner, which is a good sign here that you're getting the leather nice and treated. Now let's go ahead and close all this stuff up. All this is leather here. All this. That's all going to get treated. If you don't have enough on your towel, get more. But don't worry if there's shiny spots. Stuff will dry eventually. Get all this stuff really good. See how that left some streaks on there? That will dry. Get it all, and don't forget though, up here when you go to get this top part, if you get it on your windshield, you will have to re-clean your windshield. Now, on your center dash here, don't forget, you have a leather shifter. Take a little bit of this. Pop a little dot on there. It's going to be kind of hard to do this one. It's hard to get to. Get in there. Detail this really nice. Alright, so I ran out of space there in the middle of recording, so I had to delete some stuff and upload some stuff. But I am done detailing the interior of the car. I've got the leather conditioner on all the seats and on the dash, and armor all when necessary. Next, we're going to take a look at the engine bay detailing. So, to start off with the dirty engine bay, you're going to have to do some degreasing first. This engine bay is already spotless, so what we're going to do now is take the armor all here. Now this stuff here is the standard finish, which is what I like for the engine bay. We're going to pretty much spray it on the entire engine bay here. Then we're just going to take some clean cloths like this and wipe the whole entire thing down. Everything. It's going to take you a few minutes. Go ahead and do that. And while you're doing that, I'll do mine and we will check back with you here momentarily. Alright guys, I just got finished detailing the engine bay, which was already in pretty good condition. Just want to remind you guys about some things that people forget. Do the top of the hood, or sorry, the underside of the hood as well. This one was pretty dirty. Coat your rag with Armor All and get that pretty clean. Also, don't forget the cracks, the hydraulic system for the hood, anything in here that you can get to, try to get to it. That's going to do it for the detail of this car. This thing is ready for the show tomorrow, and we will have some video footage of that coming your way. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Just got a text. Can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again, and of course you know UPS. Basically, if your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. Alright, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts out and then start the video again. Alright, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. Alright, there's my receipt too. Paid well over $1,000 for this setup. And I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have the keypad, which goes onto your dash there. Yep, there's the. Really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to up underneath there Dremel that out. Looks like here we have, I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera. The RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate from the back. I'm assuming there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID4 site. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here. Now it's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. Alright, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm going to go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand. But yeah, look at that. It just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position. Otherwise, it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now, here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel, and I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it, and now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands, but you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. Alright guys, so the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get, whoops, lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off in the video. Let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's
when
like,
the cluster
yeah.
is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. But I can relate because I'm half German, so. Got this tool here. Now you see, this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tab, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow. Check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch. But now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much focus. I love how much space there is. Look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. Alright, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit
Cut out the sticker.
It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so
The sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
alright, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on
Alright,
left.
well let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. Alright, so this thing has to be cut out apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water. And I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So
On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
he's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent,
As shown in the picture.
and then you cut everything except this.
Tube is still in the vehicle. Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover
This is a
was
good time to install the vehicle into the
I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with, oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves, and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here, and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to come.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
All right, see how they cut?
While the air tube is
Sorry, I dropped it. So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this, what? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel. And I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here. So this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're going to find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm going to retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here there's still like a little bit here. I'm going to trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm going to go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm going to work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. This is the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. Be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power run right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm going to work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow. What a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch. So I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent. And I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery, okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably gonna happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like, it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comment section. Have a good day, Supercar Street Racing! Welcome back to the channel, and today I know you guys are all curious what the heck an OTG is, so we're going to look into it. I mean, that's one right there. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you have Brad here And this is the blue, and we have the appropriate blue light here to celebrate the blue USB-C to USB OTG adapter here. And that is a OTG adapter because it is called a USB on-the-go adapter. Now, taking a look at this USB OTG adapter here closer, you can see here it has a USB Type-C on this end, a male USB Type-C, and on this side it has a USB, it looks like 3.0 because it is blue, and then it has a female USB-C adapter as well. Now, what could this possibly be for? Well, we're going to take a look at that right now. Guys, here we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we are going to be trying to figure out what the heck this guy actually is used for. And so we are in front of a charger, and now we are taking this guy right here and we are plugging it into the device that we are actually using right now. And I am telling you guys now that it is plugged in, and I am taking this USB-C charger, and now the USB OTG adapter is glowing blue. You can't see it because we're on the phone, and you cannot see that I am plugging in this charger to the end of the USB OTG adapter, and I'm going to tell you guys what happens. Okay, so on the screen, the charge indicator just went on. That is wonderful. So now the phone is connected to the USB on-the-go adapter. OTG means on the go. And it is glowing blue, and it is charging the phone. Now let's go take a look at what happens next. Guys, in front of me right here, right now, we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast microphone, which has a USB Type-C connector right here on the back. If you see through here, right there, USB Type-C connector right on it. I don't know why my focus isn't working properly. We have USB Type-C cables here, so USB Type-C on both ends, and we have USB-B to USB-C here. Let me get these open and we'll show you why. We now have one USB-C cable open, one USB-B to C cable open, and we are going to take this USB Type-C cable, plug one end of it into this super fast charger. This is a 10-foot long cable. Now we are plugging the other end into the USB on-the-go adapter, which you cannot see because it is connected to this phone. Let me get that plugged in now. Sorry for the craziness. I'll stop down and do that. Okay, we have the USB-C plugged into the on-the-go adapter, which is then plugged into the phone that we're on now, so we obviously can't show it. But now, what is this guy for? So this also plugs into the phone USB on-the-go adapter that is connected to the phone, but this end actually plugs in to the microphone here, or any USB-C device right there, which I cannot do with one hand, most likely, so let me do that now. Okay, we've got our USB Type-B plugged in, or Type-C rather, plugged into the Kingston HyperX. Now the other end goes into the USB on-the-go adapter. Let's see what happens when I plug it in. Absolutely nothing. It's supposed to light up. This might be upside down. So I read somewhere on the instructions that this only works one way. So let me get that turned over. Guys, we have let me turn the mic around. We have this working. It did not work at first, and I thought for sure we were going to have to send this back, but yes. We have the HyperX mic now powered by the phone. Let me go ahead and zoom out. Guys, yes, we have this working. This USB B to C cable is plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is we can record directly to the phone and we don't have to go through the PC to record, and we can charge our phone at the same time because we have this on-the-go adapter plugged into the phone right now, and the mic is plugged into the phone. If you do this without the on-the-go adapter, you're basically just draining your battery and you're running the light on the microphone as well off your battery on your phone. So this allows you to do both. So this is exactly what I wanted you guys to see on this USB Type-C on-the-go adapter for any device, and we will take a look at it online now. Hey guys, welcome back to another unboxing and review, and today we are taking a look at this, whatever it's called, a blue brand, whatever blue brand is, USB-C on-the-go adapter, 2-in-1 USB-C to USB female with 60-watt PD charging port adapter compatible, Samsung Galaxy, blah, 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 Google TV Blue. And this is what it looks like. Now let's go take a look at what USB on the go actually is. USB OTG, USB OTG Wiki. So it says right here is a specification that was first used in 2001. So basically it just allows your phone or tablet to be a host. So you can use flash drives or mice or keyboards or anything like that on your device. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, they won't plug directly in. Now, I don't think all of them will plug directly in. This microphone here that you can't see, this HyperX Quadcast, does work directly connected to my phone with a USB-C to USB-C type cable. Now, the reason that we got the USB-C on-the-go adapter is so we can charge the phone while we have a peripheral hook to it. Now remember, your phone only has one USB port, so how are you going to charge it if you're using the port for something like a USB microphone? So yeah, the USB Type-C on-the-go adapter, it introduced the concept of performing both host and peripheral roles. So wherever two USB devices are connected and one of them is an on-the-go device, they establish a communication link. The device controlling the link is called the host, the other one is called the peripheral. And USB OTG defines roles, USB A and USB B, specifying which side supplies power to the link, which is usually the host. The OTG A device is a power supplier and the B device is a power consumer in the default link configuration. So that is how it works, and that is where USB on the go was initiated. And here is one right there, and it doesn't have a way to charge. So how are you going to charge your phone if you just have that? It needs to have a splitter on it as well. So yeah, you can see here a phone connected with a USB on the go to a bunch of stuff here. They've got a mouse, a keyboard, a charger, and you can even get one that has a HDMI on it, like a hub, and you can display your phone on a monitor. So here's some more information about USB on the go, which I will place in a link in the description. And now let's go back to Amazon and take a look at the one we just got. There is the beautiful blue OTG adapter, is what it says on the box, assuming because it's blue. I don't know, it doesn't say. It's a Asdor. And it has a one USB-C 60-watt charging port, one USB 2.0 port, and it says supporting connecting with USB port for high data transfer, and USB on the go 480 megabits per second. Use it for things like computer peripherals like flash drives, keyboards, hub, mouse, and more. It says it's widely compatible, and it lists a whole ton of stuff on what you can put this guy on. It says it supports 60 watt PD fast charging. I did not verify that on the phone that it was in fact fast charging. I probably should have done that. And it has nylon braided cable here for you. Taking a look at some of the other things you can purchase that are notable. This one right here is kind of the same exact thing. It just has braided pigtails instead of having it on a dedicated box here. Some questions here like, will it work with an external hard drive? It says yes, it will. Want to connect my mouse on USB port and monitor on C port, but this is not how that works. This is not a Thunderbolt port. This is not Thunderbolt. You cannot put a Thunderbolt monitor on this. USB Type-C is not Thunderbolt. A lot of people don't get that. You can have a USB Type-C port on your computer and it will not always be Thunderbolt. You have to have a specific USB-C Thunderbolt port to use that with Thunderbolt peripherals. There are 53 total questions here, and you should go through these if you're thinking about buying this product. And let's go take a look at some of the reviews. It has 4.3 stars, some of the 1-star reviews. Let's see what those are. OTG port stopped working as soon as power is plugged in. That's not the case for me. The lovely microphone here kept working when I plugged power into the device, and it did charge the phone. It does not work with an Amazon Fire tablet, but please remember, Amazon Fire tablets are not Android tablets. They are specific to Amazon. Yes, they use Android as a base operating system, but they do not have a full Android kernel. Just like GPS doesn't work on my Amazon tablet with some speedometer apps. This says does not work at all. I beg to differ. This is not made for freeing up a USB-C port on the computer. Not at all what it's made for. Terrible review. Doesn't charge and transfer data. Mine does charge and let the microphone work. Unless there's no audio on my phone, which it does. It did say it was recording through the Type-C port. So let's go back and see if there is actually audio on my clip. We are looking for the clip that I just recorded. Let's see. This should have audio in it. Let's open it up in the video player. It's plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is verified that this review is garbage. At least in this case it was garbage because mine works fine. While it is plugged into power, it does charge the phone and it does let the microphone work. You just heard it. You'll see it on the actual video too. This guy says it was just a charge extender and it didn't do anything else. I beg to differ, so I don't know what these people are having problems with. But let's go to the 5-star reviews. Works as advertised for iPad Pro. Works for a 3D printer. Works for connecting a webcam to Chromecast. Worked with a portable hard drive. I haven't tried a USB stick, but I'm sure it works great. Works for Octave 4. I mean, we could try a USB stick. I have a bunch of USB sticks in here, and I have the on-the-go adapter ready to go. I actually have other things in here as well. I will definitely test that out and let you guys know if it works. I don't know if I have anything on the stick itself. I mean, I guess why not? Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna get this USB stick fired up and grab the adapter. All right, we got the on-the-go adapter, USB stick. I don't know what's on it. I'm gonna plug it in and see what happens. Aha, we got a USB indicator. But it just says charging connected device via USB, which is not correct. Other USB options, okay. USB controlled by, you can select this device or connected device. Okay, so there's other options. You can actually transfer files, tether, MIDI, other things. I don't know why it wants to charge. USB controlled by the, yeah, if you select USB controlled by this device, you can then transfer files. So it does work. Does work. Awesome. I'm hyped. It is working as intended. So yeah, the USB on-the-go adapter, there will be a link in the description to this. It is from AZDDUR. Guys, please like and subscribe to my videos. Please, even if you're not buying the on-the-go adapter, please click the links in my description and purchase your products through them. It helps me and it doesn't hurt you one bit. You don't pay a commission at all. Amazon will pay me no matter what you buy. I don't make money off the channel. I lose tons of money on the channel. And we love you guys and thank you so much for tuning in to Supercar Street Racing and watching this review of this USB OTG adapter. And we'll see you next time.
What the heck is this?
So there you have it, guys. We have just gotten the next level. Oh yeah, now I know what this is. Guys, I did not know what this was at first when I got the alert on my security camera and saw a package sitting there so nicely, but now I do know what's in this box, and this is the next step for the Tesla Model S Plaid. We have a 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and we are going for all the carbon, and this is the next logical step, and this has been back ordered for over a month and a half. And I might have the first set in the country. Go ahead and open it up. See what's in here. And a box inside of a box wrapped by a paper condom reveals what is going to be inside here. I might have the first ones. I might have the first ones installed here in the next few minutes in the country. Hopefully. Maybe not. But inside of this box we have the carbon fiber camera covers for the Model S Plaid. The 2023 has different cameras, remember. I have hardware 4. My cameras are different. I have only cameras. I have no sensors. And these have been in the works for a while, and this is what they look like, and they look amazing. This is real matte carbon fiber. They weigh literally about 1/4 of an ounce each, and this is how they look underneath the light right here. Good look at the matte carbon. And I can't recall how much these were. I will put a link to them in the description, but these did come from T-Sportline, as you can see on the back here. They have the 3M tape all ready to go. And basically what you do is just peel that off. We're going to test fit them first. Peel off this stuff here, this 3M tape, and then press them right onto the cameras. Carbon fiber, and you can get these in gloss carbon or matte. All the carbon on the Plaid is matte carbon, so I chose to go with matte. And let's get you guys actually in the light here, but that's what they look like. And even better over here, if you get a good view of that in the light, that matte carbon life looks so good, man. I'm hyped. Let's get out there and get these things test fitted on the Plaid and see what that looks like. We're out here in the Supercar Street Racing Magic Garage with the Model S Plaid, and you can see right here the factory cameras there, and these are designed to just fit right over the top, just like that. And you just basically take it off and you can like throw these right on, and that's what they look like, just like that. I don't know if you guys can see that very well with the lighting in here, but that is how they're going to look. That is, I believe they're either side, works on either side. Let's go check. Well, no, that's not possible. Is it? Wait. No, that is not possible. They are made for a particular side. So I'm going to prep this thing really nice and then go ahead and install these things. Probably not a good idea to use this. I think this has wax in it. So I decided against using the wax, spray wax cleaner, because obviously it leaves wax on there. I do have some Windex instead. So I'm going to go ahead and use Windex here on this. Definitely dust on it. Alright. I'm just going to dry it with the other side now. It's very clean, ready to go. And we should just be able to peel this right off. So I'm just peeling off the 3M here. If you guys want some peel satisfaction, key and peel. And they do use the good stuff. That is all peeled off and ready. Now all we have to do is install this and just get it right. And of course my light went off. Okay, I'm just going to press on this for about 20 seconds. Let the 3M tape kind of bond. Alright, first one is done. You guys can see what it looks like right there. Looks awesome. Matches the mirrors. It matches the front apron there. Looks cool. Looks factory. Honestly, you cannot even tell. Looks great. Let's do the other side. Alright, here we are on the other side of the Model S Plaid. And we have the other camera cover there ready to rock. Let's go ahead and get this thing wiped down and dried to help adhesion. First one went on pretty easy without me having to do much alignment. That is prepped and ready. And now that peel, that ultimate peel. And the bugs are starting to come out as well. Okay, that started to peel off the actual 3M, so I'm going to try a different corner here. Okay, that worked better. That peel. Some of the 3M started to undo from the back of the thing, so I'm just gonna give this a little bit more pressure than the last one when I do it. I know I'm doing the crip walk. Okay, I'm applying pressure all the way around it evenly. There was 3M tape that was peeling off the actual cover. So I want to make sure that gets good and adhesive, if that's a word, adhered. Okay. And that's as good as it's gonna get. It's on there. There it is, installed. Looking really nice and fresh there. Really stands out with that carbon fiber mirror. So there you have it, guys. We have just gotten the next level of carbon for the 2023 Model S Plaid here with these camera covers that look so awesome. And they go so well with the front apron and the front V right there. The only thing about the V is there's a little bit of adhesive right there that I probably can get off if I really try. Right there. But that's the way the car looks after getting the full carbon treatment with those BC forged HBO4 wheels in matte black. The factory carbon wing there. And then the T-Sport line accessories. Looking hot and fresh. Guys, welcome back to the 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing. We just took a look at a new accessory for my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we are looking at that right here on the screen. Now these are for the newer Tesla Model S Plaid and Model S that have hardware 4.0. So anything that was produced this year after about March or April has the hardware 4 on it. So if you don't have hardware 4, you have to select the ones that say 2021 and 2022. And mine are in matte carbon fiber as well. So if you're going to order these, make sure you order whatever finish you like. If you like the matte better than the gloss, get the matte. And the matte matches the actual matte carbon fiber that comes on the Tesla Model S Plaid anyway. Be sure to visit T-Sport Line. Like I said, I'll put a link in the description and tell them that Supercar Street Racing sent you. And we'll see you guys next time on the channel. And don't forget, like, subscribe, and buy all your products through our Amazon links and help the channel out greatly. We'll see you next time. Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Down to overheat, initiated. Those things are beasts. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. We're out in Studio A. This is our main editing studio for Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this Wowcatch. Wowcatch reached out to us to see if we would want to take a look at this very cool dual-sided UV light insect trap. We've got a great amount of insects back here in the backyard, so I know we can put this thing to the ultimate test. Let's go ahead and check this out today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the awesome Studio A here at Supercar Street Racing. This is our main studio. If you haven't seen it before, it's kind of a cool place. I built it on my own, and we love to come out here and edit and go live and all that other stuff that we can do with this very cool place. Now, right here in my hand, I have the Wowcatch Flying Insect Light Trap. Wowcatch did reach out to us to see if we were interested in taking a look at this and maybe testing it. And I think we'll give it a run for its money out here in Florida because we have a million bugs in this place. You guys know that. Now it's right here on the screen up here at $13.99. It's minus 26% off right now. Don't know if it'll be that at the time we air the video, but it is $13.99 right now on Amazon. This thing has dual UV lighting technology. It emits light in 5 different directions, so that attracts bugs to it. They say they have 50 years of experience. It has dual-sided adhesive on this light. This thing works 24/7 and can catch gnats and flies all night long. This thing is kid and pet friendly. It doesn't release any chemicals or weird odors into your house. And it's noise free. It makes 0 noise whatsoever. This box will have 1 device in it and 3 replacement cards if you order that particular one from Amazon. You can see this thing is effective on flies, house flies, moths, and gnats. Here's a look at the double-sided adhesive card. I'll put it up on the screen also right now. It is very sticky, replaces in seconds. It is non-paper material and transparent to pets. Now it does say you can use it in your garage or in the kitchen, the bedroom, the plants, near exterior doors, or in your pet area. You can see right here this thing attracting and capturing bugs. You discard the card, you peel the film off of the new one from both sides, and you insert the card without ever unplugging the light. It indicates right here it is home friendly for your kids and your pets because it does not emit smells or use chemicals. This thing has 347 reviews, 4.3 stars on Amazon. And now that we have an overview of the Wowcatch insect light trap, we need to throw it inside the Studio B and get this thing unboxed. Let's do that right now. All right, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A. We have an impressive product right here to show you guys. This is the Wowcatch Flying Insect Trap. Now, basically, this thing is a UV light, and it uses dual UV lighting technology to emit light in 5 different directions. It is here in the box right now, and it has some steps on the side that show you how to go ahead and install it. Step 1, you peel the film off of both sides. Step 2, insert the card into the device. Step 3, plug the device into the socket. And step 4, you replace when it is used. There's some more information on the back here about how the actual Wowcatch works, and a UPC code on the side and a barcode here, a QR code. And there's a picture of it on the front. It works 24/7, comes with 1 device and 3 glue cards. Uses a dual wave UV light, 5 different directions to attract bugs. And it can get flies, houseflies, moths, and gnats as well. Comes with 3 double-sided adhesive cards, and they replace in just a couple of seconds. And it's transparent to all your pets, of course, because it does not have chemicals or a smell. And you can use it in a lot of different places, like your garage, around your plants, in your bedrooms, near your exterior doors, or in your pet's area as well. This guy attracts and captures bugs. You just peel the film off the inside thing and throw it into the device, and we will show you guys that after we unbox it. Let's go ahead and see what's inside the box now. And the first thing inside of the box is a little instruction manual. Very tight fit in the box there, but there is the actual device. There's the wow catch. There is the plug that extends on it like that. And inside the box here, it looks like we have our sticky thing. And here they are right here. This is what the sticky trays look like. They should be double-sided. They should have sticky stuff on each side when you peel off the blue part. And they do just stick right directly into this hole right there, right in there. So to install these, it's very simple. You peel off both sides like this. There's one sticky side. There's the other sticky side. And you install it into the device like that. That is all there is to it. And then you just directly plug it in and it does its thing. So all that is left to do next is go ahead and install this somewhere and test it out. All right, we just took a look at what's inside the Wow Catch box when you get it off of Amazon. And now all we have to do is get this thing set up and let it run for a couple of days and go ahead and see if it catches anything. Okay, we are in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom, and I did set up right here because I had seen a few bugs around. You can actually see some right here. It did catch a few bugs in here, but I only have a few in here every week, so it was able to get a couple of those in here. I then decided to go ahead and move this to another location, so I'll show you guys what I did at that point. Now, we always have gnats and bugs on the patio here, and we are out here doing things at night out by the pool. And so I went ahead and installed this guy right here in this plug, just like that. And you can see it light up there when you put it in. That's the UV lighting that it emits to catch bugs. Now look at this trap. It is on both sides completely covered, and all you have to do now is take this out and throw it away and put a new one in it when it gets full. But you can see here, this thing performed very well outside by my pool, where I know there are a lot of bugs and flying insects. So I was pretty impressed by it. Let's throw it back inside now, and then we'll take a look at how you guys can pick up your own. What's up, guys? You are in the beautiful Studio B in Supercar Street Racing, and today Wow Catch did reach out to us to see if we'd be interested in showing you guys this double-sided ultraviolet insect trap. Now this thing's pretty cool. It has these renewable little sticky things that you take out and you peel off each side. They're little square panels. You stick them in the trap and then you plug the trap in, and the trap emits ultraviolet light to attract bugs. Now we had this thing inside, it got a few bugs there. We took it outside and got a lot more. This thing actually performs very well. There'll be a link in the description for this guy. Please use the official product link when you do purchase stuff from Amazon. It helps us out a little bit and we get a few dollars here and there. Wow Catch also sent us some of their sticky traps for mice and other creatures. We'll be showing you guys that a little bit later on down the road. Now, checking out the pictures on the screen right now, these things are awesome, especially if you have pets and that sort of thing, because they do not emit any kind of smell or chemicals, so they're safe for your house. And they do get a bunch of different kind of bugs. They can get flies, houseflies, moths, or gnats. You get 3 of these adhesive cards, and it shows you there what their advantages are. They're super sticky, they save you money, they replace in seconds, and they are transparent to all your pets. Right here, it kind of shows you can use these pretty much anywhere: garage, kitchen, bedroom, near your doors, and of course, anywhere you might have some pets. Some good instructions right here that explain to you how to refill the card when it does get full. You can just throw another one right in there and start over again. And these guys have no mess, no odor, and no noise. This is showing you everything you get in the package. It's basically one device with 3 adhesive cards. You throw the card in there, peel off the backing, and you're ready to use it. You plug it right into the outlet. And we want to thank you guys for 201,000 subscribers. We can't do it without you. We really appreciate your viewership and you buying all your products through our official product links on Amazon. There'll be a link down in the description. Go ahead and buy your Wow Catch. We got to get out of here though. We have to go to the pool. Wow, what a day. Florida. All right, guys, we are out here at the pool Sunday morning. So this is about 5 days without a pool pump. I wanted to show you guys exactly what happens when that water doesn't circulate through the filter and get that chlorine generated by the chlorine generator. So take a look at the walls of the pool. You see how they're yellow? Notice the water is very low. It's too low really to turn the pump on because the skimmer is where the water flows through and there's not enough height in the pool to get through the skimmer. I talked to the pool company. The pool remodel isn't going to start until the end of this month because the travertine for the pool deck is sitting on a boat somewhere and on the way to us. And just a little reminder here, so this pool deck is going to be all travertine all the way to the patio there, all this travertine. And then right here where we took out this palm tree, this is going to be pavers, a square that runs out there, over there to the pond, to the fish pond and back for a second set of lounge chairs because in the afternoon, those two guys don't get sun. So about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you have to move down here if you want sun. And of course it's super inconvenient. But you notice I got the Dolphin Escape in there cleaning the pool out because they wanted me to keep the debris out. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one last cleaning, and I don't believe we'll have a lot more dropping from that tree or that tree. That's a lot of whatever those brown things are. I don't even know what those are. I don't know if it's pollen or what, but it's those brown stringy things that get in the pool. But yeah, guys, so just wanted to give you guys a little update. I'm going to keep posting these videos. I'm going to wait, 3 or 4 more days and see what the pool looks like then, because it's going to get interesting with no pool pump running. I'm not going to drain it myself. I'm paying for that, so I'm not going to go ahead and do work that they're already getting paid for. I'm going to let them do it. But I imagine by the time that they get here at the end of the month, this pool is going to be about halfway full because it's going to start getting hot and the water is going to start evaporating pretty quickly. So yeah, just a little update. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you again real soon. We've got a video rendering right now that'll be done around 1 o'clock, and then it's going to be premiered tomorrow morning about fun stuff in the washing machine. Take it easy, guys. Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, what's going on? Supercar Street Racing here. Saturday afternoon. Just got done with a big project on the house that you guys are going to see in the next day or so. But I am headed to Advanced Auto Parts because we're going to be doing a 335i oil change video. And so I experimented a little bit with getting a filter from like Walmart didn't have my filter. I tried like 4 different ones and they were out of all of them last time. So I ended up getting the filter from Advanced last time, and it ended up costing just as much as getting everything from Advanced with the oil change kit. So the oil change special at Advanced is $37. It went up quite a bit, $37, $38. 5 quarts of SuperTech full synthetic, which is really good oil from Walmart, is $18. But when you go to Advanced, the filter is then another $14. So 18 plus 14, 28, 34. You're almost at the price of the oil change special. So you're better off just getting all your stuff from Advanced at this point. But to have your filter at Walmart, definitely buy it there, but they were out last time I went, and I don't want to make a trip over there for nothing. So I like the SuperTech oil. The full synthetic SuperTech is just as good as Mobil 1. It is actually made by one of those, you know, higher advanced oil companies and sold to Walmart at a cheaper price. And yeah, so I think I'm gonna head over to Advanced Auto Parts right now. I already have some oil, so I have enough to make up it's 6.9 quarts for the 335i. So I'm gonna go pick up the 5-gallon oil change special. Usually you have to buy 2 so that you get 6.9 quarts, but I already have some oil. So gonna run over there and grab an oil change special now. And then after I have that, I'll update you guys on what's next. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys too, it's about $100 to get the oil changed at the local BMW specialist shop. If you're not into doing the work, then I suggest you just take it to them or the dealer. I think the dealer charges like $150, but I can do it for about $45 is what, $50 max. So that saves quite a bit of money on this oil change. So I actually like doing it, but the difficult part about doing this car is that it's so low to the ground. Not only do I have to have a low profile jack, I also have to drive the car up on little boards to get the car even high enough where the jack will go under it, because I do have the M Sport suspension on here. So it makes it kind of hard. So I have to go on boards first. Then if I want to, I can maybe get it on the ramps, but I'll just put it on the jack, and I'll show you guys the jack point is right like underneath the shifter here under the car. There's a little point where you put the floor jack under. So yeah, so it's not an easy oil change by any means. And really, honestly, once you have your floor jack under there, you can just get your jack stands under there, and you don't really need to drive it up on any ramps. Those jack stands will definitely save your life, so do not get under the car without jack stands ready there for some emergency support if you need it. All right, guys, we are about to pull up at Advanced Auto Parts here. If this guy in the back doesn't ram me driving aggressively. Going to get the oil change special. Looks like it's kind of crowded in here. We are at Advanced Auto Parts. I'm not gonna record in the store because, you know, it's awkward sometimes for the people that work there. All right, guys, just got out of Advanced Auto Parts. Ended up getting the Mobil 1 5W40 European formula. Like, the car knows if it's, the oil knows if the car's European or not. It's ridiculous. But I got the K&N oil filter. It was $40 for 5 quarts of oil and the oil filter. So this stuff has gone up $10 since the last time I did it. But I already have some oil at home. Don't feel bad about mixing full synthetic oil. It's no big deal. Doesn't matter. And I'll update you guys next when we get there. I think that's a 640i in front of us. All right, guys, we are done with the gym now. And I forgot I don't have an oil change collector thingy, bucket. You know, they suck anyway because they leak no matter what. But I have like a plastic tray that I put them in. But I need an oil change collection thing. So I'm gonna head to Walmart here and see if I can find one. People will go at the light, you know, they like to stop and keep you there until it turns red. And so yeah, we're gonna hit Walmart up right now and see what they have. All right, we're out here at Walmart now. Looks like we got a 16 quart container here for 12 bucks, not bad. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that now. I think that works perfect. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Today we got a good special video for you guys because my last video about the Honda Civic oil change did very well. I think it has around 25 to 30,000 views right now. So I thought we would take some time to check out how to change your oil in this 335i. And now this is an N55 and this is an E93. Pretty much N54 will be the same procedure. And so we need to talk a little bit about what tools you're gonna need to do this oil change. And let's start from here and work our way over that way. So first thing you're gonna need is a funnel, unless you're gonna just try to pour it without a funnel. Next, you need the oil filter housing cover wrench, and this is one that I ordered off of Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. Now remember, BMW is smart. They don't have an oil filter that screws off from the bottom and covers you with oil. They have a cartridge-based oil filter right here on the top. It's right underneath this guy right here. I'll show you later. So this is the wrench, the socket that gets the top of the oil filter housing off easily without you having to use vice grips and ruining your nice oil filter housing. Here we have a oil drain pan, I guess you would call it, that I just got from Walmart. It was $11, and it says it holds 16 quarts. So the engine in the N55 holds 6.9 quarts of oil. Remember that when you're going to shop for oil. We also have our ratchet here, and it is just a standard ratchet. Now the drain plug is 17 millimeter. We got a breaker bar here just in case we need that. We have some towels. Always have some disposable towels and always have some regular towels. And then the last thing is your supplies. Here are the rest of your supplies. Here we have 5 gallons of Mobil 1 synthetic, and we have a K&N oil filter. Now this was all purchased with the oil change special at Advanced Auto Parts. So 5 gallons of oil and the filter was $40. Now I already have 2 more gallons to make up the 7 gallons. You're going to need 7 gallons of oil to change the oil in this N55. This is an E93, E92, E90 are the same car. This is just a convertible. So here's everything you need once again. You need a funnel, oil filter housing, cover, wrench, which is right here. These are available on Amazon. You need some regular towels. You need a K&N or other oil filter. You need oil, 6.9 quarts of oil. Oil drain bin, ratchet or wrench, 17 millimeter socket here. A breaker bar maybe, if you can't get it off. Shop towels, and a couple of more things, which I'm going to show you next. So there's a couple of other things you're going to need for this oil change, and since my 335i is so low, I have the M Sport suspension. I need a low profile jack, and I need 2x4s. I cannot get this jack underneath the car here without first driving up on some boards. The car is way too low. You might find that the same on your car, or you might have a little bit higher suspension, but you're going to need at least a jack or ramps, and this car will not drive up on ramps, it's way too low. You're going to need jack stands, 2 jack stands, and maybe some wood to drive your car up on the ramps, because if you're like me, you've suffered from having a low car forever and it just does not want to drive up on the ramps. So we drive up on the wood first, which I'll show you here shortly. Then we jack the car up with the jack, and then we put the car on jack stands and let it down, pull the jack out so we can actually get under there.
Let's talk about everything you're going to need to change the oil in your E90 BMW. You're going to first need an oil filter. BMW uses a cartridge type oil filter. You're going to need an oil filter cap removal tool to take the cap off the oil filter housing. You're going to need a 17 millimeter socket and ratchet, or a 17 millimeter wrench, and possibly a breaker bar. You're going to need an oil drain pan to catch the oil. You're going to need 6.9 quarts of synthetic oil. You might need some shop towels. You're going to need jack stands, probably a low profile floor jack because the cars are so low to the ground, and maybe some old wood to drive the car on to get the floor jack under the car.
Alright guys, we do have the car up on some, not up on, but we're about to drive the car up onto some wood here. Just be aware, this wood has a tendency to slip. Make sure there's no nails in it, because I almost drove onto a nail one time. And we are ready. Mr. Beach just came in the garage. Let's go ahead and drive it. If we can, if it doesn't slip. right, guys, that didn't work at all. It just pushed the actual carpet here, so I'm going to try some different pieces of wood here. So these guys work pretty good, these flat pieces. I'm going to go ahead and put them on top of that, right there. Hope they don't slip. This is why changing the oil in this car sucks. Big time. Let's try to get that up on those too. Alright, I think we're on there. I believe we got that. We did. Okay, cool. Now we must have enough room now. Let's make sure you're still in the frame. You are. Now there's a jack point in the center. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right in the middle. There's a hole. There's literally a hole where your jack fits. You can see it. If you look under the car, there's a recessed area where your jack is. You know you got it wrong if you get the plastic part and the wrong off. So there's a plastic cover underneath here. Your jack fits right in the hole. And I'll show you guys once we get under the car. Car is coming up. Now it's so low that I like to have some room to work. And we got to get the jack stands under it. Yep, we're on the right mounting point. This is a Pittsburgh. Even the lowest profile jack I could find at Harbor Freight does not go low enough to get under this car without driving it up on the wood. Now we take our jack stands. Got our jack stands here. Raise them up. There's some jack points over here. Now here's the other issue. Now your wood is probably in the way of your... okay, it's right here. There's a jack point on the side of the car, which I'll show you guys too. Go ahead and go up a little bit more. So I can get all the way under there. Alright, so there's a kind of a rubber plastic jack point on the side of each side of the car that you want to be under. But don't put your wood too long on there because you won't be able to get your jack stand there. This side just a little bit. Needs like one more pump of the jack. Alright. That's perfect. Got the jack stands under there. Now the jack can't stay under the car because I don't have room to work if it is. I'm going to go ahead and lower the car on the jack stands very slowly. So you just... Now, I would like to have this stay underneath the car. If I can work under there, I'll do that. If I can't, I will pull the jack out. Alright guys, I did jack up the jack about one press to get the stress off of the, not completely off of the jack stands, but to get some weight on the jack. So I can show you guys this. So there's the jack mounting point. It's very clearly a circle there. And then right there, that is where you open to change the oil to get to the drain plug. So obviously the jack is in the way here. We might still be able to put the drain on top of this jack, but we are going to need a screwdriver to get that out, and I forgot to mention that in the tools. This, you just put a screwdriver in the middle. It looks like it's kind of stripped out on mine, but yeah, let me grab a screwdriver flathead. All right, guys, I managed to get some light under here and got the flathead. So you just, wow, this thing's super stripped out. Yeah, this guy is stripped. So my little cover is stripped out. You're supposed to just be able to put that there, and it is not gonna happen. So I gotta turn it by hand or with a wrench. Let me see. Okay, almost. All right, I'm gonna do this with 2 hands. All right, guys, you can see here the little flap just comes down, and there is the oil change. Let me get the light on this thing so you guys can see it. All right, guys, there is the 17mm bolt. So I'm gonna get out and get the tools I need. That's very hot still. The jack is right in the way, so I hope I can get the oil change tray like right here to catch the oil. I usually take the jack out, but I'm kind of nervous about doing that. I don't trust the jack stands 100%, but there is what we need to take out. I do have a 17mm deep well socket and a ratchet for this, so I'm gonna go grab it. All right, guys, here is the oil pan drain thingy catch, whatever you want to call it, and I was hoping there wasn't a big hole there. There's not. This will catch your oil drain plug when you put it in. So what we will do is slide that dude over like this from this side. Get that under there where we can get to it. And then let's also put some towels under there in case we try to make a mess. Get our shop towels out. Have those ready on standby. We got our shop towels here. We got some regular crappy rags for this. We'll throw those under here on this side. And if we need the breaker bar, which probably that might be a good idea just to use that instead of the 17mm socket, then let's just take the breaker bar under there. Probably make my life easier. Got the breaker bar, 17. Let's get under there and do some work. All right, guys. I don't know how that shot's gonna look. It's kind of propped up somewhere because I can't get the tripod under. But I got my breaker bar. And this little trap door comes out completely, as you can see here. I don't have my oil drain pan in here yet because I'm not quite ready for that because the oil is so hot. Yeah, this barely fits in here with a deep well. You almost need a regular one, which I don't have one. Can you believe it? I don't have a 17mm regular. Okay, that came off real easy. We're good. We'll use the okay, yeah, we're really good. I'm gonna let that cool off for a little bit before we actually start draining the oil, and then I will update you guys once the engine has cooled down quite a bit, and we will go from there. But this is ready to go underneath here. So I've got the fan blowing on the engine, cooling it off so it's not so dang hot when I get under there. But I forgot to tell you guys, in preparation for draining, always take off the oil cap because it lets the oil flow more freely. So just take off the cap, remove it there, and it'll allow the engine to breathe when you pull off that oil drain plug. So I'm gonna let this cool down for about 30 minutes before I start. All right, guys, while the engine is cooling down, let's take a look at what's in the oil filter box here. There should be a few things in here, more than one thing, probably 3 things. All right, so we got our, remember the BMW is a cartridge, not a oil filter. So there's the cartridge. Now here's important couple things. Inside this bag here, we have a new O-ring for the oil filter housing top. We have a new crush washer for the oil drain plug. Do not forget that. And then we have a new O-ring here for the cap on the oil filter housing top. So the easiest way to remove those, I believe I have a tool for this. Let's see. I do. So this is a nice tool for removing O-rings, so I'll be using that on the top. So we have all this laid out here. Have your rags ready to go. And we can go ahead actually now and take off the oil filter housing cap. All right guys, so we got our ratchet here. We got our oil filter housing removal tool, cap removal tool, or whatever you want to call it. Just goes on like that, like a standard ratchet to a socket. Of course, our fan is right in the way. Let me get that moved and then we'll go ahead and take that cap off. All right guys, here is the N55. And this is the oil filter housing. Right there. Very prone to leakage. If you haven't replaced your gasket in there, it's going to eventually fail. So put our cap there in reverse. It is going to be tight. There's an O-ring seal in there. Go ahead and take that off. You better make sure you have all your supplies though before you start draining oil and taking this off. It's still pretty tight. It's going to be tight until you get it like almost off all the way. Now we're going to stop right there. It is loose. Now we are going to need some plastic bags to put the old oil filter in, so I'm going to grab that now. I am ready to extract this oil filter, so I've got the paper towels on standby. Now notice it tries to come out with it. It's very hot, by the way, so this is going to be hard to get out of there, but the cap wants to come off with it, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Set that over there inside the plastic bag so we don't make a mess, and I'm going to separate those with 2 hands. Guys, here's the old oil filter. There is the oil filter housing. Some oil got in there. I'm going to make sure I clean this off completely. Here is the oil filter housing cap. Notice the O-ring right there, that gets replaced. And that O-ring right there gets replaced. That's why we have the O-ring removal tool. So I got some paper towels here. The next thing I am going to do is completely get all the oil out of this old, the old oil out of the oil filter housing. So I use paper towels for that. I just soak it up in the paper towels. This gets rid of all the old nasty oil. Soak it up in the towels, and if you have gloves, put some rubber gloves on. I have some over there, I just haven't put any on yet. Go straight to your bags over here. I'm going to do that now. I'll show you guys when it's all done. I got most of the oil out of the oil filter housing, all in this bag. Now we need to take the new O-rings and get them onto the oil filter housing cap. But first, I'm going to go over here, get some of my nice gloves over here, my vinyl gloves, which I love using so I don't get my hands completely dirty. So let's bring this cap over to the workbench. And we can clear off our ratchet. We don't need this anymore until we tighten it up. And I'm gonna put some gloves on and I'll be back with you. All right guys, we got our oil filter housing cap off right here. Now, this is where I told you guys that the O-ring removal tool would be handy, and it is. So we're going to take this O-ring off here, and look at me not having garbage next to me to actually throw it in. Not prepared. Here is our garbage. Got that one off. Now this one's a little bit more tricky. Sorry about the clutter here. We got the extension cord running. This guy, just pull underneath there. And when you have this tool, it makes your life so much easier. Now get your paper towels ready. I'm a stickler about getting all the old oil off. which even though this oil is only about a month and a half old, that's fine. I still don't want any old oil residue. Go ahead and clean out the inside of that cap right there and the outside of the cap. Get that all nice and clean. Just stuff that paper towel in there and give it a good, you're never gonna get it all out, but you'll get most of it out. All right, so now we are ready for our new stuff. So here is the package of new stuff. We're done with our O-ring tool. Let's open that up. Now don't forget, we haven't drained the oil yet, so we gotta save this crush washer for that part. But we do have our new O-rings. Now here's an important part of this. With your new O-rings, open your new bottle of oil, but turn it upside down first after you take the foil cap off. So I took the foil cap off, I flip this upside down, I take the cap off again. Now I have a nice cap full of oil here. I take that and I lubricate these O-rings, just like that. Now this top O-ring goes right, well, let's do the bottom one first, that's probably easier. Obviously they go back right where the old ones were. So you just like stretch them out over, and sometimes they can be a bit of a pain, but stretch them out over the cap. It falls right into the groove there. Take some oil from your cap, make sure that's nice and lubricated. That's what assures a good seal. Take your new one for the tip. Get that over there. Make sure it's nice and lubricated. And that is it for the oil filter cap. Take your oil filter, put some oil on the top and the bottom. Push that over your cap, and this thing is ready to be back installed, guys. Alright guys, so the next thing we're going to talk about is what you need to do before you put this oil filter back in. So once the oil is completely drained, completely out of the car, which is still very hot, so I'm waiting for this car to cool down, we're going to want to fill this up with oil before we put the oil filter back in. So we will fill it up to, you know, the middle of the threads there. We don't want to do that yet though, because we're just filling it on top of old oil that will get drained out. So we're waiting for the car to cool down. Once the car cools down, we will go ahead and do the next step. All right guys, so the car has been cooling off for a while. We're gonna go ahead and try to get this oil out. So let's see if we can make a total mess. I've got some towels. And we're gonna have to move the light somewhere else. Oh, it's already dripping. Okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have listened to that much, huh? Already drippage. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this towel down just in case. It's a good idea to put extra towels down in case you make a total mess like I'm about to do. Oops. Oh, here comes Mr. Banks. All right, so yeah, that's gonna work okay, I think. It wants to kind of slide off though. Let's see what works best here. So I'm trying to get this thing up, and I actually need gloves too, so I'll be back. I'm gonna get some gloves on and get this thing going. All right, Mr. Banks insists on being part of this, so he is here. So we're gonna put something down here to raise this bottom up a little bit. And it didn't do much, but I've got the oil drain tray here. I got my gloves on. This is gonna make a mess for sure. Probably be hot too. But I hope that we get, hope it doesn't go crazy out of the thing. Okay guys, we got the old drain plug right here. We're gonna take off that crush washer. Try to take off the crush washer with one hand. Oh, there's two on there. I'm gonna take that off now. There was actually two crush washers on there. There's a new crush washer. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the car, and then I'm going to tighten it hand tight, and then about a quarter of a turn with the ratchet. We have a helper now. I know. He's so excited to do this. All right, so for our next step, guys, we got all the oil drained out of the car. We are going to take our new oil here, and we are going to make a mess, probably, but we're going to pour some. Yep, we made a mess in the filter housing there. We spilled a little bit. Let's get that cleaned up. That's the first step, and then I'll get back to you. Today seems to be all about messes, but we are ready to put the oil filter cap back on. We got our O-rings. We got our tool here to put that in. So we're just gonna throw that right in there and go ahead and screw that guy on. So I'm gonna hand tighten it, and then I'm gonna go about a quarter turn after I can't tighten it anymore with my hand. Still going by hand. Okay, that's tight. That's enough right there, just a quarter turn, if you can even do that. I couldn't even get a quarter turn after my hand tightened it. So that is all for that step, and we'll be back with adding oil. All right, so the next step is adding oil. So that shouldn't be too difficult unless you only have one hand, which that is what I have. Hey dude. I know. I don't know why cats are so dominant in our videos, but hey. So we need to put 6.9 quarts. So this is 5 here. This is going to be a mess if I try to do this with one hand, so I'm going to do this and get back to you guys. All right, so we got approximately 6.9 quarts in there, and put the oil cap back on. Don't forget that, because I have forgotten it sometime. We are going to get in the car and start it now. And if you hear any weird sounds, don't be alarmed. There might be some few seconds before oil pressure starts. So what we're going to do now is just let it run for a second, make sure there's no leaks. I don't see any obvious leaks down there. Everything looks good up here. Let's go ahead and shut it off and get the car off of the jacks. All right, we're gonna drop the jack stands if we can. Okay, we can't, so we gotta raise the jack a little bit. Let's go ahead and close the hood for now. All right, so now we should be able to drop the jack stands. Nope, still can't. All right, let's raise it a little bit more. All right, that should be plenty. Got the jack stands, got all the stuff out of the way. Make sure there's nothing under there that can get drug. There's not. Get this jack stand out. All right, so we're gonna let this back down onto the wood now. Very slowly, so we can get our jack out of there. Screwdriver out of the way. All right, I need 2 hands for this. Don't see any problems right now. Oil temperature's cold, so we're gonna go ahead and start cleaning up. All right, guys. So the last step is to check your oil, but I have a different cluster than you, most likely. So I'm gonna push in the stick on this aftermarket cluster, find the maintenance, hit that, go to oil level, and you notice that our oil level is good. So we have completely done the E90 oil change N55. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have any questions, put it in the comment section, and I'll see you guys later. It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. But this is post-hurricane Florida life. Florida life. All right, guys, we are out front of the Supercar Street Racing compound, and forgive me, I am sick right now, but I wanted to show you guys these old plastic plants that we put in from IKEA about 2 years ago. That's how far they made it. The wind basically took every bit of them apart. You can see that there's hardly anything left here to these old plastic plants. We got one on each side now, though this one's doing a little bit better, but it is still also missing some leaves, but it still looks presentable. But these guys right here have to be replaced. So we have something inside, I think that will be perfect for this. Let's take a walk inside the compound. It's hot out here today, by the way. Let's take a walk inside the compound and go see what we have on the table that might be able to help us out with this problem of Florida life. Guys, we are interrupting this program for a message from Priority Chef. Now, Priority Chef did contact us a few weeks ago and asked us to go ahead and take a look at their 6-piece mixing bowl set. They did send me a set of these and they are absolutely awesome. I love them. I'm gonna go ahead and give them to Trish across the street so she can make some awesome dishes with them. But just so you know, this is a 6-piece large mixing bowl set. It does come with lids, non-slip bases, and it does have 3 graters that go right on top to help you grate right into the bowl. Check it out, guys. Right in front of me here, you can see a variety of colors, including black, red, light blue, dark blue, gray. Just very cool that I think you can get a different color for your bowls if that's what matches your kitchen better. And check out the grater set down in the lower left here. That's also very cool. It's hard to find a bowl set with this in it. And another great thing about this is the different sizes that come with the set. You can see right here they have a 1.5 quart, a 2.1, a 3, a 4, and a 6 quart. You have a lot of options there when you're ready to start cooking. Check it out. You can mix and measure in the exact same bowl because there are etched measurements in the bowl that help you go ahead and put your ingredients in correctly. And these graters are so awesome. Look, you have a fine, a coarse, and a slicing grater. You stick those right on top of the bowl. You can get your ingredients and go ahead and put them directly in the bowl and mix it up right there. You don't have to do it in a separate bowl. Now, these guys are awesome for tossing salad, mixing ingredients, serving your dishes. You can bring them right out to the table and serve all your guests there. They have food storage as well since they have lids. You can prep your ingredients right in the bowl, and they're great for marinating stuff to cook later. These are also very easy to clean. Stick them on the top rack of your dishwasher. Let the dishwasher do all the work so you can enjoy the food later. And of course, this is a good choice versus other products because it is a silicone base to stop the scratches. Other products are metal, they'll scratch your worktop. These have an inner measurement scale. Others do not have that. That's a great plus to have. These guys have airtight lids. Other cheaper ones have no lids at all, or their lids don't fit properly. Guys, go ahead and go in the description. Check out the official link from Priority Chef. It will be a Levanta link. If you click that, it will take you to Amazon. We'll get a few dollars from this. It'll help us out. It'll help them out as well. And thank you for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to the video. Getting hot in Jacksonville. It's 84 degrees today, and I apologize for my voice. I am sick today. So sitting on the table right here, we do have a nice box that might be able to help us with what we have going on outside. This says a VESA on it. I don't know what it is yet. We got to open it to find out. Let's get this box opened up. We have the patented SCSR knife here to go ahead and break into this package provided from Amazon today, and took a little bit longer to get this because of what it is. So it took about 5 days to get, you know how some of the packages are. You can't always get everything overnight. Can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you get this. Do I have to build this thing? All right, well, inside the box we have a couple of palms. These are artificial palm trees to replace the ones out there, and apparently I have to build them. Apparently inside of the box we have palm fronds, another set. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, so it says, the instructions right here just say to take the other ones and put them on this. It's got a pot already. All right, so basically what this is an artificial palm, and it comes with extra that you have to put on yourself. It does come in a little flower pot. We'll go ahead and get both of these guys unboxed. We don't need this where we're going anyway. So the first step is to pull off the plastic condom. This is the same size that I used on your mom. And the instructions do simply say, in not so great terms, that you take your other, these are also tied together. Let's get the scissors, that might be easier. There are some palms tied together right here with a little piece of thingy. And you simply just separate them like that. And then you take your extra palm fronds and you place them directly on the tree. They are also tied together right here. These guys are tied together. They do simply just untie like a, now I want you to insert these directly into that. There is a hole in each one of these. Oh, that one did not go in easy. Okay, that one did not go easy. It had some extra plastic on it, giving it a hard time. See if it'll go in now. That's better. I trimmed the plastic off the leaf and it went in a little better. All right, there's two more. What happened on that one, there was some extra plastic right here and it was keeping it from going in. You might have to do that also on yours. It's right here at the very bottom. That one went in easy. Yeah, it says to bend them. It says to bend them on the instructions. So once you get them where you want them, you can go ahead and bend them into place. These bottom parts bend. I'll do that outside. Let's go ahead and get this one built first. That one was hard to get in. That's what she said.
That's what she said. Michael.
This one was not hard to get in and it will come out very easy. Yep, that worked. I stuffed a little bit of this tape in there. That made it go in a little bit harder. So let's get some shoes on and get these guys out the door. Peeing. They both peed. All right, guys, we did get the new plants put out here. All you have to do at that point is go ahead and bend them whichever direction you want. So if you want them to be shaped a certain way, you just grab the root here and you just kind of look at the base of the stock and you just kind of bend it and it should stay. And then you can bend these to whatever shape you like. See how they just kind of stay where you're going? And then once you get those shaped out how you like, should be good to go. They look awesome. This one I never kind of fanned out. So if you just kind of bend them, they will stay in that position. And if you don't know how, get somebody who does to help you out. Just like that. And we do have 2 plants ready to rock. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy to see you once again in Studio B. We are recording from Studio B right now. You can see Supercar Street Racing right behind us playing on the television right there while we do a live show for you guys right here on this video. And today you can see we finally replaced our old blown apart artificial trees that were in the front yard. Now what happens to these guys is basically Florida is relentless. The wind, the rain, the humidity is relentless. Anything outside of your house is going to have to be replaced in 2 to 3 years, no matter what. It's just a thing. You always buy warranties if you can on anything that's going to be outside. Everything wears out, including the furniture. It's just a way of life in sunny, hot, humid Florida. Now these trees were in the backyard on my patio. They sat there for a while, but when I built the front patio, if you go back and check that video, I moved them from the back to the front, and I will get some more for the back patio so that it also looks fly, because these are awesome. And they make so many different kinds of trees and plants here. I want to show you a few of them. Now these are the 5-foot artificial palms right here. They are $118. They also have this bird of paradise right here. They have the cedar topiary in both 3 and 4-foot versions. They also have these 5-foot cedar topiaries, and they are quite expensive, $269 for 2. Make sure that's what you want. I think I might buy those for the garage, right on each side when you come up into the driveway, right against the garage. Now this is a artificial Dracania. Looks pretty cool. It is 4 feet tall. It's $64. And right here, a cool artificial eucalyptus tree. I think that might look cool somewhere in the back around the pool area. Here is a 6-foot ficus for $114 also. Here's a Monstera deliciosa plant, 4.5 feet tall, faux Swiss cheese floor plant. Here's an artificial olive tree for only $79. And there's the 5-foot artificial palm trees back again. Now these guys are sitting at a solid 4.5 star reviews. I love the way the palm trees came out. You do have to go ahead and shape them the way you like them. When you get them, you'll take them and actually bend the bottom so that you get a nice natural looking plant wherever you want it. Now I'm gonna go ahead and order a bunch more of these. I think I'm gonna spend about $1,000 on artificial trees. I'm gonna put them throughout the property. I just think they add such a cool touch, and they are zero maintenance for you. Ladies and gentlemen of Supercar Street Racing, there will be an official link down in the description. It's going to have a link for any of these trees you want. It doesn't have to be the exact one that I bought. If you click on mine and then you click on any of these other trees, you can buy those, and I still get a few dollars to support the channel. And they look so good out on the patio, as you guys saw. We'll put a little video at the end of this to show you what they look like. And thank you so much for 144,161 subscribers as we're creating this video. I couldn't do it without you guys. You are so awesome to subscribe and like all the videos. Now I got to get out of here. I got to order these plants and figure out where to put them. You guys thought we were all done having fun. I thought the video was over. I already edited it, I uploaded it, and then this showed up. Let's go ahead and see what we have inside of this wonderful, wonderful box here. Ah, more plants. So I told you guys I was gonna order some more. I ended up ordering 2 for the front of the garage to give some greenery. So we need some something at least 6.5 inches. So let's make a trip to Ace, see what they got. Okay, we did go to the hardware store, and as you can see, we found two nice little white pots for these. I'm hoping these don't blow over and break. They are kind of heavy, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a chance on these two right here. And I feel like right here next to this light, or either right in front of the light, just a little bit. Oh, these are definitely gonna fall over. I might have to put a brick behind there. All right guys, I got my plants in place. That's kind of what it came out like. Forgive the garage door, it does need to be cleaned off. But I guess it looks okay until it blows over and breaks the pots, at which point I'll figure something else out. For now, that's what we got. As soon as the wind blows, that's gonna definitely blow over. That's it guys. We'll see you on the next one. We're on a cruise, and it's raining, and we got new friends, and it's raining. What? There's a big storm coming.
That's what we need. Clear them out.
Steer us around it.
Yes, Captain, steer around storm.
Clear them all out.
Good morning, everybody. Beautiful Sunday morning, but I'm up way too early. I'm headed to Cars and Coffee over at Vaughn Motorsports. It's an all indoor event. Should be fun. We'll take a little bit of video, document all the cars. By the way, here's Torque Pro installed on the Android head unit doing its thing. Pretty cool. Love my Android radio. Look at that sunrise though. That's amazing. Right when I turned the video off, I was hoping this STI would want to get it. But no luck. Absolutely crazy sunrise going on here in Jacksonville, Florida. Wow, that looks insane. Out here at Cars and Coffee, taking a look at all the cars. So thick. What's up, everybody? Got the 335i right here. Starting to do some modifications. Got the circuit works downpipe. Comes uncoated. So I've got some high temp coating, and we are going to do that right now. Here's a look at the circuit works downpipe from eBay. Gonna paint this right up. Pretty cheap. About $200 for the N55 version. Seems like things are a little bit more expensive for N55. So there's a good look at it. Oh, that's a bummer. It won't stay standing for me to paint. Yep, super bummer. So yeah, that's a look at the circuit works. $200 downpipe. Something's polished with this logo. Oh, here comes the crew going for a walk. Okay, bye nerds. Okay, so I'm gonna paint this up like this. That one little part's gonna need to be, well, almost lost it. So I'm gonna do it like that. In here we got the high temp silicone spray. That's tire shine. That's not it. That won't be effective. But here's the DEI high temp silicone coating. I don't know if you guys remember, but we did the SL65 exhaust with this stuff. Give this a good shake. Those nerds. So I'm going to give this a good shot of DEI, high temp silicone coating. I just feel like this is will be a lot better for, I mean, it looks nice and everything with the polish, but I think 3 or 4 coats of this will be more effective for keeping the heat in. And I mean, you don't see this, so I don't know what the point is of having a nice badge on there. This stuff runs about, you can get it for around $10 if you really look. I got it at Advanced Auto Parts, and when you order online, you get, sometimes you can get a coupon code. Just keep this away from your other cars with overspray. And I think that 2 or 3 coats will be enough. Just remember to get all the angles. Stuff doesn't run very easily, I've noticed, so you can kind of go heavy. So there you have. All right, what's going on, everybody? Supercross Street Racing here. This is my Aerosmith poster right below my guitar. Epic. So taking a look at an unboxing today, we have the 335i. So that's the E90X. Fits 2007 to 2012, I believe, or 13, not sure. E90X, that's convertible coupe sedan. Now, what we have here is a caliper kit, rotor kit, and pad kit. Pardon me. And so we got everything in this kit from eBay. Now, this is not a big brake kit. It is not it's a performance brake kit, but it is not a bigger brake kit. And I am not a race car driver, so I don't need a bigger kit. But it is almost time to replace the brakes, and I figured that I would do something cool. Now, I wanted black calipers, but these are powder coated in red. But these are freaking awesome looking, aren't they? If I had these out of the bag, I could show you. But yeah, these are the red powder coated calipers. I believe they're remanufactured. I'm not 100% sure, don't care. But those are the brand new front and rear brake calipers. And then in here we have a little treat for you. If I can get the box open. Oh yes, so here are the vented and slotted disc rotors, front and rear, for the 335i. So this is all from eBay. I paid $550 for this whole kit. 4 rotors, 4 powder coated calipers in red, and 4 sets of brake pads for my 2011 335i convertible. Stay tuned, because I will have a video of the install process, and that will be coming up this weekend. Peace out. Damn, he's actually home. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a special treat for you because in the mail today, this beautiful box came in and it had this lovely case that says Tesla, and we're going to look at that right now on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to the channel, and today we have this Tesla mobile connector straight from the wonderful company of Tesla to my doorstep, and now it is sitting right here right now on this table, ready for us to crack open this beautiful upholstered condom and reveal what is inside. So let's go ahead and do that now. And inside of the Tesla mobile connector container here, this does not come with it. I got you guys, I tricked you. I put this in here. This is a J1772 to Tesla adapter that I will keep in the car because my other J1772 adapter is currently in use on the split volt level 2 charger. This does not come with the Tesla mobile connector. Yes, it is called a mobile connector, not a charger. Tesla chose to do that and also to mess with your brain in the process. And inside of the lovely packaging, we have the NEMA 5-15 adapter, which we will open here shortly. And then we also have a NEMA 14-50 adapter here. Let's get those open and take a look at what those are. We have opened the packaging, this plastic condom that was covering the NEMA 5-15 adapter, and here you see it in all of its glory sitting on top of the case here. What is a NEMA 5-15? Well, that is the standard US wall plug right here. And there is how it plugs into the Tesla mobile connector on that side. You just plug that bad boy in, and that gives you the ability to charge with a standard household jack. And if you are not driving very much, if you're driving your car once or twice a week, this is fine for you. It might not get many miles per day, but it will be enough to get you by. Or you go somewhere on vacation that does not have a charger and you need a few extra miles while you're sleeping, this NEMA 5-15 outlet is what you want in your life. And then we have another adapter here. It is a NEMA 14-50 outlet. A lot of people get a 14-50 installed at their house. So should we open this and take a look at what's in this plastic condom? I think we should. Let's do that on the right now. And just like that, we're back with the NEMA 14-50 adapter. And what this allows you to do, if you have 50 amp service on a plug at your house, is charge your vehicle at approximately 50 amps. And I don't know the actual maximum, it's either 40 or 50. But this will get you up there towards 40 to 50 amps, and that will charge your car much faster. And if we see the front of the amazing Tesla mobile connector here, it's very simple, very clean, just the Tesla logo here on the front. And then this is where you actually plug in the adapter for either the 14-50 or the 5-15 plug. Tesla decided not to give you anything else besides these things. I guess they figured if you are smart enough to buy a Tesla, you're smart enough to figure out how to operate this device, which is basically plug it in and start charging. And so let's plug this into the car and see what we get from the standard plug here. I'd be interested to see that, would you? You hear the mighty hum of the club car charger charging up this beast. However, the batteries are on their last legs. So, we are going to have to get this upgraded very soon. Within the next month, we're doing lithium and a AC conversion. And regardless of that, we have to plug this guy into the wall in order to charge. So let's get this guy plugged in. Oh, I don't have any free plugs. I mean, my neighbor's got some outside. Okay, we got the power connected to the neighbor house. They don't know, and I will be stealing their power, but there's a problem here. This turned red, and this thing says that we can't charge because we are on a schedule. So we got to go into the app and change the charging schedule. Now that we have the schedule disabled, it's still not charging, but now we are at our limit of 90%, so let's raise that a little bit. Even though we raised the limit to 95, it is not charging. I am going to remove the charger from the port here and then put it back in. I didn't even know that button existed to remove it. Oh, and it has said to us we're closing the door, so let's try to reopen it. Let's see if it'll charge now off the neighbor's power. Ah, it turned blue. Now red. We have a problem. Charging stopped. 90%, huh? Okay, let's see why. And now we have moved power off of the janky extension cord to power inside of the house. And you can see this green light come on. And it is charging now. There's no indicator on the screen. Now it is. And we can probably see what the charging rate is going to be here momentarily. Back in the Tesla app, and we do see now that it will take us 3 hours and 20 minutes to reach the 94% limit from the 90% limit using the 110 volt adapter here at the house on the Tesla mobile connector. We cannot steal neighbor power. It will not let us do it with this extension cord. All right, guys, we are back here with the Tesla mobile connector, and we have proven that it does not like this extension cord for whatever reason. It may be that there's no ground. It might be that the cord is too small to handle the load. We were not able to steal power from the neighbor, unfortunately, to charge. He's still there too. To charge the car. And we can see that it will take 3 hours and 20 minutes to charge 4% of power. So you're talking about what, I don't know, 4 hours for 4%. So that's gets quite a bit of time. But if you don't drive the car very much, that's probably fine. You could charge it with a 110 volt outlet all day long and then drive the car once a week. So that's it for today's video. Hope you guys really enjoyed the Tesla mobile connector, and this mosquito's trying to bite me as I'm doing my outro. But we'll see you guys next time on the channel. Hope you enjoyed it. We are right here in the Supercar Street Racing closet today to go ahead and fill up the first row of these watches, because right here, a company named AYCY, and I can't even pronounce it, was gracious enough to send me another Android smartwatch. Now, I am going to be taking this Android smartwatch today and opening it up, looking at some of the menus with you guys, and then we're just going to go ahead and put it right in this watch holder to add to this nice watch collection right here. So hang out and let's have some fun. Right here in front of me, underneath this box, is the AYCY smartwatch and fitness tracker. And you can see right here, it comes in a variety of colors, and we have gotten the yellow one right here to look at. Now, this thing is IPS 68 waterproof rating. It does have a touch screen, and it is the brand AYCY, however you pronounce that. And it works with Android 5 or iOS 9 and above. And inside they did give me a charging cable, but I have so many of those, I just put it in with all my other extra cables. And here is the AYCY smartwatch, looking so fly. Taking it out here, you can see the form factor here and the band. A good look at the back of the smartwatch, and it is just like most other smartwatches, except the peel set. Go ahead and change the menu to a car because I really like that one. As you can see here, you can swipe down for some of the menus. You can swipe up for text and delete text with that same menu. And there are some more of your settings available by swiping down. Now, being that this is a fitness watch, of course it does keep track of all your fitness stats. It does do music and weather for your area. It can be an alarm clock. It does training, voice assistant, SOS, And you can go into the settings here and set the watch time, the brightness, the sounds, the vibration, the password, and it raises to wake when you lift up your arm. Now you can change the front screen to any number of screens that they have available, presets. Now here's a look at the themes here, and you can see that I have the car on, but you can also set it to any one of these, and you can also do it inside of the app. Now you do require this app called GloryFit to use with the smartwatches. I'm going to show you guys that now. And there it is right here, GloryFit. And down here at the bottom where it says device, if you just hit that, you can see that it is linked up with a device right here. You can unbind with that device and bind with a new device. And if you click watch faces here and custom dial, you can see that that device only offers one custom. And there is the dial center. You can add any of these to the front of the watch, and you can see where I have added the car dial to my watch. And right here you can see me changing it to this purple moon sun looking thing. When I did it last time, it just said transferring or something like that, and it came right up on the phone. There it goes. It says sync on the phone now. You guys can't see that, but it looks like it is downloading the new screen for the phone. Now going back into the GloryFit app here, it says that the call's Bluetooth connection is down, and if you want to use this with a Bluetooth phone, you have to turn that on, but all of these are your options for monitoring your heart rate, your SMS messages, and things like that. And then this front page is where you would actually get your heart rate recording and your steps that are recorded for your fitness part of the watch. And right here you can do running, cycling, jumping rope, or swimming, and it will record that data as well. And then right here is my account, and you can set up things like a training plan, some goals, and other things like that, and your just default system settings. And it shows you your firmware right here. Everything is up to date. Another visit to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and today we are offered this smartwatch from a company called AYCY, and I don't know if that's ICY or ICY, but we did get this new smartwatch courtesy of them, and we wanted to just let you guys take a look at it real quick. And here it is right here on the front of the screen, and it has a 4.7 star review. Now I really don't like doing these watch reviews just because they're all kind of the same thing. I have other reviews for other watches, and they pretty much all do exactly the same thing, and they all use the same app, which is GloryFit. Now this watch will show you SMS messages on your wrist, it can make phone calls, it can control your Bluetooth music, and it will track your fitness all day long and tell you how many steps you've done. Now taking a look at this thing online, it does have 4.7 stars. Most of them are 5-star reviews, and there's 15% 3-star reviews. Now looking at the picture, there is only one picture of the watch available. You can see right here, it says it has long battery life and a versatile assistant. And if we scroll right on down past that, we can see that there are so many other choices for smartwatches that they are all basically the same, and they all cost about the same amount of money. You really can't go wrong with any one of these, but I wanted to get this one out in front of you guys now to show you what I actually have, and go ahead and add it to the Supercar Street Racing electronic watch collection. And I did play around with this smartwatch. This is it right here, and you can see I was able to change the face on it. And if you click into it, you can actually go into the settings and change a lot of other things. But you guys saw in the app on the phone, it's called GloryFit, and that is where most everything is controlled for the watch, and it makes it a lot easier. Now, if you do get this watch, bear in mind that these have different looking bands on them. This is one of my least favorite bands, but yeah, that's what just came with this one. But checking out some other watches down here, they all have pretty good reviews, so you can't really go wrong with any of these that you pick. Now, I just wanted to briefly thank you guys for the channel support and joining us today on Supercar Street Racing. Like I said, I don't enjoy the watch reviews that much, but I wanted to get something out there for you in case you like the yellow band on this watch. It gives you a choice for that particular style. And it means so much to us when you click through our links and order products through our links. It gives us a little bit of cash, and it doesn't matter if you order the exact product, order anything you want through any of my links. It'll help the Supercar Street Racing channel out greatly. And the channel is growing, and we've noticed a big uptick in traffic here in the last month or so, and that's all because of your support. So guys, go ahead and like and subscribe to this video. But I gotta get out of here right now. I gotta go buy 10,000 new smartwatches, every color on earth. Back in front of the watch now in a little bit darker room so you can see it. And you can see we transferred this new watch face from the phone to the watch, just like that.
There you go. It's upside down though. Yeah, I know.
Go.
Oh, let's go. We're back here at Supercar Street Racing Studios once again in beautiful Jacksonville, Florida. And today we have this mini camera sitting here so fresh and fly right in front of us, ready to do some detection of some shady characters around your house or my house. So let's go. We're sitting in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing compound now with this mini spy camera that was so graciously provided to us from the manufacturer to check out. And this guy basically is a rechargeable camera. It does charge with a standard USB cable with a Type A. Now just a bit of a warning on the side of this guy. It doesn't have a USB Type C. It has the older style USB connector. So it's the kind that's longer at the top and smaller at the bottom. And you will have to have a cable, and it does come with one. And this thing needs about 4 hours to charge, and on the top of it, it has an LED indicator, a red indicator when it is still charging, and that will go off when it is fully charged. Now this little spy USB camera does also come with multiple ways to mount it via a 3M pad on the bottom. One thing I did notice though, that the battery life is very short when it is actually recording all the time. So just keep in mind, this probably has a really small battery in it and it won't last long. So it either needs to be plugged in full time or set on a mode where it just captures when it detects motion, and then it will probably last you longer. Now if it is running constantly at full time, you can literally watch the battery indicator drop. Now to charge this guy, we simply have this USB cable here. It does have a USB Type A on one end, and on the other end it has whatever type of USB that is called, and I can't remember the name, but it's the one where it has a long on top and a short on the bottom here. We'll plug our cable in right here, our other end into our charging stand here that has a USB Type A. Thanks to whoever invented USB Type A that you always get the wrong end. And you can see right here and right now there is a solid green LED on top. Now it is no LED on top. And that red indicator light will come on here when it starts charging here momentarily. There is the red indicator light. And then it is flashing blue as if it is trying to connect. And I don't want it to be on, so I'm going to hold the power off. And it did not power off. There it goes. It powered off and it is red, meaning that this USB spy camera is now charging, and it actually did come back on and came on with a solid blue light. So I don't really want to be using this. I want it off. Let's see if it continues to power back on. Now it is off again. And it did power itself back on one more time. So it is wanting to be on so bad that it is now solid blue again. And there are some indicators in the manual that say what solid blue means. Right here back in front of the USB spy camera, and it will not power off all the way, but there is a solid blue light and a red light. The solid blue light meaning that it is configured with a router, but the SD card isn't recognized, which is interesting because I know in fact it is on the app and it actually does record and work properly. Now let's take a look at this guy on the actual Android phone so we can download the app, see what it's like to set up, and start busting creepers at your house. All right, guys, we are now on the phone trying to get the app downloaded. So the name of the app is HID-VCAM, and there is a scannable link. So let's see if that actually works. It does. So we go to the link here. Let's see if it loads. Or you can do it in the Google Play Store. There it is. So let's go ahead and install this. And it is downloading now and ready to go to the install shortly, in which case the next step is to set permissions for the app. So it'll say the phone will prompt HDIVCAM would like to find and connect your devices on your network. Let's open that and do that. We'll agree to their policy, and we have to register, so we will have to do that off camera. All right, we're back on the app now. We did have to register for the service though, which is fine, and it's asking if it can send me notifications. I'm going to go ahead and say allow. And now it says that it should ask for a location. It did not. Send notifications, it did. I don't know what I know means, but that was on the screen. Already registered an account. Now we have to configure the camera. And now it does not say turn on the camera. Okay, so it says to turn on the camera, press the on-off for 3 seconds, and after 10 seconds, press reset for 5 seconds. So over here at the camera, we will now turn on the on-off button for 3 seconds, which I am doing in the background here. 1, 2, 3. Nothing happened. It's now not flashing green on the camera. It's solid green. Now it says to press the reset button for 5 seconds. One, 2, 3, 4. We did hear a beep at the camera. Okay. Open the HDIVCAM app and click plus, add device by scanning QR code. Add device by scanning QR code. Next. Now I got the location allow. I'm going to go ahead and say while using the app. Okay, it is powered on. There is no switch, so that's totally different than what it says. And it's already restored. Okay, so now we need to get the network. I have gone ahead and reset my router, and now we are back. And I also held down the reset button on the camera so I could start over. Now let's try this again. All right, it did recognize the QR code, and now the camera is attempting to connect to 2.4 gigahertz. Now remember, this has to be 2.4 gigahertz. You cannot use 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi with the camera. Now this light is solid blue right now on the top of the camera, and it says the camera has been configured with the router Wi-Fi, but the memory card is not recognized. And now it is flashing fast blue again, meaning that, oh, now it says binding device on the actual screen here. You can see that. So we might have been successful. We were. Slowly flashing. The camera has been configured with Wi-Fi and the memory card has been recognized. All right. So now we're just going to call this guy Spy Cam. And we're in the part of the manual. Device has been accessed to confirm.
Place the device and mobile phone close to the location where the camera is installed, and then click Next.
Okay, we're close to it already. Now we're supposed to be looking at a real-time preview here, and there we have it. We do have video from the spy camera, which is pretty cool. You guys can see it right here on the screen. There's the lights and everything. Okay, so that says completed. And now we should just be able to hit play here. And there is the spy camera, full screen, and there is Supercar Street Racing in its full glory here. Okay, we can see the camera is plugged in and charging. We can see that in the upper right hand corner of the video here where it says 70%. I will continue to let that charge, but we're going to take a look at some other settings on the camera. You can do multi-phone sharing if you click settings and go to share device. So let's go back out. It does say loading. And there's the little settings gear. And if you go into share device here, you can share it with someone else who is signed up on the service. And then taking a look at the next setting here, guys. We have the device name, which we already set. We can go into our intelligent detection settings and change it from medium to high or low here. We can set a detection alarm on this section here. And there is a section where we can change the resolution. Let's see if I can figure out. So if you go to click video window, click the FHD button. Let's see if we can go do that. Okay, it says for me to open HDD, click video window, click the FHD button, choose 4K. Let's see. Alright, we did choose UHD and now our video is supposedly in 4K. It is probably highly compressed and laggy, and you can see my charging indicator going up, but the video did stop. Network is unreachable. Let's see what that's all about. Probably too far from the router, but there it is again. In 4K with that setting, and it says network is unreachable. Interesting. But if we go back to FHD here, I bet it'll let us do some smooth video. Alright, I changed to FHD and now the video quality, the timeouts are not happening anymore, but let's go back to the last page. Go into settings. And here's where you can change your video, your SD card resolution to UHD, Full HD. It tells you how much capacity. You can format your SD card. It can be motion activated. And those are the SD card settings. Here's your network set. Here's your setup instructions. You do have an IP address here, the camera. I don't know if you can actually browse to that. And then here's where you set up the firmware. It doesn't look like you can upgrade the firmware, which is interesting. There may not be a newer version available. But that's a good look at the settings, guys, on this camera. And you can actually use the cloud. You have to actually pay for cloud, or you just use the SD card to record your video locally. There's instructions on how to do the cloud in the instruction manual. guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are sitting in our 4K production studio where we bring you high quality reviews and videos almost every day if we can. And today we have the AOBO spy cam that you guys saw a little bit earlier, and then you actually saw some footage from the camera. And I just have a few things to say about the camera, which is up here on the screen right now. A few little things about it. So it is $39, but there is a coupon available for it. Now, I was able to get this camera up and running relatively easy. The instructions are not great. It does charge with a USB Type-C cable, and it does take about 4 hours to charge completely. And one thing I will say about the camera, a couple of the negatives are the video quality was not tremendously good. It only outputs at 720p. And it is actually, it's not even 720p, it's 1280 by 720 by 15 frames per second. So it's only 15 frame per second video. It is actually being converted to even be used in DaVinci where I'm editing, because it outputs in this format called MKV, and that format was not compatible with DaVinci Resolve, so I had to convert them all over to MP4s in order to use them on DaVinci Resolve. Now, taking a look at the camera here, it actually is that small. It has a little stand on it that you can actually take off a sticky pad and use that to mount it however you want. And taking a look here, you can see that you can sit it right on a shelf here if you want to, and it is a couple of inches wide. Let's go into this a little bit harder. And it does do motion detection. Now, if you don't do motion detection and you don't have this plug into USB all the time, the battery does discharge very quickly. Almost 1% every minute or two is what I was seeing on the battery usage, which is not amazing, but this thing is designed also to just give you, like, it's supposed to just come on whenever it detects. Now, this does say 4K video image resolution, but I noticed my files only recorded at 720p, so I'm not sure what that's about. And also, when I had it set on 4K, the Wi-Fi signal was not strong enough for it to actually transmit, so I had to back it down to 720p. So I believe that was the issue with the 4K not working. I only tried one of my wireless hotspots, and I didn't have a whole lot of luck with 4K. But you can see right here, it does have an app that you download, and you can manage the device with the app. You saw the actual footage right there from my phone when we were configuring the camera. And it does have 4-star review, a lot of 1-star reviews like stay away, and it says absolutely the worst camera ever, can't get it to stay connected to Wi-Fi, do not expect this to work with only your cell phone. I didn't have that many problems with it. Like this guy says, you do have to leave it on your charger, and it is okay. It says scam. I didn't think it was a scam at all. It has some 5-star reviews. So I think overall my experience was fine with the spy cam. It's nothing amazing. It's not like a webcam, and it's not like a security camera that you put at your house and is going to work that great. But it did get the job done, and you saw the footage of the creeper there, and we busted him. Guys, thank you so much for liking and subscribing to this video. Click through my product links, please. It helps me so much, and we'll see you guys on the next one. I got to get out of here. I'm peace out.
There it is. There it goes. Joe. Joe. There it goes. There it goes. Oh my God. Yo. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God, dude, come see this shit.
Holy shit.
Oh my God. Dude.
Yeah, it looks like a firework, basically.
They don't even care.
Oh,
whoa.
Take a good video, Brad. Zoom in with your...
Yo, yo, yo. Yo.
Look at it. Just look at it.
Why are they laughing? Why are they laughing at us? Yo.
Brad, you gotta send me this video.
We're gonna hear it. We're gonna hear it in like 5 seconds. Yo, dude, look at this.
Boom.
You're about to hear it. You're about to hear it. Oh my God, dude, that's sick. Let's go. Let's go, dog.
That's cool.
Look at that thing go. Holy crap.
Is that it?
Dude, you will never see this again in your life.
The more you know.
Right? Dude. Dang, that thing is cool. Holy crap. Yo, this is amazing. Joe! Oh! Stage sep. Let's go. There you go. Stage separation.
Now, we'll see it land.
No, it's drone chip.
What?
Drone chip. There it goes. There it goes.
This one's not coming back?
Drone chip. Yeah, it's going to drone chip. That is crazy. Oh my God.
Because on Thursday we seen it come back, and after it landed you hear the boom.
Yep. We get to hear that. That's dumb. Okay. Yo, that was cool.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, that was awesome, right? Yeah, it was. Coolest thing ever. I still got like a bead on it. I still got it. Yeah. Still got it. Still got it. Joe. I still got it. Yeah. Got it. The best one. Still got it. Joe, still got it. I still got it. Yeah, I still got it.
What's up, guys? We are back on Supercar Street Racing again, and you see in the Supercar Street Racing living room literally nothing happening except what's on this table, and this is a safety device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome channel, and we've been needing this because we need a backup solution for the channel, and this is going to be it. Hey guys, we are in the awesome Supercar Street Racing living room, and you can see right behind me, literally nothing is happening in my living room except for one thing. Directly and also in front of me is this Seagate expansion 16 terabyte hard drive. My plan right here and right now is to use this backup device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome editing studio. Now, as you guys know, we did put in this cool solid state drive here, right here. This is a solid state NAS that uses M.2 SSDs, and it does have about 12 terabytes. However, we need to get some of that data off of there because we have a lot of data after editing for so long. So we are going to hook that directly up to this NAS right here and go ahead and use the backup feature of the NAS to back up our data to the 16 terabyte expansion drive. Now, this does have USB 3.0 and it will plug directly into the back of this NAS right here. But let's get this thing out of the box right now and go ahead and see what exactly we are dealing with, because I don't know what is actually in here. It says something about rescue, recovery, data services included. I think that means if your drive fails, they will help you get your data, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So let's figure it out. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. This is the Seagate expansion drive that I did purchase. It was $229, and I did use the payment plans with Amazon, so that will pay over, I think it is 4 months. And we do have the Supercar Street Racing awesome registered and copyrighted big huge kitchen knife to get this guy directly out of the box from its plastic wrapper. And on the back it does say add-on storage for your PC and Mac in about 750 languages, which none of them I speak. Here is the Seagate expansion out of the packaging, and on top it just says 1 year limited warranty. And that's about it for the box. There is not a lot of data on here. It says connect with computers on the back. And coming out of the box first is feels like a power supply and some cabling right here. Let's go ahead and see what we have right here. Inside of the box here is power supply and a USB 3 cable. If you want to do USB-C, you can. You will need to buy the adapter for this to go to USB-C, but I don't have USB-C on my NAS or the editing computer in the office. All right, inside of the power supply, there is 1,000 ways to connect this depending on your country. We are in the United States. We use 110, and therefore this is our connector right here. All right, you push the button and the cover does just directly come off, and you take your replacement, push the button and slide it back in, and now we are ready for 110 volt power. Now directly in front of me we do have our hard drive to get out, and it is accompanied by some cardboard and is inside a plastic condom. Has a kind of a cool carbon fiber like look. Very, very minimalistic, and on the back / bottom it does have the connector for the cable and the power supply. Let's go ahead and connect the cable to it, and you can only be connected one way, and it is connected. And now the power supply just does go in just like this. And that is it. That is all there is to using the Seagate expansion drive. Now let's get it into the NAS and see if we can figure that part out. Here's our ASUS Store NAS, and there is a USB 3 port in the back here. We're gonna go ahead and try to place this on the side of our ASUS Store and run the power somewhere. So let's get this over to the side. We have plenty of space now for this, but I just need to get in there and get these cables from the back. Let's go ahead and do that now. All right, I do see a power light on the side, or either a power switch. Looks like just a power light, so we should be good. It is turned on. Let's go ahead and take a look at our NAS on the computer and see if we can figure out how to get this called up. Okay, we're directly in front of our NAS page right now. I have not used this at all. All right, I'm gonna do some reading and figure this out. I located my device under external devices. It looks like it has 2 partitions in it. I'm almost tempted to bring it to the computer and delete this partition. It is already formatted, exFAT, so now I just gotta figure out, I just wanna back stuff up without having to do it manually, so I'm looking for a way to do that now. But there's a backup restore, let's try that. External backup. USB 4 is the one that it wants to back up to, and that's fine. Your NAS to an external device, let's go. Multiple items to a single location. Okay, that's what I want. I'm gonna select everything except the USB drive. USB 4-2 is where we're going. USB 4-2 next, backup now, and schedule backup. Weekly, Monday at 1 a.m. Next. Okay, so archive mode is incremental backup. That's what we want to do. Let's go and see what happens. It says it is backing up right now, so we will update you guys if it actually does that. Good morning, it is another day, and I wanted to give you guys a little update about the Seagate expansion drive and the backup from NAS. Now this is my ASUS Store NAS control panel, and as you can see right here, it has a lot of different apps, and you can actually add more apps from their app store if you want to. But part of the basic applications that come with the ASUS Store is backup and restore right there. But I wanted to first show you guys external devices here. Now, if we go here to the external devices, you can see the Seagate expansion came with 2 different partitions. One was 196 megabytes, and the other one was 14.55 terabytes. I did not remove the first partition. I might eventually do that. For right now, this is fine. And also, as part of the apps that come with the ASUS Store, you get this cool little thing called backup and restore. Now, if we go here to external backup, that is how you do a backup from the NAS to an external device, or vice versa. We have our backup here. Now, it finished at 7:54 p.m. last night, so it took probably 8 or 9 hours to do around 6 terabytes, which is not crazy, being that it was USB 3.0. So this backup here, if you go into it and you click edit here, it shows you that we're backing up from my ASUS Store NAS to an external device. We're telling it to put everything from the source to a single place on the destination. We told it what folders. We told it which partition. Now here's where you tell it the schedule. It's gonna back up weekly, 1 a.m. on a Monday morning. And then here's your options for the backup. You can do an incremental backup, and then there's a few little other options. And then when you're done, you can go ahead and confirm your backup. Now you can change the way that backup works by editing some of the options there, but that's my current plan, is to back up this until it gets full. What I'm gonna do after that is go ahead and buy another drive of the same kind. I'm gonna take that one and store it away in a safe place offsite. So that is my plan to archive my channel for the near future. I don't keep anything on the local machines. I edit off of the NAS, so that way I don't have to back up these local machines. Most that could happen is that if these machines failed, I would reinstall Windows and reinstall DaVinci Resolve, and that is not too hard to do. So that is the way this works here for the Supercar Street Racing channel. That's going to keep the channel safe and keep it from losing data. We've got a new sponsor today on Supercar Street Racing. Today we have Zato, who has been so kind as to provide us with 3 products to check out here on the channel. And the first product we have is the Zato oil treatment, up to 5 liters of motor oil treated here on this product. And this product will help engines that have worn out parts run better, perform better, improve gas mileage, and also make your car get better performance as well. Now you do just add this directly to your oil, and it should increase the performance of your car and give you more horsepower, give your engine better life, and also help with older parts that are already starting to wear out. Next thing we have right here from Zato is their catalytic converter treatment, and all you do is put this in your gasoline, and this does treat your catalytic converter, and what that does is allows you to not build up soot. This also helps your EGR system and helps to prevent you from losing O2 sensors, because this will help them from getting deposits on the end, and they are expensive to go ahead and replace. Now, third on the list here is the automatic transmission revitalizer. You go ahead and put this inside your automatic transmission. This does help you with shuddering, with vibrations, with shifting, and with parts that are worn out, and improves the overall life of your automatic transmission. All 3 of these products are going to be available in the description. Go ahead and support the channel by clicking the official links in the description. And I want to thank Zato for becoming a sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. Without them, this video would not be possible. Back at Supercar Street Racing, where the live stream is going strong right now, we have the Seagate expansion 16 terabyte drive looking so fly right here in front of me. And you can see right now that it is $229. I did purchase this for $229. And you can see you can do a plan here for payment. And this is the Affirm plan, and it is not charging interest. So if you want to do that and you can get 0% interest, all you have to do is click that little button there when you buy your Seagate expansion. Now, if you're interested in a bigger one, when you step from 16 terabytes at $229, you go up to 18. The price goes to $329, so it costs you 100 more bucks. Up to 20 terabytes, 24 will cost you 517 bucks. That's the Seagate expansion, and right now on Amazon it is sitting at a cool 4.6 stars. It has 262,000 reviews. That is a very good review for the Seagate expansion drive. So looks like people are trusting this drive and giving it good reviews. It has a connector for the back of the drive to a USB 3, and you can actually get a cable for this that will adapt it to USB-C. Looking at the side of the drive there, like I showed you earlier, it has kind of a carbon fiber look. It's saying that once you get this a 20 terabyte drive, if you choose a 20, you're gonna have some massive space that you didn't have before for anything that uses USB 3.0. And you can drag and drop stuff directly out of the Windows and the Mac there. And right there, it's showing you the smaller version of the drive right there. It does come in smaller versions as well. Guys, I wanted to thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing and buying all your products through our links. We will have a link in the description to the Seagate expansion drive. I know it's not a lot of data in the video, but what I wanted you guys to know the most was that the drive has great reviews on Amazon, and we did get one to try and help Supercar Street Racing not lose any data. So taking a look at our channel, looks like we've gotten over 5,100 new subscribers this month alone. We've done some big things on the channel, and we appreciate you guys supporting us so much, and we hope that you continue to support the channel by liking and subscribing. Go ahead and pick up a Seagate expansion if you need some extra space. The 20 terabyte is a great deal right now. It is on sale, 50% off. Go ahead and grab one and let me know what you think in the comments. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in, looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away I can see some issues with my wall boxes a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anker Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill the hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with 2 curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do 2 sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like 2 on the outside, 2 on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still got to take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I got to remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the, might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is going to suck. So I'm going to start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We have something special for you today. I thought I would come on camera on the intro and talk to you guys a little bit about getting my garage floor shark coated. You can see right here in this first clip, we are trying to get the washer and dryer out. But before that, I did a lot of organizing and stuff. Let's get this started. I'm so hyped for you guys to see this. Let's go. Welcome back to the channel. We are Supercar Street Racing. You can see right behind me here, it says it somewhere. And today we have something special for you on the channel. And that is, we got the garage shark coated, and you'll see what that means in just a little bit. But first, we had a lot of organizing to do, so let's get straight to that. We had to get a lot of stuff out of the garage, and so we did it, and we moved stuff around, and we made it happen. Let's watch. All right, so what you're seeing here basically is me in the kitchen, and I have already taken the cabinet out of the garage at this point. So what I'm doing here is, there's a space over my pantry where we were keeping the cleaning supplies, but I decided that I was going to put the car cleaning supplies in here instead, and then move everything from the cleaning supply area for the house underneath the sink. So let's watch. So right here, basically what I'm doing is putting everything for the stove cleaning above the microwave, but actually I ran out of space under the sink later, you'll see. All right guys, as you can see right here, we got all of our cleaning products in here. It is a tight fit, unfortunately, but that is all the space that I have. I also have some overflow going up here where I will put some stuff that won't fit down there, but that's how it's gonna have to be from now on. And now I have to move the car products into the top here on this very top shelf because I can't fit all of the house cleaning products there, so it only makes sense. I just don't have a lot of kitchen storage here, so let's get busy putting the car products up here on this top shelf. Okay, we have finished mostly cleaning up. No, we haven't. We gotta do the rags. We gotta do rags, and then we'll be done with this automotive area. Now, this is just temporary until we get some real nice garage cabinets installed. This is what I have so far. A lot of this stuff is really just in here for the moment. So things like that aren't needed can go up top. Then all my supplies for my car cleaning go right here. Now let's get all the towels folded up and inside of here as well. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, and we have finished part 1 of the video about our new garage floor being put in. Tomorrow, we have to get this washer and dryer out tomorrow with them. They're gonna help me. And you can see that this floor has gone through some abuse in the last 4 or 5 years, and it has tire marks on it, and it actually peeled up the epoxy here when the tires were hot on it, which is why I put the mats down. And you can see that the mats have basically melted onto the floor. But as you can see, I got the cabinet out of here today, completely out. I got cleaned out underneath it. Unfortunately, we can't take out the hot water heater. I was gonna do tankless, but I don't have enough service. I think I only have a 100 amp breaker right here, and you need at least 200 amps. I can't do that. We got all of our products out of there, out of our garage cabinet, up into the cabinet up here and up there. We got all of our cleaning products out of there and move them down underneath the sink right here. And then we put the rest of the overflow right up here on top of the stove. Now in this clip here, you can see the guys from Shark Coatings did get here pretty early in the morning, actually earlier than they were scheduled to, so I was kind of not ready at the time. But right here in this clip, you can see we're trying to figure out getting the washer and dryer out. Now just remember, this washing machine is actually 2 washers. I do have the thing below it that's a small washing machine. This thing is heavy, and my hand truck has flat tires, so we did struggle a little bit getting this washing machine out. The dryer wasn't so bad at all, and we took those and put them on the side of the house because they had to be out for 48 hours, where we covered them up with a tarp. So let's check it out.
All right, guys, you saw my garage floor get shark coated. Such a cool process. They had those huge grinders. They ground everything down, and then they put the surface coat on there. And now what you're seeing on the screen right here is me prepping this back wall. Now, I took the bench out, and the bench had electrical running under it, so that left me with an issue that I needed to put electric down closer to the floor and over by the wall for my sprinkler controller and my landscape lighting timer. So what you're seeing right here is me doing the electrical work in the back of the garage.
All right, we are out in the supercar street racing garage, and you can see right here and right now that the floor has been sharp coated completely. They did that yesterday and I let it dry overnight, and it is safe to walk on, but not safe to put the car on yet. It will be later tonight, and then tomorrow we can move the washer and dryer back. But as you can see over here, I'm already working on electrical for this wall, which you guys saw me doing a minute ago. I basically cut holes so that I could run power down to the corner for my landscape timer and for my sprinkler controller. I just had to figure out what I'm going to do about this wall, because basically I'm probably going to have to cut the pegboard and screw it back on, because the wiring is all running really bad through there. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and keep working on this, but you can see I've got I've got the box in, I've got the power run up to where I'm gonna tie into the other power, and now all I have to do simply is tie in right here. But I went and painted the new receptacle and the new cover plate black, and also I put in a Echo Show wall mount hole here, and I have a Echo Show mount that I just painted black, and I ordered a Echo Show in black to go right here. Now let's get back to work. Alright guys, you just saw the last scene where I was doing electrical work, and basically what I had to do was tap into the existing electrical outlet so that I could get power for my Echo Show 5. I did have to cut the drywall to do that, so then I had to patch and paint, and that's what you're seeing in this next clip. And I also added a receptacle down in the lower left if you're facing the rear wall, and that's going to be for my irrigation system controller and also for our landscape lighting. So let's take a look at what I did here next by patching and painting the back wall, which was never painted due to the washer and dryer being there. All right, a little update from the garage, and I have finished the paint project. And let's take a look as we step back, and I'll go through everything that we did. Ah, yeah, that peel satisfaction. We did have the floors shark coated, and then we put the washer and dryer back up against the wall here on the newly shark coated floors. We also removed the workbench, added an Echo Show 5 there, and ran power down to this brand new receptacle, which is also a USB-A and USB-C charger. We moved our landscape light controller over here. We had to cut the wall, so I have to repair that somehow. I haven't done that yet. And I did a terrible job patching the wall, probably one of the worst jobs I've ever done. However, there is a banner going right here that hopefully will cover most of that. So it's 4 feet by 3 feet. It'll cover a lot of it. And so taking a step back, you can see right here and right now how everything looks after the garage project. Now, I am considering getting a cabinet for right here. A really nice cabinet that covers up this ugly breaker box. We'll see if I can get one found, and it would just be as tall as I can possibly get it, and then cover from about here to here, or all the way across here to cover up this hot water heater. Eventually I would like to go tankless, but for now I don't have enough electrical service. Let's get the car pulled in here and see how it looks. All right, we did get the car all pulled in now, and we have the golf cart in as well. And stepping back, you can see how much space we have now. And I did pull the car in kind of sideways, but you can see there is a footer down here that you have to be careful of. I could go back more and over maybe another 6 or 8 inches, but now we have much more room in the back because the workbench is now gone. I could come back another foot easy there. And you can see I moved the charger cable to the wall here as well. And there is our Echo Show looking so fly in the wall. And so we have the Echo Show ready to go there as well. And stepping around, we have plenty of room here now to detail the car. And we have plenty of room for the golf cart as well. And I did keep this thing that was found in my yard randomly to put my car cover in. But yeah, guys, this is going to wrap up this part of the project. The only thing left to do, I have black blinds for that window. That's the last part of this project. And now let's take a look at it with the brand new garage door closed. And there you have it, guys. That is the garage project that I have been working on for months and months and months, coming to a close. And I do say it looks fly. Don't forget we have the hex lights. We have colored lights up here that we can change. And there they go, looking so fresh and fly. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoy all this hard work I do for you guys. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and you just saw my whole garage project come mostly to a close, besides getting the blinds up on the wall. And now I want to take a look at this shark coating website with you guys. Go ahead and go online to sharkcoatings.com and check out the website, and you can see they did a great job on my garage floor, and I would trust them with yours as well. Guys, thank you for liking and subscribing, and we will see you on the next video. I'm so happy to have you guys with us. We got to get out of here. We spent way too much time sniffing paint fumes. As you guys all know, on Supercar Street Racing, we are always doing projects. Now, the current thing happening in the kitchen is all these appliances are being replaced. We already have the Samsung bespoke internet fridge here. The dishwasher, range, and microwave will be delivered the day after Memorial Day. And part of this project is replacing the aging under cabinet LED lighting with something more modern and cool. And of course, Govee is my go-to for this. So today we're going to see how we can replace this under cabinet lighting with this cool RGB IC Govee lighting and do it in a clean way where you can't actually see it. Hang out and let's go. Back in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and the other day I gave Patricia all my appliances, and I totally forgot that there was an LED strip under the microwave here, and I just ripped it out, so no big deal. I have exactly 1 day from when I get back from the cruise to have lights installed here in order to, what am I trying to say? In order to let the microwave be installed the next day. And what will happen is they're gonna go all the way underneath the microwave here, hopefully. Underneath this, they will be cut right here or just run underneath this shelf, the wiring, and all the way across this way with a 9-foot version of what we have over here. So basically right here we have a 6-foot section. We can either cut a slot into there with the jigsaw so that the wire can go up through there, or just run the wire underneath the actual cabinet. So the first thing we need to do is clear off this cabinet, put everything over on the other side, and then kind of evaluate getting this off the wall, which this is not going back. I'm not going to be putting these utensils back on the wall. I think it looks cleaner without it, and I don't like the metal bar being under there either, so let's get to work. See if I got the power. Let's go! Alright, I'm using a straw and some tape to pull the wire through. So I'm taping the wire to a straw and then just pushing it through the hole because there's a gap here. And just like that, we have the wire. Kinda cool. And this wire was just run before, right through the corner there. And it worked again. Perfect. Now we have power for this. This is our controller. Now, the only problem is, now, if you look at our lights here, this is the first wire, and you can see it's kind of big. How far away is our first light from there? Okay, that's kind of perfect. We want to get this up through the hole, this big one. Let's see if I made enough room. I did. That worked. So this is our goal today, is to kind of lay this out. Oh, I got the wrong end. Oh, what?
These nuts.
Got him! How are you supposed to do that?
Got him!
Dude.
Oh! What?
Oh, man. That sucks so bad. They're the wrong direction. You can't do this. This is crazy. These can only go right to left. They can't go left to right. Means this side is totally... This is insane. These lights have to go from this way to this way or they don't work at all. Why wouldn't they make it freaking interchangeable on both ends? Ugh. Hate this. That is the dumbest thing ever. Now what am I gonna do? Gotta go along the back. I got no choice. Oh, that sucks so bad. You can almost zoom in on the moon with video. With picture, we can go all the way in. It looks so cool right now. I love it. Alien. Alright, because these lights are terrible design, you can only go one way because of the way they stick. You can only come from this side. You can't reverse these. Look, I have to start on the right-hand side, go to the left. It just ruins everything. I have no choice. I have to drill. And I don't know if I can get this in there even. Okay. So power is going to have to come down through the back of the cabinet now, so I have to get my power wire rerun to the back. Alright, That is the maximum available. We got our good old wiring clamps out. We're gonna run this wire here to the back of the cabinet. All right, I'm gonna drill as close as I can to back here. Okay, it looks like there's enough room for us to put the controller and hide the wires up here, which means this just passes right through here. We can screw it down to the back with clamps, but we have to drill again on this side all the way through this time. Now we got to get through the bottom of this, and we will want to stretch out these legs and see how far we have. So if we start there. Okay, so now we have to drill in this corner, and that's always kind of tough getting the correct location because there is a 1/4 inch piece of board in here. You can see right here there's a 1/4 inch kind of trim piece. So we have to actually be out from the wall a little bit. All right, we're drilled. Let's get our vacuum out. We got the thing vacuumed out, and I think we want to tie in up here, and we're just going to go ahead and connect that now. So what this means obviously is that up here or somewhere we have some wire to hide. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mount this first light on the corner, and then I'm going to pull the slack and put the controller up in this void, but I am going to just mount this first light now, take you guys along for the ride. Okay, so this is the end product. Without cutting the end off of that, you can see they're very bright. Let's go ahead and get these into the Govee app. You've seen this done 100 times. It's the same every time. I'm gonna do that off camera and then show you guys what it looks like. All right, we got the first side installed and connected to the Govee app. And right now it's set between warm and cool white, but you can see stepping back how that looks. It's very cool. I like how it is on the glass tile a little bit. That's kind of the look I was going for. And then of course we can do any color we want, and we will show you the second part of this video. This is going to be quite the install because of that fact that we have to go right to left will be interesting. So we will see how we're gonna do that. But yeah, that's the first part of the video. I gotta jump in the shower and get ready to go to lunch with Rich. Okay, we got a complete mess here, and our job is to get this controller tied up here. So this is the actual on-off switch and controller that connects to Wi-Fi. We're gonna tie everything up and zip tie it up into the void right there.
this side is completely done, and now the cleanup effort will begin. So I'm just gonna start putting tools away, cleaning off the countertop, and then start putting things back in the cabinets. But before I do that, I'm gonna wipe the insides of the cabinets down as well. Hey guys, we're back again in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and you got Brad here, and I wanted to talk a little bit about these Govee lights before we go. Real quick, one major flaw with these lights: they can only go right to left. They cannot go the other direction. You would have to cut and splice, and you can't even do that because on the other side there's nowhere to splice into the first light. So these things are great, except for that is their one major flaw. You can see right here they have good reviews though. They have a 4.6 star review, and so they're not that bad as far as the community thinks, but in my opinion that is a big flaw. You cannot start from the left with these lights. The power supply must be on the right side. And for me, that meant re-engineering my whole project, and it's going to be a big problem for me on the other side of the room. One other thing that I wanted to mention is the warm white is not quite warm. It's a little bit more yellowish. So just be aware if you're looking for completely warm white, this is probably not the light for you. But these are running about 69 bucks, but Govee has a coupon, and also if you buy two things, there is a discount code as well. Now, I don't have a lot of time to talk. I'm going on vacation today and on a cruise, so we'll catch you guys later after we get off the boat. All right, welcome back to the channel, guys. I have a big update for you guys on the new Supercar Street Racing Studio. We are streaming live up there in the corner, right down there on the laptop right now. So please join the live stream if you're at all interested in what is going on. So here is the update. I have this much of the foam insulation done, and I just seam sealed the seams and caulked in the top. I was having trouble doing the corners with the seam tape, so I just went ahead and caulked it in because I'm better at that. And this is ready now for foam tiles. I was going to paint it black. The paint doesn't stick at all to this plastic, but my worry was that if there's spaces in the foam that you would actually see it. So I might throw a quick roll of paint on here, but I'm not 100% sure. Like if the foam tiles contract at all and there's spaces between them, you would see white. So I might go ahead and touch up all this and go ahead and throw a coat of paint on all these before I start foam tiling. The goal with foam tiling now is to see if this is even going to work as a surface and how it looks. So my plan is to do that corner and this whole entire wall here and see how good I am at cutting around on and things like that, because I have to actually cut the foam and then lay the faceplate maybe on top of the foam. I don't know yet. I got to see exactly how it looks with the tiles on. But yeah, the tiles are down here, and so they will start up there in the corner in one direction, and then they will start, sorry you weren't even watching, they will start up here in the corner and run all the way across with one pattern, and then on the second run we will come down with this pattern, and it should make it look good. What else have I done? So I also ran the extension cables for the webcam. So I have
one 10-foot extension cable and one 5-foot extension cable running through the wall and down to where the computer is going to be, and the webcam is going to be up in that corner. And you can get on the live stream right now and see the webcam. It's right there on the left. So I did that. I also did more lights that are going to be switched. I originally only had one there and one there. I actually ran 2 more on each bank so that there will be 6 switched lights, and then we have 2 unswitched, one right there and one that'll be coming out of the ceiling over there. This is the part on this wall and this wall and this wall where we have to start worrying about cables behind the wall when we cover the wall, so we have to be measuring and ready to cut foam to get our cables out. So everything else, I framed up the Echo Show 15 mount, so that's the mount where it's going to be. I have the power ready for it here. That TV is ready to be mounted. I have the second TV mount on the TV inside. It's a older television that's going to be right here. It's a 32-inch. The 250-inch TVs go there, and they are in the living room waiting for the Govee LED immersive lighting to come in. I have one set coming in today for this TV. It's going to be a challenge because they're made for 50-inch TVs, but this is a 43, so I'm going to do a method that I saw online by raising the LED strips up every like half an inch to take up space. That goes there. These two have immersive LED. And then this one, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet because it's a 32. I want to try to do something cool with this one, but I don't know what it's going to be behind it yet. So that's our update for now. I will keep you guys posted as I go. Please join the live stream and let me know what you think.
You know, if you laugh that it's true and you were laughing the whole time because you know it's true. If you laugh, it's true. And then you were laughing the whole time and it proved my point, and then you got put on YouTube. That's what happens when something happens on you. You go on YouTube. You talk funny, you go on YouTube. Blessed day. I hope you have one.
In the Supercar Street Racing closet today, we got to do something with this guy. So this JBL Venue Sub 10 was bought in a thrift store. Back when I could get good things in the thrift store, I can no longer find stuff like this anymore, and I don't know why. This thing was in the closet in the hallway. It did eventually die. I'm assuming the amp was bad, so I have a replacement amp for this, and all we have to do today at Supercar Street Racing is go ahead, get this subwoofer out. It is heavy, it's a 10. Get it out of the closet and then bring it into the office and fix it. So let's get busy today. We got to get the subwoofer working again so we can have 1,000 subwoofers in my house. All right, we got the replacement amp for the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here. This fan is loud, so that's what you're hearing. We're gonna go ahead and get this sub taken apart now and replace this amplifier. You can see right here, don't know when this was actually manufactured. I would say this thing's probably 10 years old or more, but let's go ahead and get this done real quick. Got the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here in front of us, looking so fresh and fly, and it is ready to come apart. I think these are the screws to take it out. Pretty sure this amplifier is completely fried. If not, we spent $30 for nothing. I think this is a 250 watt. Okay, it just sealed really well. There's a gasket. Yep. There's a gasket around it to keep it airtight. Wow. That is a short, very difficult to get the wires off the sub. Now looking inside of the venue, there is the sub. The wire is extremely short. And there's the new pigtail wire. Positive was on the right side. That was the one that was really hard to get off. It is so short. How in the world are you supposed to get that on there? I mean, I guess it will go. I can't get the black one to stay in. It's loose. It's broken.
Got him! Got him!
It broke.
Oh! Whoa!
I'm gonna have to repair it.
Whoa!
All right, well, the wire broke, the clip. Okay, I have to cut and splice because the clip broke. So I'm gonna take the black off of this one, and in the meanwhile, give myself a little bit more room. Need my strippers.
Got him! Got him!
Got this wire strip back here. Just gotta cut this one off. Do the same. This clip is broken. Okay, got it stripped back. Just gonna splice them together like that and zip some electrical tape around them. No biggie. And now I have more room to actually work. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this guy in. It's not exactly easy. All right, that was much easier. And then all we have to do is put our gasket back. Return our amplifier to working condition. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet now, and we are going to wire up this subwoofer. We don't need much wire, actually, because we're just gonna bridge off the other one so that we can get 1 million comments about the ohm load. I need my wire strippers, this is crazy. It is so hot outside. We got our wires all stripped back now, so all we have to do is connect this guy up. Should not be difficult, unless the wire won't fit inside of the terminals, but let's see. And we're gonna do positive is going to be the side with the writing on it. Okay, this might be harder than I thought.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we are all done with the project. You can tell that the JBL hits much lower than the Sony. you can just feel the frequency response is lower and its output is so much better. So yeah, this is all done. This project is finished. We have successfully replaced the amplifier in the JBL Venue sub. And that is all for now. We'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and we are here in the 4K production studio, as you can see right behind me. And today we're talking about something that I have a lot of experience with, and that is powered subwoofers. And you know that I have quite a few. I probably have about 10 of them. There is one here in the studio and quite a few more inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. So today what we did was our old JBL powered subwoofer that I did get at a thrift store died for some reason. It was in the closet, in the audio closet in the house. We did pick up a amplifier for it for all the haters, because they said when I replaced my amp in my Cerwin Vega subwoofer, I wasn't really repairing it. So this time we repaired it again with a new JBL original plate amplifier, and it did get repaired correctly and looks and sounds really good again. Now, taking a look at some of the powered subwoofers on Amazon, which I will link in the description, you can see that there are quite a few clips on the very top, and they all have very good reviews. Like the R125W, you can see right here. This one has a lot of good solid reviews. It is a 12-inch woofer, and looks like it's sitting at about a 4.8, which is very difficult in a speaker to get reviews that high. Now, looking back on the front page, there are a few other ones up here, like Audio Engines S8, the Soundtown Oberon, which actually looks like a Pro because it has this big kind of pro-looking grill on the front, or grate if you want to call it. And then if we scroll down some more, there's a couple of other Klipsch's. There's a 10-inch Klipsch there as well for $179. And if we get even further down, you'll find one of my favorite subwoofers, and that is the PSW10 by Polk. It is a good value. It has gone up in price lately. Used to be able to get it for $159. I can't believe that, but now it's sitting up at about $249. Also has a lot of good reviews, over 15,000 reviews, and it is sitting at over 4.5 stars. So that would be another good option for you if you are looking for a powered subwoofer. Now, like I said, I'll put 3 options down in the description for you to pick out a good powered subwoofer for your home. But check it out right here. We've got things like the ELAC for $149, which also has 1,039 really good reviews. Now, some that you may or may not have heard of, because I sure haven't. We have the Rel and we have the Edifer as other choices for subs. And then if we keep going down, there's some like the Kanto, which I also have not even heard of. So there are a lot of choices out there for a powered subwoofer. I love all my powered subwoofers, so you know what I have. You've seen some in my videos. You can always go back and watch some of those older videos. But for now, we are going to be calling it a day at Supercar Street Racing. We have to go shoot another video for the golf cart of some products that we just got in. Please like and subscribe, and always order your Amazon products through any of my product links. If you click on a link in the description and then order anything, doesn't have to be that product, it helps out Supercar Street Racing so much, because you know we don't make any money on the channel, we actually lose money. Now we got to get out of here. We got to go shoot and edit another video today.
Go, you do it, I do it.
We can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, you don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
We're here once again in the Supercar Street Racing office, preparing for the hurricane. You can see I brought everything in. It may not be necessary, but it took about 10 minutes to bring all the furniture up. And today we're looking at this amazing Haza PR 800 wild camera, which was so gracefully supplied to us from the manufacturer to check out. Let's get this thing opened up, see what's inside, and have some fun on the channel. I'm hyped. We are back in hurricane prep mode now at Supercar Street Racing, and we got a hurricane coming tomorrow, and we're hoping we don't get too much of it. There's a little bit of wind out there right now, but nothing major. Today we get to open up the VESA PR800 Wildcam, which was so gracefully provided to us from the manufacturer to check out. And right here, right now, we are going to open this thing, and then we're going to test it out and see what it's all about. And unboxing this, already like the packaging a lot. And let's see what's inside this guy right here. And immediately opening it up, we can see that it is looking all camouflaged and nice. So definitely will be camouflaged on the trail. And then taking a look further inside, looks like there is a couple of peel satisfactions here on the camera with the peel sat, which I know you guys love that. Except I failed on that one. The other one just fell off. And there's your peel sat. And this one is going to be a royal pain for me to peel, ruining everything. And we finally got off the peel satisfaction there. And looking further into this thing, it looks like it's got two clamps here. Now keep in mind, oh, there's some more peel. I love it when they do that. They don't even tell you to remove this one, but there it is, guys, the peel sat for you. And opening up this trail cam, it looks like, oh wow, nice. It's got an LCD display right here. And I'm checking out, all right, down here it looks like there is a 6-volt power adapter hole there. Very nice. It's got a little LCD screen with some peel sat. That peel sat, oh, I messed it all up for you guys. That peel sat is so good. All right, we got everything peeled on this guy, and you can see right here, right now, it closes like that and clamps shut, weatherproof, just like that. Looking further into the package as we dig deeper into the trail cam, the PR800, looks like we have some kind of strap right there. Maybe it's to carry it around your neck, I'm not sure. Be pretty cool. And then digging deeper here, we have a USB, and I forgot what type of USB that's called. It's not USB-C. It's like micro USB or something like that. And even further here, it looks like we might have a charger right here for a USB. And inside here is the hunting and trail manual with kind of an overview of everything. And it says use the 6-volt power cable in the camera. Since there's no built-in battery, the camera will power off when unplugged. Okay, so it looks like here it has to be powered all the time. Ah, or it has batteries, I see. So it looks like maybe we could use a battery bank on this, or we can just throw batteries into it and use it that way. And I guess it opens up in order for you to install the batteries right here, looks like. And there is the 8 AA battery slot there. I'm more interested in trying a battery bank And the batteries will not charge on this, so don't think this is chargeable. What you're doing here is just powering it with batteries, or you're powering it with 6 volts through this port. And that leads me to go grab my battery bank and see if we can figure out how to use that. And we have returned with my generic battery bank here, and I'm really curious to see if this guy, oh, that's looking neat in the display. I'm curious to see if this guy will power via the power plug here, the battery bank. So let's get that power wire undone here. And you can see it has that little round type so you don't mistake it for anything else. And somewhere on here there's a USB port. Haven't found it yet. And that must be for getting, there it is. So it's for getting the stuff off of there, I'm assuming. Right here, right now, let's go ahead and plug in this power to our power brick and see what happens. All right, so we're just inserting the power cable right there, and then our power adapter pretty much has USB A and C and every other type. So let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. And I believe the power is off, but we do have power supplied to it now. Let's see what happens when we turn this on.
Robert, it goes down.
And nothing happened. Interesting. Curious if I have to power my power bank on. That says power. Alright, I'm going to see if I can figure this out and get back to you guys. Alright, I did some experimenting here, and interestingly enough, when I plugged it into my Samsung charger, it did come on. Aha! It comes on here now with my battery bank. Alright. So yeah, it didn't power up the first time with either the power on my nightstand or with my battery bank, but now it is on, and you can clearly see on the screen there is something on the screen there, and that is the front of the camera, what you're seeing. And notably, there is a SD card in here, 32 gigabyte SD card that came with it. It says it doesn't come with it, but it absolutely did come with one. So that is interesting that it wouldn't power up before. I'm going to try now in the nightstand power bank and see what happens. And it does power up there as well, so not sure what was going on before, but it absolutely works now. So digging a little bit, it just gave a low battery indicator as if the cable came disconnected, so I'm wondering if there is a short in this cable somewhere. But this does not charge. There are no batteries in here from what I can tell. So we're just running off the cable right now. But we are going to set this up with the battery pack outside and go ahead and play with it and see what it will do. And then we'll go from there, because this does not charge and I'm not going to load it up with AA batteries at this point. Now just quickly going through the menu here on the PR800 Wild camera, we can see here that we can set up things like the mode, which you can switch between photo, video, and video. Photo pixel, so you can change the resolution. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the highest resolution, 42 megapixels. You can put on continuous shooting and you can make it shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 photos. Video length, you can put it 5, 10, 20, 30, or 1 minute. Let's go ahead and put it on 30. Resolution, you can change from VGA to 720p to 1080p to 2K or 2.7K. I'm going to go ahead and go to 2.7K. Low, medium, high, PIR sensitivity, whatever that means. EIR interval. Whoops, I went back out. Not sure what that is. There's a timer. There is a time-lapse mode here. There's an auto power off, which is not on right now. And here's where you set your date and time. Record audio, yes or no. Device sound, you can turn the sound effect off and on for this guy. Timestamp on. Format. That format's the SD card. And there's the software version. Let's go ahead and set the date and time if it's not set already. So it's set to 1/1/2023, when in fact it is August 29th, 2023. Let's see if we can go backwards. There we go. It thinks it is 8:36. Well, that's not good. How do I get to the time? Okay. So it is officially 4:58 p.m. 16:58. Let's see if it saved that. Yep, it did. Okay, cool. So that's a little look at the menu here on the trail cam. Let's see if we can figure out now how to set it up. Alright, I've been trying out the trail cam for a minute, the PR800, and now I'm pretty confident I understand how this guy works. So the power switch right here has two modes. One is setup and one is on. When the switch is in setup, that's when you can operate all the menu buttons and set up the actual trail cam. When you pop the switch over to on, then it counts down from 5 and then the camera is ready to start recording. Now, a negative that I already see about the camera is the position of the power. When this power is connected all the time, you can't sit the camera on the actual bottom. It would have to be put on a mount. Now on the rear, it does have provisions for a mount of some kind, or on the bottom actually, right there. It has a screw mount where you could put like a stake or something and drive it into the ground, or you could just zip tie it to a tree or whatever. But I did do some sample videos here for you guys, and when you go back into the setup mode and then you go into the replay mode, you can actually see here that I recorded some videos in the dark, some in the light, and some outside. And we will give you guys an actual video sample here coming up, and we will do that in a few minutes. I wanted you guys to see how the setup versus the on switch works here. So the replay button puts you in replay mode to watch videos. The mode button switches between photo and video mode right there. And then if you just want to take an instant picture, you use the shot button right there. So that's kind of the way that the menu items operate here on the PR800 wild camera here by VESA. And now we're going to take a little bit more in-depth look at maybe using AA batteries in this and how that will actually turn out. Let's check it out. Alright, so I have removed the little safety cover there on the PR800, and to load the batteries you simply put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 AA batteries in this thing to use those. I'm not going to load it. I do have them here. I am quite satisfied with the existing configuration of using a power cable because I'm not going to be placing this outside yet, but it does have a feature where it will power off and save batteries until it needs to power back on. So that's why you can use batteries and it doesn't just eat them up instantly. But that is a good look at the PR800. Here's a look at the back of it. Like I said, it's got some little handles right there. You could easily zip tie this to something, and then it's got a threaded mount on the bottom where you could probably put it on a tripod or maybe a stake into the ground. And you can see right here right now it has infrared LEDs on the front as well. Alright, so I have been playing with the trail cam for a few minutes now, and I actually left it out here to play with the wildlife. It's been running for about 6 or 7 minutes, so I'll show you guys how I set it up. So there we see we have an alligator right there, actually. Alligator, turtles, all kinds of wildlife chilling. And the camera is set up right here, and it should have gotten some shots. And I have the battery bank set up right here. And if we come back to this guy and we go back to setup, it's kind of hard to get the switch in the right position because you tend to like turn it off, but it doesn't always come on when I put it in setup, which is interesting. Kind of the problem I had with it in the very beginning. Yeah, there it goes, finally. Now it's starting to rain, so we're going to take this whole thing inside now. There comes the hurricane. And yeah, so that is a nice look at the trail cam and what it can do. And now we will take it back into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to take a in-depth look at the actual ad for this trail cam. Welcome back to the beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studios. We produce high quality 4K video right here in front of your eyes, and we try to do it live every time for you guys. It's good to see you again. And today, as you can see up behind me right here, we are prepping for Hurricane Idalia, or however you want to pronounce it, but it is on the way to somewhere in Florida, around the Big Bend or whatever they call it. Looks like we won't get a whole lot in Jacksonville. I'm hoping it's going to swing up and around, but we are prepping for that right now. But we are here not to talk about weather. We're here to talk about the VESA trail camera, and we just showed you that in the wild and how it operates and some actual footage of it. Now right here it says it's a 58 megapixel screen, a 2-inch, I don't know about huge screen, it is a screen. But yeah, so it's a game hunting camera with night vision, and we went through the whole setup and everything on it. The only thing I can really say about the camera that was a negative was that it was kind of flaky with powering off and on. I don't know what that was about. I'll probably have to play with it a little bit more. The night vision works really well, and the detection settings work really well, so I was pleased with that. It has 4.8 stars, so that's great, and here is an actual picture of it and some of the pictures online that they are highlighting of the camera. It does come with a 32 gigabyte SD card, and I didn't use much of that, but again, I didn't record a whole ton of video, and that's going to of course depend on your quality settings and what you're going to put those on. But yeah, I did like the way the pictures looked. It does come with a charging cable, which is awesome, but it does not charge. It's kind of misleading. You can either power it off of batteries or off of a hard power. Now, the disappointing thing about the power cable is it sits right underneath the device, making it impossible to sit on the ground and plug in at the same time unless you can kind of dig out a little hole for the power cable, which is what I did. It does come with a data USB cable too, but obviously the best way to actually get stuff off of the card is to use one of these USB SD card readers here, like I use for the GoPro, which is going to be way faster than using the cable. And so I'm going to give this guy an overall good rating. I mean, I think it's worth the $50. It's 10% off right now, so you can save another $5 on this thing. And I encourage you guys to please buy through my link. I'll have a link for this guy right in the description down here. Please purchase the camera through my link or anything else you need from Amazon. You don't have to find the actual product. You can click my link for the camera and you can buy anything you want, and it helps us out so much. It gives gives us just a little bit of money, a tiny bit of money to keep supporting supercar street racing. Wish me luck with the Hurricane, guys. We'll check in with you. We are also live on supercar street racing with our Hurricane Idalia cam. If you just look on the channel, you'll see that right now. Please tune in and give me some comments and suggestions in the Hurricane cam and tell me what you think. And we'll see you guys next time. I'm out of here. is two parts. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit.
That's what she said.
All right, in front of me, you see the whole home audio, and then we have our power cable right here. You can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone. I'm putting the LED strip through. The last piece of the wiring puzzle did come in. Now, this doesn't mean that we can crank it and do everything because our WIM has not arrived yet and it won't be here until the 24th to the 27th, I think is the delivery date. We have the wiring ready for that. However, everything else can be wired and hooked up right now. This stuff that came in is two parts. One is for the output of the Behringer Ultra Bass to feed the distribution amplifier to feed sub down to the subwoofer in the closet and also to the subs in the house. So basically, we're gonna come out of the Behringer here. It's got a single output. We got a male mono 1/4 inch phono plug to dual female RCA, but we have male to male RCA couplers right there. So let's get this connected up real quick. On this guy, we basically come out of sub out. All these professional products either have XLR or phono. And then we're really just going up here, literally right there to audio in. So I don't know if I'm gonna tie it up yet. I'm gonna look real quick. We got our cable plugged in. We do have a zip tie ready to go, and we got our male to male adapters on this. This plugs into our distribution amplifier where it says audio in, and then we'll tie the cable up really nicely right here with this little zip tie that I put in. Okay, we got our cable all connected up. We're coming out of our Behringer Ultra Bass. It's mono here. It splits to dual mono to go into the distribution amp. The distribution amp's gonna feed the sub down here and also feed the wall plate to both of the other subs in the living room for whole home subwoofer audio. That part is done. The other two male to males are for feeding the WIM, which then in turn outputs to our Juke multi-zone audio amplifier here via this cable right here. The input to the WIM will be either DOT or any other number of things. It can be anything really. For now, to test the audio, we won't have subwoofer. We don't have our sub out connected yet from the WIM. We can't test the sub. We can connect all of the speakers up though, and we have everything else ready to go. We can put our sub down there, slide everything in, and see if it is going to actually work like it's supposed to. So let's get this thing slid in there. So this thing barely fits. Barely fits. It does not fit unless you take off the base shoe and the trim completely. The base shoe has to be gone from both sides. The trim has to be gone from one side and the base shoe. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit. And once the trim goes in, it's not coming off. I want you to see how close this is. That's how tight it is. Look at both sides. And it's even tighter down here because of the trim. See, the trim's on the way right there. Otherwise, this thing would slide right in. Oh, it's still touching. That's how close it is. Oh, look at that. Fit. Oh, let's go, dog. Now, all we have to do is plug our stuff in. We have everything tied up really nice, right? So the subwoofer will hide this. We have power. Now this is network. Our switch is not on, so let's fire up everything. Make sure our switch links. We got power there, we got power there. Switch is booting up. Looks like we have 2 out of 3, which makes sense because our WIM is not connected. Now this is our house sub. We have some extra cable here we can put underneath. Just like that. Sure, just goes right underneath and you can't see it. This is the LED power for the LED strip. And then this is sub in for the sub. Let's go grab our subwoofer and get it in here. Actually, before we do all that, let's see how close we are on our speaker inputs. 1 and 2. So these just do plug in just like this. So I kind of guessed where these were gonna go. And I'm just making sure they were in and they weren't in all the way. Now I'm firing up the Juke. All right, so that's all the wiring going into the walls. Now there's still an LED strip that's got to go in here. It goes on the trim. It goes around the edge here and faces into the closet, but that's what it looks like without. And then the WIM will go right on top here. Okay, I just tested everything. I probably plugged something in wrong because a couple of the zones were wrong, but I just remapped them in the software. No big deal. It doesn't really matter what zone goes where. They're all labeled correctly. I probably just put one of the plugs in where it wasn't supposed to go. So all that's working and it sounds awesome. Next, subwoofer. I'm gonna go ahead and move this in here and install it. The Polk Audio sub installed at the bottom. The only thing I'm worried about is rattling. I don't know what I'm going to do if that happens. Maybe put it on some sort of soft cushion. I had no choice. I didn't want to put the bottom shelf in, but you can't not put the bottom shelf in. You have to put it in. There's absolutely no way around it. It's part of the base, so you can't take it out. Other than that, it's great. Everything looks good. After I test, this thing's ready for action with the WIM, but right now I tested Bluetooth from my phone to the Juke amp and it works perfectly. Looks pretty good too. I like the way it came out. The closet came out awesome. Very clean, white. It's going to look so cool when these LED strips are around the trim. It's going to go all the way around the trim right here, where that lip is, right there, and down this trim here, and it should light up the closet really nice along with that LED strip right there. Guys, we got the WIM Ultra in front of me, and I hope it's pronounced WIM. It looks like WIM or WIM. And this is a digital hub for all your music. It is a preamplifier only. This does not have any amplification in it. It does high-res audio, Spotify, Tidal, Chromecast, and of course, if I say this, it'll wake up, but you know what that is from Amazon. And then on the side, it says it looks good, sounds great, your magic home theater, and it's simplified, and it does effortless multi-room audio. I am super hyped for the WIM Ultra sitting right here, so fresh and so fly in front of me on the table. And on the back of the box, it just says Dolby Audio and HDMI, and then tells you what actually is included in the box. Now, this is for the whole home audio closet to wrap up that project right here. I've been waiting on this, but this deserves its own video. It will have both. It will be in my audio closet video, and it will also go into its own video for the WIM Ultra. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. I am super duper hyped for this. Unboxing the WIM Ultra is as simple as just pulling on this little plastic tab right there, and the box is now open. Now, I have pre-wired everything for this, even power, so that I don't have to pull my audio shelf back out. I will show you that, guys, that momentarily, but this box should just lift off now. Let's see. And now the WIM Ultra is looking so fresh and fly in front of you with no box on top of it. It is completely naked. It is gray, as you can see right here with the peel sat. It is inside of a entire condom here. Let's get it out. First thing I notice is the weight. It does have some weight to it. It came out of the box just like that, and you can see how stylish it is, and the connections on the back and on the front. There looks like a headphone jack, a control knob, and there is a screen there. But anyway, that is the WIM Ultra. You can see there on the bottom it says Dolby and HDMI. There's nothing on the side. It's just a nice, I think it's called space gray. And on the back we have input, output, just regular analog RCA cables. We have a phono input, a phono ground. We have a subwoofer out, which I'm super hyped about. We have a coax out, so this is digital coax. We have a trigger out, not sure what that is for. We have optical toslink out and in. We have HDMI ARC in. This is an input, not an output. We have a Ethernet jack here. We have a USB jack here, and then we have our power right there on the back. So that is what the inputs all look like on the WIM Ultra. Deeper inside of the box, there is a WIM Ultra manual here, pretty thick. It is also available for PDF download, and then right here they give you some sort of cables we need to open up and see what's inside. Now, they didn't even have to do this, but they provided an HDMI cable, a very nice one actually, a nice RCA cable as well, and also a Toslink cable. Unusual for them to include an optical cable, but it is right there. Now, this is labeled power cable, voice remote, and phono ground adapter. Let's get this thing unboxed as well. We are here in front of the whole home audio closet. You can see that we are pre-wired here for our brand new WIM. All we have to do is plug it in, and we have everything we need right here for it, sitting so fresh and fly right in front of us. These two little male-to-male RCAs are for our analog adapter on our Juke amplifiers. Those go directly here, and that's the output of the WIM. Let's go grab the WIM and get it set up now. Okay, we did get our WIM connected. Everything worked perfectly. We have our output of our WIM feeding our Juke whole home amplifier. We have our output of our dot here feeding the input of the WIM in case we want to use that. We have the subwoofer output going to our distribution block right there, which feeds that sub and also the house. We have our Ethernet plugged in here. It is a Cat 6 cable and it goes to a 2.5 gig switch right down there. And then we have our power cable right here. This thing is connected. All we have to do now is hide the wiring and we're good to go. We can test it. The WIM is fully booted up now. You can see the screen cycling with the nice screensaver in the back. You can see the button lit up there. Look how good it looks. It may not be quite centered there. It's just as deep as the Juke. So there's a good look at the finished product here with my shelf all done. This is the remote for the RGB lights that go there. And once this trim goes back on, there is smart Govee LED strip to go around the trim, which should look fly. But now we need to go into the app and see if we can look at our WIM on the app. All right, we're back in front of the WIM and you can see right here that we are playing Soma FM Sinfera. And I love this station, but I can't play it for you guys. I will get a copyright notice. So we're listening to Sinfera, and we do have an audio volume control right here. We also have our remote that we can work with to raise the volume and do other things, or command by voice. We could do voice commands if we want to. But yeah, we can't play any of this music because it's copyrighted. We will have to play some no copyright music for you guys. Okay, when I start the video on the camera, it does mute the volume on the playback for Bluetooth, but you can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone and it was playing the audio in the house from my phone. So that's how you do Bluetooth, and so far so good. I'm going to show you guys a lot more of the features of the WIM when I have a few more minutes to keep videoing. I got a little update for you guys now from right behind me in the audio closet. I've been doing a lot of work on this, and I am proud to say that the end is near. Now, I took a lot of extra time to do everything I wanted in this closet, and I spent extra money to get premium audio cables and all the gear that I wanted to make this thing look fly. So let me show you guys where we are right now with this. So last night I did put in the WIM and finished all the wiring on the audio closet, and you can see right here from top to bottom what's going on, and we will go over all that separately. But right here at the top, we have the WIM, we have the Juke Audio full home amplifier, we've got our Behringer Ultra Bass, a audio distribution amp for the subs in the house and down here. We've got our dot, we've got our Ubiquity switch, we got our power conditioner here from Panamax, and we have our Polk audio sub. We have our power right here for our LED strip that's going on the trim. But right now, our next mission is to get all this trim reinstalled and painted and touch up the closet walls where it did get messed up. So we're going to be doing that next right here on Supercar Street Racing, so hang out with us. All right, today we have a couple of things to do. The trim is not all the way in. We're going to be putting the trim in. We did mess up the paint on the walls a little bit, so we're going to be patching that. And we have to caulk and paint this trim as well. We're going to go ahead and paint this whole section right here. Since we're going to paint this one, we might as well paint that as well, I think. Go ahead and get this trim reinstalled, get it nailed in with my brand new nailer over there, my finishing nailer, and then see how we touch this up and make it look good again. All right, guys, a little update. Someone recommended wood putty for me for these holes, and it's absolutely awful. I hate it. It doesn't dry for 7 to 14 days, by the way. So I went ahead and used caulk, and then I used regular drywall mud on top of that, which I will then try to sand, but I put that putty, painter's putty in there, and it was terrible. I'm gonna let that dry, but while that dries, I'm gonna go ahead and do my Govee LED strip. So the LED strip is gonna go right behind here. So super easy to put in. Let's go ahead and get that, because there's a slip all the way around, and I put power right here. So we'll have our little controller right here, and then it'll kind of be hidden. So let's grab our LED strip. So here's our 16-foot LED strip. The first thing I want to do is get it out and see if it actually is big enough to go around this whole thing. And if it's not, I need to start higher. So I want to see where the start point and the end point is. Let's put it at the very bottom. Oh my God, we got plenty. Putting the LED strip through the side of the rack so that I can hide it behind the rack. Okay, here's my plan. Power's right here, so strip's on. I'm gonna put the controller at the very bottom, tie the wire up nice behind here. All right, guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing amazing living room. The compound is fresh and fly today because we have finished up our project for the audio closet today. And I want you guys to take a look at what we did. I just finished painting the wall after I painted the trim as well. All this trim was painted, and all the trim was painted around my home theater curtains right here. And now the project is done, and I'm thinking of a fly sign to go right here above this that displays something. What? I don't know yet. Maybe something related to Supercar Street Racing or audio or something like that. But you do see inside of the theater closet that we do have our WIM at the very top, the WIM Ultra right here, the remotes for the LED strips that run along the side, the Govee LED strips. We have our remote for the WIM. We have our Juke Audio 8-zone amplifier, which supplies audio to the whole house. Down below that, we've got our shelf. There will be a link in the description to the shelf. A little bit of a pain to put together, but once we figured it out, it was probably operator error. Underneath that, you can see the shelf comes with its own LED strip that is circulating into different colors. We've got the switch right here, the Ubiquity switch. We've got our DOT. I don't want to say the name because it'll wake everything up. We have a 4-port audio splitter for our subwoofer signal. One goes down here and one goes to the rest of the entire house. We've got our Behringer Ultra Bass EX1200. We have our Panamax power system here, though this does do conditioning and keeps the voltage steady and all that. It has some cool lights on the front as well. And we've got our Polk sub down here, and that rounds out our project for the audio closet. It came out awesome. The closet looks so much better. It's so clean. There's room to do, if you wanted another shelf up here, you could do a shelf. There's a lot of room left in here to do whatever you wanted. But I am so thankful to have you guys on Supercar Street Racing. To support our channel, you have to do a couple of things. You need to like and subscribe, and you need to also buy all of your products through our Amazon affiliate links. and there'll be links to all this. Look at this, it's touchscreen. How cool is that? We'll do a whole video on the whim, but this is awesome. Like, I love this thing. It's a preamp, it's high quality audio, it's very nice. It does Bluetooth and internet streaming and all that stuff, and so you need this in your life ASAP. Guys, please like and subscribe. Buy all your links through us. And we're going to have to get going now. We have a lot of stuff to do today. We got to watch football. Jags are playing today from Las Vegas, but we got to get out of here. We're going to go straight out that front door and just keep walking as far as we can. Everyone needs a tequila gun. I don't care if it costs $144. You need a tequila gun in your life. In the first quarter of 2023, they sold over a sucky motherfucker ass piss. Guys, live in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and you can see right here and right now that this refrigerator has some sort of issue. And today, we got to figure out why it has issues and give it some tissues. Guys, we are out in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and today we have to figure out why our refrigerator decided to not work anymore. So this fridge was lukewarm on top, and then in the freezer at the bottom, no cooling whatsoever. It was dripping all over the floor. There's actually water in it right now that we need to clean up. And so our mission today is quite simple. We're getting this out and getting the new fridge in 2 days. And we have to figure out this old ancient LED light configuration. So let's get busy and get to work. People, any number of years ago, I invented this solution for a backlighting for my fridge. And you can see what I did right here is I took a regular 3400K LED strip. I used a smart plug right here, and I built a frame to diffuse the light to the right and left. Now you could just use the back of the fridge and put the LED strips directly on there. But I decided that I wanted it to diffuse more, so I built a frame that would house the LED light strip directly on the sides, and you don't have to bend it. You just have to make that turn there instead of going this way. But today we have ordered a Govee RGB IC LED neon strip, and we're going to be removing all this and replacing it with a more high-tech solution. So right now the power comes from this, and then there is a extension cord on here with a flat plug, and then it feeds up into the cabinet to feed the other under cabinet LED strips right there. Today we're removing this LED strip, and we did order a neon RGB IC Govee strip, which is 10 years newer than this technology, and so we don't need this anymore. Let's get this removed. All right. So first things first, we're going to get this out of here. And of course, it is going to erase that. And it also did delete the strips on the countertop. So we got to figure that out next. And so we can't power our under the counter LED strips and our new strip at the same time anymore. Or maybe we can. We got that out. We don't need this anymore. We're throwing all this stuff away, and we need our cutters. Let's get some scissors out. These are trash. But instead of having to cut all the zip ties, let's just go ahead and cut the actual ends off. And now these will come straight out. We don't need this where we're going. We're not using old school anymore. We're doing new school. Now, all this is an expander for this plug. So let's get this out of here right now, Brett. Down here at the bottom, you can see we have the old power supply, and it does have dust and stuff on it from way back in the day. It's not plugged in. Let's cut it. And cut it. You've got to cut it! And we will go get our screwdriver so we can get the rest out, but this can come out completely. And this was just 3M taped to the back of this frame that I built on the wall. It was just literally like trimmed from Home Depot, but it has been there for probably 10 years. Maybe less, maybe 5, I don't know. I don't know when I decided to do this insanity level. Actually, it doesn't matter at all. I'll put another screw in that, it's fine. I broke the bottom, you guys didn't see it, but I put it back immediately. And earlier today, I replaced this ice maker valve. It was stuck open, and when I tried to remove the little line, it flooded my kitchen.
And so this can go directly into the trash hole. And now let's get our screwdriver and get rid of that old ugly power supply. So back when I bought this, there was not a lot of good solutions for this, but now there is so much more that we don't have to worry about it. Or this old plate that we took off today, we need to re-glue or caulk. But all this old wiring can come off. Yeah, this is gonna have to be like super glued back on, and this screwed back on or glued back on. But all this, I'm so happy to put in the trash can. The new solution will just literally be a smart strip. This guy just needs regular power. So we will plug our extension back in, plug that in, plug our new power strip in, and then we should be fine. But we do have to glue this back on or caulk it back on. And then also, we do need to clean the wall. So just so this makes sense, the power from here comes out, it goes up through the top of this, up there, and then there is a LED controller inside of this cabinet that controls these under the counter. These are old, they need to be replaced. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just doing this part first that was lighting behind here. I'm gonna do that part next, but those have been in here for a really long time. Been really reliable, no issues whatsoever. I thought I would have to turn them off and on, I don't. So I'm just gonna get something that leaves them on. Probably get the same thing out for this. Get the Govee, and then I'll have smart control over the rest of this right here and color control. So yeah, we got this part done. We just need to like caulk or glue this back in with white caulk, and then we'll be done with this part because it does need to be, oops,
These nuts.
flipper reel. But yeah, today I did get this valve replaced right here. Of course I was stressed out because I suck at plumbing, but I got it done and just keep falling off. Guys, the second part of the project for the new fridge has come in. These are the Govee Neon Rope Light 2. They are RGB, IC, and smart, and they are going behind the fridge right here, and they're gonna make the fridge glow like nothing you have ever seen before. So what we're gonna do right here and right now is unbox these guys and get them installed. And the first step to unboxing is actually being smarter than the packaging. So what you do is you put your knife right there, hopefully, and then you proceed to open these Govee strips, or you just break the packaging. So this is probably the 15th or 16th Govee, maybe more, product that I have, and I do like the way that everything works with one app, and I never have issues with these. I had one problem one time with the Govee strip, and I finally figured it out and returned it, but yeah. So inside of this packaging is the neon fused strip that, if you can see it, it actually looks kind of cool. So it doesn't matter if you can see it from behind the fridge. And here they are in all their glory sitting on my fridge, and these are the attachments. They are 3M strip attachments, and we're just gonna go ahead and put them on that frame right there and then link it to the app and see what happens. Let's do this. Okay, we do have our Govee strip out, and I love the way it comes with these cool, this is awesome. Guys, attention to detail, Govee. Way to go, man. You pay a little more, but you get a quality product that actually has tech support, and we got to figure out where we're starting. So we need a starting point. Now let's not forget that we have this big bulky thing that back here that we may have to figure out. I think probably there's fine if it sits like this. It's about 1.5 inches, maybe an inch. So if that's an issue, we'll probably throw it down in this somehow and put a extension. But for now, all we have to worry about is where we're going to start. And remember, guys, these don't have sticky backs. They give you metallic 3M. These, which you just literally push the lights inside that, or they give you these plastic ones. Now, depending on where we start is what we're going to use. So let's get these things on box. I think it's smart to start at the bottom. These have to be mounted this way on my frame. They have to be mounted facing away from the frame.
So that would be this side. So this side will go down. The Govee neon light strip, and we have our Google Pixel 3 ready to add this strip. So what we do is we hit the allow. Now it is going to look for this. It did find it. We go ahead and click add. Short press the on off button. All right, device name. Let's call this fridge lights. Call it done. So there's the version update. I'm going to upgrade it now. Okay, now that we have this software installed and the firmware updated, we can do things like scenes, and we have the same scenes that we have available in all our other devices. Like this is pretty cool. That's what I have in the mirror in the bathroom, guys. And so we have scenes. We can do colors. We can do anything we want. You guys know they have everything. Sorry Sky, that one didn't work. Ripple, Blossom, pretty cool, dude. This is called Universe, Wave, and then of course there is like all kinds of tabs with other ones, like Emotion, Mysterious, Release. This is Heartbeat, Gradient, Dreamland, Quiet, Flow. That'll look cool behind the fridge, I'm sure. Hopefully, this is the perfect size for the new fridge. This is so freaking cool. All right, guys, you get it. There's a million different programs for the Govee, and we can synchronize everyone in the house. We can do groups. This is so cool. I'm so hyped. All right, guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we did get the Samsung Internet fridge, and it is the bespoke fridge. So basically what that means is any of these panels here can be changed out for colors, or you can also do white glass, blue glass, or charcoal translucent glass. And you can see right here and right now, if we go to this YouTube, we got Supercar Street Racing available right here in the rear wall. And that's going to be for my irrigation system controller and also for our landscape lighting. So let's take a look at what I did here next by patching and painting the back wall, which was never painted. All right, so I did get it into 1080p. That was pretty easy, and that's what it looks like. It kind of looks like maybe I don't know how to lower the volume. Obviously, I have a lot to learn. I have no clue how to lower the volume on this thing. That was pretty cool, though. Dude, I'm hyped. And here is a good look at the inside of the Samsung bespoke fridge. And you can see right here and right now, I don't know how to use this thing yet, but it still has everything inside of it from the factory. That is the fridge part, but also, if you close this here, and you do open this, that is your beverage center right there. And then for the freezer, it's double, those 4 French doors. There is the freezer section of the Samsung Bespoke, and you can see the nice doors right there. And there's nothing in it because I threw all my food away. And also, it shows me what's inside the fridge from the app, which is crazy. The washer, microwave, and stove are ordered. It'll be mid-May, so it's going to be a minute before we get those. But guys, the hype train's real on the Samsung Bespoke fridge. All right, we are here in front of the Samsung Bespoke fridge. Just taking a quick look at this today because we're going to do a full video on this fridge. But you can see here, it does have an Android-based internet connection and does all kinds of cool things like YouTube. It does a whiteboard so you can draw. It actually has AI to order food for you. It has cameras inside of the actual fridge, and it can see what you have. Now, this guy also has the Bespoke panels. You can remove all three of these panels and make them either colored or white glass, blue glass, or charcoal glass. And the charcoal you can see through, I think. So I have a free set of panels that came with this that I'll be adding something to this. I want to see how the charcoal looks first. But if you look inside the door opens two ways. There's this way, where you have the beverage center, which has a pitcher and a water dispenser. Or if you close it and open up the full door, you have the actual inside of the fridge here. And you guys can see it's a super, super nice fridge. Lots of space here. And then down on the bottom, it's got two more doors for the freezer. And all that is controlled up here with the fridge manager. But there's the freezer, one side. And the other side, and you can see it's already making ice. So yeah, we're going to do an entire video on this Samsung Bespoke fridge. I did buy the stove as well. It will be here along with the other appliances, the dishwasher and the microwave, on around May the 14th, I believe it is. The cart just came just in time for this video to get posted, so we are going to be loading up our fridge with all new stuff because I threw away all the old stuff when the fridge died. So let's get busy, get all this stuff unbagged, get it into the new fridge. Now the fridge is seeing something and I don't know what it is. It found the soda. Set food name and AI vision inside. Boom.
Coming up today on Unboxing and Reviews.
This is fine.
Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are here in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio for another unboxing and review. And today we have the TUMSUG mini chainsaw, and I am so hyped for this. I was so excited when I found out about this product that I immediately ordered one and wanted to show you guys. So here we have it right here on the table where we're going to be doing our unboxing. So let's take a look at what's inside the TUMSUG, which is a great name, by the way. Mini chainsaw box. Was a little bit damaged right there, but no big deal. And inside here we see right here right now we have a beautiful hard plastic case. Now this guy was only about $48. There is a coupon right now available, and I will put a link in the description for this dude. But let's go ahead and get this all the way unboxed. And there is the TUMSUG mini electric chainsaw, looking so fresh in its box. And I love that it has this nice hard plastic case with it to protect it when you're not using it. Let's go ahead and open this and see what's inside. And right here, right now inside the case, we have this beautiful user manual here, which has a picture of the chainsaw on the front. Moving deeper into this packaging, we have what appears to be a extra chain and a screwdriver, a cleaning kit, and probably some chainsaw oil. So that's cool. It comes with an extra chain apparently. Moving forward more into the box, this looks like the power adapter for the charger, and wow, it feels like it's hollow. Very, very light. Not much to it. Moving forward, we have this lovely, you even get a pair of gloves with this. Pretty cool. Inside of this, I'm assuming we have our actual chainsaw. And yes, there is the TUMSUG. Beautiful mini chainsaw, looking so cool. I love this thing already. And it does have the chainsaw guard here. And where the battery goes is back here. And there is a lock right here so that you can't, you have to push the lock before you can actually do anything with the chainsaw and pull the trigger, I believe. Yeah, so you push it from the right side and then you can actually pull the trigger. Moving forward into our box again, and we have, even comes with a set of safety glasses, which is kind of crazy. Think about that, how much stuff you get for $38. Now this part of the box is damaged. Looks like it was dented in, but no big deal. And then inside of the safety glass condom, we have these beautiful, lovely safety glasses that were included at the low price of only $38, which is pretty insane. They give you these nice safety gloves, which make your hands smell like ridiculous nuclear waste. And then 2 batteries, not just one. And this is a 21 volt device, guys. They give you 2 batteries. So it looks to me like there is no charger. Looks to me like you charge it with the actual device. So let's verify that now. Or do you actually just charge the battery itself? Interesting. So I'm not sure about the charging on this because I thought maybe you just charge the batteries. Ah, you do. So inside of the battery thing, there is a little adapter connector right there. So you literally just plug your adapter here directly into the connector. So I have a plug over here. Gonna go ahead and plug this in the wall and see if we can get our battery started to charge. So right there is the plug, and you just plug it straight in.
and I don't see any indication of charge except for on the actual charging adapter. There is a red light on now, so that is now charging. So what we will do next, since we have taken a look at everything that's inside the box with the chainsaw, we're going to take it outside and see how this thing actually performs. Little update here. Each one of these batteries took less than 30 minutes to charge, and I don't know if they already had a charge or not, but just wanted to let you guys know that that was the case. It wasn't very long to charge them both, and then we'll take them outside and see what they can do. Go ahead and load our battery on here. They're both charged fully. Oh yeah. Let's get this thing out there and see what it can do. But first, as we drop that, we must go ahead and put on our brand new gloves. And our safety glasses. Okay, these berries that like to grow on this tree need to come off. And traditionally I use loppers, but let's see if this can handle taking off these palm branches. We have 2 or 3 of these that need to come off and 1 dead branch that needs to come off. Let's go for it. Now these have gnarly stickers. All right, it hopped a little bit on it. I don't know if that's my fault or what. Okay, if you get it closer down to the bottom of the blade, it works better. Perfect. No problem at all doing these palm leaves. I actually kind of chews them up though, probably because they're so light, but it does work. No problem. And the chain came off.
We're back in the SCSR beautiful production studio with Supercar Street Racing, wrapping up our review of the 6-inch mini chainsaw. And let me tell you something, that thing absolutely rips. I highly recommend this. We took that thing outside. We tested it on both regular palm branches and also regular tree limbs. I did knock off the chain one time, but that was my fault. If you push too hard on the thing, it is going to break the chain. I am going to put a link to this in the description of the video. Please click that link to buy this or anything from Amazon, as we get just a small amount of commission off of everything. As you saw on the chainsaw unboxing here, it comes with everything for about $45 to $48. You get the chainsaw, 2 batteries, the charger, the gloves, and the safety glasses. It's a really good deal, and I highly recommend it, so go get yourself one right now, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. What's going on, everybody? It is Monday, and I am so frustrated right now with UPS. My wheels and tires were supposed to be at the shop on Friday. 3 of the 4 wheels and tires were delivered. The other wheel and tire has been saying out for delivery for 2 days now. I am at my wit's end with these guys. I've called them 10 times. Nobody can tell me where my package is. Today we've got an unboxing. As you can see by the title, this is the G paddles. This is to convert your button style shifter that was on the AMG, the early AMGs, to paddles. Let's take a look at this. Go ahead and open it up. This came from England. Just be aware if you order these that you will have to sign for the package. It kind of took me off guard, and got to the post office today. There were 700 people in line for the holidays. But thank goodness that some lady walked out and said, "Is anyone just picking up?" So first thing I noticed is the package is almost open, but oh well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. It says that the G paddles are inside and that there's instructions here. Literally was hardly closed at all. Go ahead and get that rest of that open. See what's inside here. Looks like we got some instructions here about that they emailed me. The real instructions. And we've got this other page here. So there's one thing you got to know about this. The factory button holder, which you will see when we install this, is very delicate. They do not make that button holder anymore. If you damage it, you need a new steering wheel. There are ways to get this thing out though, involving heating that unit, that button holder up so that it's more pliable. If you don't, you're gonna break this little tab off. Picture it like this. Basically, this is not dirty looking at all, is it? There is a little button holder. The stock button is has 2 tabs on the side like this that fit inside these little round things. Okay, to get that button out, you have to pop those little tabs out. But when you do, most people break off this little circle that covers it. It's almost, I don't even know how to describe it, but the pin goes inside this little half circle that allows it to turn. Most people break that off right there because they just are in too much of a hurry and they don't heat the housing. So inside here we've got this nifty little, I guess it's an air freshener, British flag air freshener. And then inside here we've got G paddles. So they are silver. You can get other colors, but I mean, if you really want other colors, just paint them. That's G paddle number 1. So there's the mechanism. So if you see what I'm saying here, these 2 pins, right there, they fit in 2 little circles that are pivot points. And this part presses the actual button. And this part would be this left side, I believe. So when you pull it towards you, it pushes the button. So that part inside the holder, button holder, that's part that goes around this pin is what people usually break off. So
So here is button number 2. I will put the instructions for this with this video. There's button number 2. So it's going to probably be like that, I'm guessing, but the opposite of the way it's facing you. That side would face you. There's the 2 together. So look for video number 2 of this, which would be installing these beautiful G-paddle button replacements. We'll throw these back in here right now. And any day now you can look forward to a video of brand new wheels and tires. I won't tell you anything about the wheels except that they are matte black. And I was kind of trying to save that, but I gave it away in another video. So look for that video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys in the next day or 2. Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing, and today I'm going to show you how to add LED strip lights to any bed for a nice look of ambient lighting. Hey guys, today with Govee Wi-Fi LED RGB strip light here, and what we are going to be doing right here and right now is adding this light to underneath the new Wayfair bed. And what we're going to do is unbox this, and basically we're going to zip tie it all the way around the bed, and we're going to start doing that now. Okay, we got the Govee RGB LED strip light right here, and it does come with a bunch of clips which we're not going to use. It comes with 2 LED strips, and basically one runs off of one connector here and the other one runs off the other connector. So we're going to put it down at the end, and then it is going to go around in a circle. One is going to go each way, and that is how we are going to prepare to put this LED strip under the bed. Okay, so we have one side of the Govee strip light here. It's going to go one way on the bed, the other side on the other way, and we are going to go ahead and get underneath the bed and start zip tying up, going that way first towards that side of the bed. I guess maybe we'll just start in the middle. Maybe makes the most sense, so we'll do that. I'll have to climb under the bed, so I won't be able to really get any video while I'm under there. I have no way to video it, so I will update you guys as I go. All right, so I got the LED strip lights all tied up underneath. As you can see here, wherever I had to turn a corner, I did a gradual turn and took up extra slack because I had more than enough LED. I had the 32 feet worth. And I put zip ties every 2 or 3 feet and anywhere that I made a turn or had to go around something. And then back here, I just have to finish dressing up all the wiring, which I'm going to do now. I bought this USB / extension thing for this box. I'm going to see how it works out now. It's got USB-C, USB-B, and puts ports on the side for power. I'm going to go ahead and get that installed now and see if that's going to work. It's going to put the bed off the wall just slightly. Guys, I just finished up the wire management for the Govee underbed lights and basically got the wire management done for the side tables. And I did not plug the USB for the side tables into the top. I ran it down the back because it looks cleaner. And you can see here that we have the finished side tables. I don't really like how the wires have to come out to the receptacle over there, but that is no other choice unless I run it to the back of the bed and I'm all out of power back there. Also, the bed can't push all the way up against the wall because of the power back there. So I want to get a couple more pillows back here or maybe a headboard. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But as you can see, we got our lamps back in here that were belonging in here. And we got the underbed done. And you can see how it works right there. I added it to the Govee app. And now it is smart controlled. Echo, turn off the master underbed lights. Echo, turn on the master underbed lights. These are also Govee bulbs. You could sync them if you want to, or leave them independent. They are currently independent. You can put them on scenes or routines so that when you say one thing, all these lights might do something, or do separate things, or do the same thing. And yeah, I am hating how this thing is bunching up. I don't understand that. This blanket is like bunching up on the inside. I don't know why it's doing that. But I'm going to take it off and remake the bed. And this project is done. Get a good look at the underbed lighting. We'll see you guys next time on the channel, guys. This is the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, guys. Check out the studio. What do you guys think of the studio, man? It's pretty cool. I know you want to hang out in the studio with me. Let's go. I never have these in my house. So gnarly. Ugh. Gotta get it before it crawls under the fridge. Gross. Happy holidays, guys. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and I'm excited about today because I've been wanting to do something in this bathroom for a while, and right behind me right here is all the keys to the next project on Supercar Street Racing. And we're going to take a look at that right after this. Guys, we're back for another episode, and you know we like to do projects here, and you're inside of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom with me today. And today, sitting right here on this counter, are the keys to the next project, at least part of them. Now, some of the stuff hasn't come in yet, but I am expecting a few things over the next couple of days. Now, that doesn't mean we can't get started and talk about what we're gonna do in here, and that's my plan right here, right now, is to go over my plans with you for this bathroom and tell you what's gonna happen next. So let's talk about it. We're standing right outside of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom, and when you're in the house, the orientation of this bathroom is my bedroom is right in here, turn some lights on so you guys can see. And then when you come down the hallway right here, we've got the guest bathroom, and then through that wall right there, or those curtains, that is the home theater room. And in this closet is the SCSR control room for all the whole home audio. All sits in this closet. Alexa, turn the audio closet light on. Haha, not responding. And there it is. For some reason it didn't respond, but that is the audio closet, and that holds all the wiring for the whole home audio system. Now right next to it right here is our guest bathroom, and inside of this bathroom was remodeled maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and I did a lot of the work in here myself. We did a new vanity, all new paint. I did the beadboard here with my table saw, and the chair rail up here, I guess is what it's called. And it came out really nice. I also had this idea to delete the medicine cabinet at the same time and put in beadboard there, frame it out, and then I ran power up to the little puck light there that is controlled by this dimmer. Now this dimmer also controls all the other lighting up here. That includes the in-ceiling lighting, this vanity light here, and the puck light. So that is kind of what we're looking at here for our project. Now you guys are familiar with the bi-cold mirror project that I did on my channel about 1.5 years ago. Now what this is, these guys are Wi-Fi enabled mirrors that have the time and temperature and weather forecasts on them. And they also are backlit, as you can see right here. And that is how they look without the backlight on. Now this LED lighting technology that's behind there now does not come with the mirror. That is the Govee RGB IC LED strips that I added myself. So that's the plan, is to kind of do this again in a different way in the guest bathroom. Now I like to enable some smart home features in every room. And so part of this activity is also going to be fixing up the Echo Show 5. So, and this is probably going to wake up the other devices, but fixing up that device there so it is flush mounted into the wall. We'll take a look at that in a minute. But that is also the plan, to get that working very nice in the other room and make it look a lot better in the process. Once again, we're back here in the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom, and you can see that about 1.5 years ago, I just threw an Echo Show in here, which is unlike me, and I just kind of ran the power down there, but it looks absolutely terrible. And my plan is to actually go ahead and flush mount this guy into the wall, but we need to talk about what's going to happen before that. Now we just have a standard mirror right here in front of me, and you can see Brad here in the mirror. But what we're going to do here also is change this whole area up here. And our first thing that we're going to be changing is we're taking out this old mirror, and in its place we're putting up the bi-cold smart mirror. But in this case, unlike the other bathroom and unlike this, we're actually going to have this guy go this way. So it's going to be horizontal, and it is a long horizontal mirror about the same height as this, a little bit shorter, but it's going to cover most of the wall, and it's going to be centered to this light. So the middle of the mirror will fall straight down here. Even if there's some space over here, that's fine. I want it centered underneath this lighting right here. And so that mirror is on the way and will actually be here on Tuesday, was the last thing that I saw. So my plan is to either put the Echo Show right here or there, depending on where this falls into place with the mirror. Now let's talk about power for this guy. Now I am going to go ahead and get power through my audio closet because it is right behind this wall. We can literally go straight through the wall and come out the other side. There is no code violations there because we're not putting a box inside the wall or anything. But we also need power for this mirror. So at the same time, we're going to be putting a wall box inside there behind the mirror, and then we're going to run the power into the audio closet where there is already active power. Now let's go over some of the things here in front of me that are going to be used for this project, because I've started ordering things already. And we need quite a few things here for this project. Now the first thing we need is the bi-cold smart mirror, and that is not in yet. But it is, I believe, 48 this way by 24 this way. So let's grab our measuring tape and see how that's going to look. Now this new bi-cold smart mirror measures 48 inches, let's call it wide. So that is going to be about I'm gonna go ahead and measure that out and show you guys. Yeah, it's gonna be about to here to here, and we're gonna do our best to get the mirror centered underneath that. So we may have some space over here, which is fine, in which case we will run our wire down through the wall and get it out the other side for the Echo Show. Now 24 high is only, so this mirror here is actually 31. We're only gonna have 24 of that, so we're going to have some space underneath also. If we put the mirror in the same spot there, we can actually put the Echo Show underneath this guy, like right around here, which would be good also. So we could run the wire for the Echo Show right through the wall there and into the power area. So that's the plan. 48 by 24 may not be centered, the mirror may not be centered on the wall, but the mirror will be centered underneath the light, and that is my plan at this time. Now right here in front of me, we got our Govee RGB IC strip. Now, IC meaning individually controlled LEDs is different than a regular LED strip, so make sure you get the IC. These are smart, they are controlled by Amazon Alexa and also Google Home. That is for behind the mirror. That's gonna be a custom job that I will show you on the video. This, I have a bunch of these. These are the wall mounts for the show, and I will show you one of those right now so you know what I'm talking about. Right here in front of the Show 5, and we see this wall mount looking so fresh, and this is the mount right here, and that is going to be what we're going to be doing in the bathroom underneath the mirror. Just so you guys understand, there'll be a whole tutorial on this when I do it as part of this project. But these are, I think, around 25 bucks, and they're the best thing ever, and they do still allow you to get to the controls here, and they also allow this thing to have audio because there is a vent right under here with the speaker. So these are awesome. I have had a bunch of these, and they are very cool. So we're going to be doing that as well. So after thinking and looking at this a little bit with you guys, I mean, I'm almost pretty sure that the show is going to go right here underneath the mirror, centered up right here. We just have to figure out if there is a stud. There is likely a stud on this side of the light, but I'm not 100% sure that I actually did. I think I put that in, and I think I actually moved it over. So there may not be a stud right there. I got to get my stud finder out and check, but when we cut the hole for the show, we just have to make sure we don't hit a stud, or we'll have to carve that stud out. But that is the plan right now, and you guys saw the wall mount for that. Now, these pull toggles, these are the best freaking drywall mounts made, and these are going for the mirror mount. So these go through the wall and they will pull tight, and you're never getting anything out of that. So this is going to support the mirror mount in 2 different places. That's what those are for. This is actually a new high-tech puck to replace this guy right here. And let me dim the lights a little bit so you guys can see it. That is an old school incandescent puck that I carved into the actual what do you call this? The medicine cabinet that I created. This was my creation, and I thought it would be kind of cool, and I got the glass and everything put in for that. So this puck here is going to replace that one, and this is LED, and it runs right off of 110 volts, and it is dimmable. So all we have to do is pull that one out and wire this one up, and then figure out a way to secure it. We'll figure that out once we get that one out of there. We might have to use white caulk again. That's what we used right there, but that is what this is for. And moving forward, we have a brand new light for this guy to replace this old school. And it's still nice, don't get me wrong, but this is a new, modern, high-tech light to replace that one. This is LED, it is dimmable, it looks better. I am stoked for this, and we can do that anytime. We can get that guy out and get this guy installed. Now the first thing we need to do here is get this mirror out and that sconce out. That will start the project, and then we can do everything else once things start arriving. But we are able to go ahead and put this light in now, and we do know for a fact, after measuring, that this light is going to have to be centered. It's 48 by 24, and I know you guys can't see this, but let me flip this around here. So 48 by 24 would be about, yeah, we're gonna have to just literally center the mirror straight under this and put whatever distance it is, that's what's gonna happen, because that's all we're gonna do. We're gonna have some space right here. We can maybe put something on the wall right there, but that is the plan as of right now. And then the next thing is to get these two out of the wall. Happy Sunday, guys, and I know I look haggard. I had the craziest night last night, and not gonna lie, it was absolutely insane till 3:30 a.m. But I am ready to break some stuff, actually ready to work. We gotta get this mirror down, and we gotta get this light down. We gotta see what's behind this mirror, if it's painted or not. I don't think it is, and figure out this whole situation. So let's get this mirror out first. These are wall dogs holding this up. Now the craziest part is you can see the hangers for the mirror. I always hated that. That one is not in at all. Wall dogs just go right into the drywall. You don't need like inserts or anything. But yeah, this mirror is not painted underneath. So I guess I gotta paint this wall. Look, it's gotta paint some of this anyway. I hope I have the paint. Not sure if I do. But I think I'll be able to cover these holes with the new mirror. Gotta go grab the measuring tape. Okay, so the new mirror is 48 by 24. So it's going to sit right about like this. So 48, 24 would be the center. 48 is going to be the middle right here. But if we go up here, it's only 24 tall, which is not as tall as I wanted. Oh, okay. I think that's fine. It would sit right here. And then the Echo Show would be down here below it. So we either got to fill those holes and patch and bring this down, but I think the move is to mount the Echo Show right in the center here, get our stud finder and see where the studs are. But I want to take the slide off first because I don't remember. I think I put one of the boxes in where you don't need a stud, so it's just, I think I just literally put one of the new boxes in that don't need to attach to a stud. Taking this light off is pretty easy. All you have to do is take the two side screws off. So things just got a little bit more complicated because there's no box there, so I can't really, well, there's a stud here, right there. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do at this point. I might have to cut a box out. It is quite unfortunate, but I am not gonna have a choice but to paint this whole bathroom, which does not make my day happy. But when you think about it, it probably needs it anyway. Well, I was thinking about putting the Echo Show here, but I just realized my towel rack is right there, so I can't really do that. I would have to move my towel rack somewhere else, and I really don't have a place for that. So the Echo Show is going to go right there. Speaking of Echo. A shipment will arrive today. No, so yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna go right here, and hopefully we don't get to the end of the closet. And unfortunately, there is a stud right there. Right there. That's where we wanted the show to go. Kind of puts a wrinkle in things. Unless we cut the stud, which I guess we could do. So that stud is sitting at 27-ish. So I'm going to measure this in the closet. Computer, turn on the audio closet light. So, measuring in here, 27. Really close to the back. Yeah. Or we arbitrarily move the Echo Show to somewhere over here, which probably isn't a bad idea. We could put it lower left here, not bad. Okay. There's the next stud. Right there. We'd have to put it on this side. I think that's kind of the plan now. Just put it here. Take the power through the other side. Yeah, I think that's the move. I'm not sure. If I don't center it, it's gonna look weird. I could center it over the sink, but then it's not going to be centered under the mirror, or I could just go lower right here. That's probably what I'll do, is put it right there. And it's going to be maybe 48 inches off the ground, 47. And in the closet over here. Okay, that'll work out. And then it'll be, I don't know, maybe seven inches from the wall. If I do it over here, my towel's in the way. My towel rack. Can I move my towel and put it right here? Should I? Where am I going to put my towel? I don't know. Towel over here? No, it'll get right in the way. Smaller towel? I have no idea. Right here. The mirror is 48. I'm gonna go get my tape and mark off the mirror.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we've got a box here from Wayfair, but weirdly enough it's empty because it's right here.
It is the Wayfair mattress in a box, and we're going to be taking a look at that today on the channel. Stay with us, guys. All right, welcome back. We have the Wayfair Sleep mattress here that we're going to be taking a look at, and it came in this box. Box is kind of beat up, no matter. It is a foam mattress. I doubt you would have damaged that. So I took it out of the box, and it is ready to be unfurled right here, right now on the channel. So let's get to doing that. We'll start cutting this open and see if it pops out and reforms into its shape. Rolled the mattress on its side and it had these lovely instructions. It says right here it's going to take up to 48 hours to return to shape. Could take longer if it's cold. And we got to lay the package on its side and remove it and use the scissors to cut out the plastic. But actually we probably should wait till we have the bed to actually do this unrolled. So let's wait till we have the bed. We'll continue the video then. Actually, it says foundation is fine, so let's go ahead and get this bed unboxed. First, we have to find something to actually cut this guy open with. I did have my Smith & Wesson knife. Here it is. So the trick here is going to be cutting these little supports without damaging the mattress. There is one tape and two tape. And I'm going to need two hands to do this, so I'm going to go ahead and unroll this mattress pretty quick. Okay, there is an outer bag on there. And I believe this is upside down, so I may want to get it the right side up before I actually cut it. There we go. Mattress is officially able to expand now. I'm going to leave the plastic on it to kind of protect it and keep it white. All right, it has been 24 hours almost since I opened this, probably a little bit less than 24 hours since I opened this Mainstays Wayfair, not Mainstays, I call it Mainstays, Wayfair sleep bed, and it has taken shape fully. You can see now that it is full height and full width of California King, and it will be sitting right about there underneath that Red Hot Chili Pepper sign. Also got the Amazon pillowcases in, the elegant comfort fitted sheet, and we got the oversized Sherpa blanket California King sitting here waiting to be put on. Tomorrow the bed frame will be delivered. It is a basic bed frame with no headboard. They will be here tomorrow. The side tables will be here tomorrow, so I will have a project for the channel with the side tables. I'd like to review them. They're the LED side tables with charging ports. So that is a good look at the bed, the Wayfair sleep bed foam, memory foam mattress, as it has taken its full shape now in its glory, and it is ready to be inserted onto a bed frame. Guys, today we've got the Ackerman 16-inch bed frame here. It is a California King, and we are going to unbox it and build it. All right, here's the Ackerman 16-inch bed frame ordered from Wayfair that we are going to be unboxing and taking a look at today. we got the bed assembled. Took about 30 minutes of time. And yeah, that's it. It's super easy. Instructions are straightforward. I used a drill and an Allen kind of key bit to get this thing done quickly. And now we will throw the mattress on there, clean up, and get this thing where it's supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the finished product of the bed frame and the Wayfair memory foam mattress all put together in one package. I would like to get some skirts for the side of the bed that hang down. The bed frame actually makes up for having no box spring by being a little bit higher and getting it off the ground. It's a little higher than I normally like, but actually not bad at all. Would be probably the height of a standard bed. And I did sleep on it last night for testing it on the channel, and it is definitely a medium firmness, I feel. I did get hot under this Sherpa blanket, but that's expected. I slept with the door open. We had nice 60-degree temperatures last night. It is 64 right now. And so to summarize, I definitely like the Wayfair mattress. I like the bed frame. The whole combo was under $650, and the whole combo to put together probably took me no more than 30 minutes of time, and that is all on this video. Guys, please like and subscribe and buy products from Amazon through my affiliate links. Even if you're not buying what I have on the link, please click through. It costs you $0, and it helps support the channel so that I can keep buying things to review and to put on the channel and to help the channel grow and to use for the channel production services. And that is all for this video of the bed frame and the Wayfair wonderful foam, memory foam mattress. See you next time on the channel. Guys, welcome to the channel. And this happened. Guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing. I went to California on vacation and I came back and this was sitting in the garage. The channel just got a Green Machine 200 EFI. I haven't even taken the plastic off yet. I was starting to, and I'm like, no, I gotta let you guys see the Green Machine first before we take the plastic off of this beast. So this is a 200cc low-speed vehicle, not a golf cart, not a side-by-side, two-wheel drive. Don't need 4x4 here in Florida. Love this thing. It's brand new. Bought it in Missouri from the company that fabricates them. They put it together for me, and this is the Green Machine for the channel. Supercar Street Racing. Got the cup holders, and I am in the process of cleaning it up right now and unpackaging it. I still have to put the windshield on, but I'm gonna get Rich to help me with that. But yeah, guys, I wanted to give you a quick update on this guy, and then I'll get some B-roll here, some time lapse while I polish it. About to take this thing to the store, to the ATM, and put some gas in it for the first time. It's on empty. I have not driven it yet, and this is the second time I have started it. So that's the sound. And the only thing I'm worried about is the skies. I don't really want to drive it in the rain, but yeah, about to rip this thing, so I'll make some video when I'm on it. So it's a lot louder than I thought it would be, honestly. I didn't think it would be nearly this loud, but it's gas powered. Bubba, are you trying to get in shape on the scale? How much do you weigh, Bubba? I can't see your weight if you block it with your big body, Bubba. Are you on keto? All right, guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and in front of me today in the SCSR office we have something that is neither a camera or a duck, but it is a cam duck, and it did come in a plain brown box here with just this duck on top, and we can see it also right up here on Amazon if we click on that. So today our mission is simple. Cam duck asked us to get with you guys and take a look at the cam duck and see if you like it. And I have one right here in front of me, so I am going to be opening this momentarily with you guys. Yes, this is the Cam Duck XN BK. There are two versions available up here. One is with a SD card and one is not. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a proud sponsor. Cam Duck has sponsored this video, and they have sent us a Cam Duck XN BK to check out today on the channel. And what exactly is a Cam Duck? Well, this is a hidden camera charger. It has motion detection and it is wireless, and we have one right here today to check out and unbox on the channel. Now, taking a look at the plain box, as I said before, there is not really a whole lot on the box at all except for the front. There is that cute little Cam Duck logo looking so cute and fresh and fly. And up here on the screen you can see that they are $89 at this time, and it says it's discreet. You can barely tell that this thing has a camera on it. Apparently it has night vision, 4K video quality, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, device sharing, and instant alerts for motion detection. And going through the pictures up here on the screen, which we will also do later in the production studio, we can see here continuous innovation, things like that. Completely hidden, ultra wide angle, etc., 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 remote viewing. You can connect directly to the camera without Wi-Fi using Bluetooth if you have to, and there is an app to go with this camera. So let's take a look at what's inside the box now. Okay, we have the Cam Duck in front of us right now on Supercar Street Racing, provided by the manufacturer to go ahead and take a look and do a review. So let's go ahead and see what is inside of the Cam Duck box here. And right on top, you do actually see the Cam Duck, and look at that. It has 4 regular 110 volt outlets on it, and they are sideways, which means it might be easier to put power bricks on it. It does have a screw hole here so you can actually secure it to the outlet if you want to. And then up top here it has two USB type A and one USB type C connector for direct connection to charging your devices. Now looking further into the box, we do see the user manual here, which we will look at in a minute. We also have a micro SD to USB. Let's go ahead and open that. Yeah, this is just a SD card reader. You put your micro SD card right in the top. Cool. But it's only USB 2.0, unfortunately. No USB 3. Here is the screw that you can use to secure the cam duct to your actual outlet if you wish to. You have to take off your cover plate to do that. And then further inside the box here, we do have a blue. Wow, this is interesting. But it does look like this guitar pick. That's a guitar pick. And that's all that's inside the box for the cam duct. We do not have a SD card, was not provided for this, so we would have to supply our own if we want to record, I'm assuming. Now looking at the front of the cam duct right here, there is a reset button right here if you notice, right next to the actual camera eye. This must be audio mic, doesn't say. I know what this is for now, to take off the back plate to get to the SD card slot, which is right there, and they did not provide one, so I have one. I will go grab it now. All right, right in front of me there is a very small 4 gigabyte SD card, so that will not record for long, but this is just for testing. Okay, it just does go simply like that, and this is cool because if anybody took out this from the wall, they would never know. And then your SD card cover just does pop right back on like that. Okay, we just did insert our SD card in the hidden pocket beneath the back of the cam duct. And now continuing through the manual here, it does have an infrared lamp on the bottom. This part right here is an infrared lamp. These are all charge ports, USB type A, USB type A, and USB type C, and it does provide 5 volts and 2.1 amps. Now we will go over the lights and what they mean when we go ahead and plug in the cam duct and start configuring it, but there are different colored lights to let you know what is going on with the operation of the cam duct. Now downloading the app is pretty simple. There is a QR code provided here to download it, or you can search for the cam duct app manually. Let's go on our phone here and get that done real quick. Okay, we are now on the phone here, and all we have to do supposedly is scan. We are also recording on the phone, and it did go ahead and prompt me to open up this link, and there is the cam duct Android and iPhone download. Let's go ahead and download it and install it. And the device is installing cam duct. It says app access opening, and it does want permissions. I'm going to go ahead and grant while using the app. I'm going to go ahead and set everything allow, and we'll go ahead and start on the app. Just click the plus sign in the upper right to add a camera. We have not plugged this in yet. Let's move this whole thing to, all right, we have moved the official party to the kitchen now. And so we are going to go ahead and plug in the cam duct to this outlet here. And if you want to, you can remove the plate and you can secure the cam duct via this little screw hole right there, but let's go ahead and plug it in. Now, this is not directly facing my door. I could put it over to the left here where it is. I kind of want to check the angle. Now it is flashing blue and red. You can see the two lights there, one flashing blue rapidly and one flashing red. The blue light flashing means camera is not connected to Wi-Fi. Not sure, but it says red light on until off, SD card is recognized. Red light and blue light mean the camera factory settings have been restored. Now all the lights have gone out in the camera. Let's go ahead and click add on the app. I'm going to go remote monitor setting instead of close range monitor setting. It is now asking me for the model, and I did find the model number. It is asking me for the password. Now it says if the camera, please check if the camera was plugged in and there are lights flashed after plugged in. It wants me to power off and power back on the camera. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, I heard it reset. If blue light flash until off, please tick. And all the lights did turn off again. I am super confused. Let me look at the instructions. All right, it says turn on Bluetooth on your mobile phone. It is. Okay, it wants me to connect my phone to the camera's Wi-Fi. So I'm doing that now. Oh, I got it. I clicked back to the app at that time. It says it's connecting to Wi-Fi. I don't see anything happening on the front of the device. Okay, there it says connecting to Wi-Fi. It's at 1%. And it's counting upwards. There is no lights on the device right now. Okay, my battery's probably almost dead. And of course it did not connect to Wi-Fi. Oh, now it says it found one camera. It said it failed to connect to Wi-Fi, but then it said that it did. It's trying to connect to Wi-Fi again. It failed the first time. So let's see if it works this time. We're moving strictly to the phone now. Okay, for reasons unknown, I came back after moving it from there to there, and it instantly connected. And if we go into the settings, we go into network information, it is connected to the network, and it says it's got a good connection. So it would not connect over there. 2 feet away it will, and here is the actual picture from the screen. And you can see down here you can record, and I just switched it onto 4K. Okay, it is not seeing my SD card, so that part is not working. Let's go ahead and get some video recorded directly from the cam duct. Okay, obviously the SSD card has a major problem. It must be completely shot because it melted the back of the cam duct cover. It got so hot. So I'm gonna go find another SD card. This SD card has some major problems. Who knows if this will even work again. All right, I'm absolutely 1000% surprised that this actually worked, but I did put a 64 gig SD card in there in place of the 4 gig that melted the whole thing, and it actually is formatting the SD card now. So that means you'll be able to record to your SD card and go ahead and play back directly from that, and then actually record from that to your camera if you want to. So this is formatting. I'll get back to you guys when it's done. Our SD card is done formatting. These glasses look fly, and there I am right there, and it is saying it is recording in 4K. Now, it should be continuously recording, meaning I would be able to take the SD card out and get the video directly off the SD card. Or if I hit record here on the phone, I think this records to the phone itself, but I have not quite figured that out. I checked the instruction manual here. There was nothing on it about where the videos say from on the phone, but let's see if we can find them. Alright guys, it is the next day and we did have to restart the cam duct this morning to get it back onto Wi-Fi. It lost its Wi-Fi connection last night, but it came right back on when I started it, and I am going to let the manufacturer know that I had a little bit of issues with that. Yes, we did get video off of the SD card. You guys saw that, and I am showing you a recording now in the corner of the actual screen grab of the live view of the cam duct. The cam duct is sitting right here in front of me, plugged into the wall, and as you can see right here, it has a great view of the door here in the kitchen and the windows. So this is a good security device to have at your external perimeter like I do here. I am working on getting a new garage door. I already ordered it. It'll be about 4 or 5 weeks before it comes in, and it is clear, so we will have a clear door to the garage, which is going to be very cool. But I am working with the manufacturer for cam duct to improve the product and work on some of the English problems in the app, because the app is hard to understand and it is very difficult to connect to Wi-Fi because you can't understand the app. And I'm going to be working with them on some of the bugs that I find and making sure we improve this product for cam duct, because they were so generous to send us a cam duct to go ahead and review for you guys and throw up on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, thank you so much for being a Supercar Street Racing watcher. Thanks for liking and subscribing to the videos, and please remember to go ahead and buy all your Amazon products through the links in the description. It helps us out so much and we really do appreciate it. And we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. We have another review coming up of another type of camera, and that'll be up this coming week. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see you guys next time.
We're out here at Kennedy Space Center. All right, we're at the Rocket Garden now. This is the gateway. Artemis going to the moon. There goes.
Oh, there it is.
There goes.
Right.
There goes. Let's go. Look at that thing go, dude. This is going to be all wind, but we're out here at Kennedy Space Center. We're about to go to the Rocket Garden right in front of us here. These guys, crazy people. And this is the line we're in.
Excited.
We're actually here. Yeah, so we're out here at Kennedy Space Center. We're doing Explore Tour on the bus at 1:30. We got time to walk around. We got plenty of things to see here. All kinds of adventures and rides to go on with these two rugrats. We're going inside now. All right, we're at the Rocket Garden now at Kennedy Space Center. But look at this. So cool, man. So cool. And then they got a ULA rocket right over here. This is the Atlas. 105 feet tall. Runs on liquid oxygen, RB1. Atlas, man. We got another capsule right here. These guys are so hyped to get in the capsules. And then right over here, we have the Big Daddy of the crew. There's a Saturn. It's a 1B though. Saturn 1B. We're going to see a Saturn 5 in a little while. It's bigger than this guy. There's a Saturn 1B. And then over here we got a rocket motor F1 engine from the Saturn 5 rocket.
And if anything happens to us, it doesn't delay the program, which of course it did.
You use your hand, it crushes these leaves. Okay, right now, they're mostly water, 89% water. And like I said, water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. After a few seconds, you can feel the leaves. My friend Audrey, go ahead. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Now, if you want to feel the leaves, you are welcome to. They warm up almost immediately in the air. They are cold. We're putting them around for anything.
How cool is that? This is the gateway. The gateway building at Kennedy Space Center. Yo! Right above your head, that's a Falcon.
This one is?
Yeah, it's a Falcon. Look at the grid fins.
Oh yeah.
It's a Falcon. Okay, look at the
So
soot.
that's when they return people back to Earth. So just the other day, those two astronauts that were stuck in space, I'm pretty sure they came back with something just like that.
Yeah, they did. Look at this though. Proof that thing in space. You see the soot? That's been flown. That came back in space. And it landed right over here. All right, so we are in front of the SpaceX new spacesuit. It's got Isaacman, the dude, you know, the private guy who went up to space and paid for it. It's got his name on the sleeve. Yeah. Very cool. That guy's gonna go to the moon one day. Artemis. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Section 305 feet. SOS 322.
Oh, the sun.
We're gonna see this. We're gonna see that in person.
What's this?
All right, we're going into this IMAX thingy now. There's a bunch of people already here. We are going straight in, guys. If you're too cool to sit with us, I understand. Atlantis, Discovery, Atlantis, whatever, center. And there is the mock-up of the fuel tank outside.
I'll get video of that outside. So cool. That thing, look at the payload bay.
This was the snake shot. This is what? That's the tiny.
This thing is so sick.
Hey, man. That was fun.
You got to go back and get your shoes, you crazy.
You can't walk on it.
All right, this way.
That is insane. All right, we are out here at Kennedy Space Center with the crew right now going to the Explorer Tour. What'd you think about the Atlantis?
It was really, really cool, man. Honestly, what an experience, right? See that shuttle, the real shuttle?
Wait till we ride on the shuttle simulator.
It's one thing to like see it, but then like to be at it.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than it looks. Huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
From TV. But yeah, we're waiting to get on the 130 bus right now. We're the only people that paid extra. All right, guys, we'll get back to you on the bus. All right, we're out here. I know it's probably windy, but we are at the vehicle assembly building now at Kennedy Space Center, and this thing is insane looking. Absolutely huge. It's those doors on the side open right up. You can see those doors will open so they can bring a rocket in there vertically, and they roll it right in there into those doors. See the doors? There's the VAB.
We said about the lines of the American flag. The bus could drive on those lines.
Can sit down there too, and we were launched because launch complex 41, 40, 37, 36 are all in the vicinity, and it becomes a great prime viewing location for our guests.
Insane. Just the greenest water ever. And right over there is where the astronauts get launched for SpaceX, right? Across the way, and then there is the new Starship Tower right there.
Our new moon rocket is going to be powered by 4 of them. Now, I'm going to give you a rough idea how this rocket system works. At 15 seconds, okay, 15 seconds before launch, we start dumping that that pad with 300,000 gallons of water to suppress sound energy. 5 seconds before the
This is the side.
It's where the astronauts would walk out to get into the rocket. Sits on top of the rocket, pulls it away with rocket motors here. That's how it escapes from trouble if they have issues with the launch. This will pull the capsule away from the vehicle. That's where the rocket thrust comes out. Empty right now, but all right, we just got done at the Saturn V Rocket Center. Didn't take any video there. I wasn't feeling well, but this is the fuel tank and simulated look at the boosters from the space shuttle right in front of the Space Shuttle Atlantis building at Kennedy Space Center. That is wrapping up our little tour of Kennedy Space Center today. Unfortunately, I was sick and I missed out on the Saturn V Rocket Center. Great time today. We walked probably 3 miles and now we're headed to the truck to find a VRBO. We'll catch you guys later. Today we are right in front of the Beard Club PT145 trimmer. The Beard Club is so kind to have sent this new trimmer to us at Supercar Street Racing. We have worked with them in the past. They asked if we could work together one more time, and they are a proud sponsor of this visit to Kennedy Space Center for myself and Joe and his 2 kids. And right here, the PT145 is still in the box, and I just wanted to tell you a few things about this guy before we go ahead and unbox it. This PT145 has 8 color-coded guides for 45 unique trimming lengths. This guy has extra sharp mowing blades. It gives you a quality cut just like at the barber shop for both your facial hair and your body hair. This guy has a 7,000 RPM motor. It has a lithium-ion battery, and that battery will provide you over 3 hours of use. That means if you go on vacation and you don't even bring the cord, you still will have enough power to last you probably your whole vacation. Now, this guy is simple and easy to clean. All you have to do is just wipe it down, and its blades repel oil, dirt, and buildup. That makes it great for you when you need to clean it because you don't have to go through a lot of trouble. It just cleans right up. This guy comes with a 1-year limited warranty. It also comes with built-in travel locks, which makes it both completely portable and convenient. Now, this is a great gift for anyone. This makes for a great Valentine's Day gift, birthday gift, or Christmas gift. Someone would really enjoy getting one of these guys for a present for themselves. And it's sitting at a strong 4.5 star review. Now here is the trimmer itself sitting right here, and also inside the box will be a cord, and this is the rechargeable base. This did come with a charge already on it, so when I go ahead and push the power, it lights up, and it is at 61% power left. It's pretty strong. You can actually feel how strong it is when you're holding it right in your hand right here. And to charge it, you simply turn it back off and stick it right in the base right there, and it will just start charging right up for your trips or just your overnight stays at your house. Opening up the box here, we do see the included length guards right here that come with the PT145. There is also a cleaning kit in here and a nice power cable for you as well. There will be a link in the description to the PT145 beard trimmer from the Beard Club. We encourage you to use our affiliate links and go ahead and pick up a PT145 beard trimmer from the Beard Club. Now back to the video. All right, there's Blue Origin, guys. I wanted to get a quick video of that to add to the video, but we're passing right by Blue Origin. I guess that's also part of theirs. All right, there is the first stage right there from the last launch, sitting at the port, ready to be brought back for processing, and we are at the port right there. Should be a minute away, less. There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
Right, right.
There it goes. Let's go.
Look at that thing go, dude. Oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. Look at that thing go, man. Oh my God. We're gonna hear it and feel it. Here it comes. Look at it go through the clouds, dude. That's sick. Look how bright. There it goes. No sound yet. There it goes, man. You're gonna see it stage in a second. You're gonna see it break apart. Where's the sound?
You can hear the build up and everything. It took that long.
Look at it pitching downrange. They just staged. It's coming back. Where'd it go?
It's gonna be over to the top left.
Yo.
Wow, that sound is crazy.
There it goes. Right over there.
I don't see it. Oh, there
Right
it is.
there.
Yeah.
And we're gonna feel it. There it goes. We're gonna get that sonic boom. Land, baby, land.
That looks good.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Let's go. There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
Right, right.
There it goes. Let's go. Look at that thing go, dude. Oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. Look at that thing go, man. Oh my God. We're gonna hear it and feel it. Here it comes. Look at it go through the clouds, dude. That's sick. Look how bright. There it goes. No sound yet.
It took that long.
Look at it pitching downrange. Dude, that thing's flying. Where'd it go? They just staged. There it goes. We're gonna get that sonic boom. Land, baby, land.
That looks good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Woo! Where's the sonic boom?
Guys, welcome back to sunny Florida. Look behind me here. It is beautiful outside, but those looks are deceiving. It is very cold, 50 degrees in Florida right now. And today we have a tour of my new all-home audio system. The whole home audio covers everything. Hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and right behind me is my whole home audio system. Today we're taking a tour of the house. We're going to show you how that works in the entire house today, and it is all going to be brought to you by Juke, who was kind enough to give us a small discount on something for this whole home audio system, and hoping we get to work with them in the future with the Juke Plus, which is their other model. This is the 8-zone Juke whole home amplifier, and we have that today to look at, and my whole house on the channel. We're gonna go through everything. I'm gonna show you all the speakers, talk about the brands, talk about this whole home audio system that is done and complete, and we're gonna go over all that right now, so hang out with us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Humble compound today, and today's video is sponsored by Juke Audio. I promised them I would talk their brand up today, and we are going to do just that because I have been enjoying this Juke Audio amplifier that we've had now for a couple of weeks. Now right here in front of me is the Juke 6 and 8. It is their base model. The Juke Plus is a little bit higher model. This thing is awesome though. It has 8 zones. You buy it with 6, you can upgrade it to 8 with just an email and a few dollars. They will upgrade it remotely for you. This has 6 and 8 powered zones depending on how much you spend. It does have 40 watts per speaker per channel. Do not let that confuse you. That is not a small amount of power for these in-home audio speakers. That is plenty of power, at least for what I have, and I'm not running a sub or anything with the power out of the Juke. It is app controlled. It has a smart app we'll be showing you guys a little bit later in the video. Now this thing supports analog inputs, USB input, AirPlay, Spotify Connect, DLNA, and Bluetooth. So that covers pretty much everything you'll need because you can do almost everything with a tablet nowadays, and you can just Bluetooth right to this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and show you this guy getting unboxed and then start the tour of our whole home audio system. We have been dealing with crappy whole home audio for years, but today we have a solution for that. We have finally spent the money to get a proper whole home audio system. Now this Juke audio amplifier is a whole home smart system. We're gonna get this unboxed here on SCSR and see what's in the box and how it works. Let's go, dog. Guys, today we have the Juke audio whole home audio amplifier here. It's a smart amplifier for your house, 6 zones, smart, does everything you need to amplify your entire house. And they have one above this called the Juke Plus. I did not buy that. It is about $1,000 more. I probably could have just done that for $2,400. I got this for I think $1,400. So today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and see what's inside, get it hooked up, get the app going, and see what that's all about, because we are redoing the whole home audio system in the closet, and this is an integral part of redoing everything on Supercar Street Racing. Patented SCSR knife is here opening up the box. We need to get this thing open right now and see what's inside because I'm hyped, guys. Juke Audio, so made simple right in front of us. The whole home audio amplifier is 6 zones smart, capable amplifier, and inside of the box with the presentation level being elite, this Juke audio package right here. Don't know what it is, but let's get it out of there. I like it. SCSR knife is patented. Do not try to make one like this because it actually came from IKEA. Inside of the Juke audio box, looks like some rack mount ears here, which we're not using. These look like rack mounts. A standard, maybe 2 or 3 pin power cable, some breakouts for the speakers, and also a Cat 5 cable, Cat 6 cable, and a Sound Made Simple diagram here. It does do Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and there's a start there. I already got the Juke app downloaded, but that is a good look at what's inside of the box before we get to the meat and potatoes. The Juke is so fly with the charcoal padding inside. Let's get that out. All right, now Juke did say that the optimal connection is Ethernet, which we will be using. There are 4 breakaway boxes in the back here for speakers. Literally nothing on the front here. It just says Juke Audio. No lights or anything. And then also in the back right here, there's 2 USB ports. If you want to do analog audio, you have to connect to these USB ports with an adapter that I will put in the description. It is a USB to audio adapter. I ordered that. It will be here tomorrow. They give you an Ethernet cable right here. We don't need that where we're going. We have an Ethernet cable. We're going to put this into the SCSR closet, power it up, see if we can update the firmware and all that, and then see if we can interface with this guy, the Juke Audio on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it in the closet. Guys, we're starting the tour right in front of the Juke here, and we're gonna outline everything that is in this new audio closet for the whole home audio system. Now, you're gonna have to go back to my videos. There's a 6-part video of my whole home audio refurbishing. I started with a closet full of clothes and racks, and I did everything to bring this guy up to modern standards. And I've always wanted to do an app that controlled each room with volume in each room, and this Juke Audio 8-zone amp does fit the bill. It does great on that process. Now at the very top here, this is the box for the Juke Audio. You guys just did see me unbox this. This thing is so cool. It comes with rack mount ears here. I did not use them. Let's get this box out of here. Now starting on the top here on my whole home audio tour, there was a hole in the wall right up here where the wires were coming out because the old setup had a amp up high on a shelf, like a wire shelf. I did get rid of that wire shelf, and I closed up the hole right there as well, you can see. And then right over here we had a wall plate with RCA jacks that fed subwoofer preamp output to the whole entire house. And then up here we did add an outlet where we have some power going into the bathroom. This is a good future expansion if we ever need power up high. Let's say we want to add another shelf right here. We have the capability to have power right next to it here on the back. Now moving down in the closet, we have our WIM here. This is our WIM streaming audio player. There is a dedicated video up with this, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about this, but this actually can do everything streaming wise that even the Juke does not do. It can do a lot of cool things like internet radio and things like that, Spotify, Pandora, you name it, this guy does it. It does have subwoofer outputs as well, which is awesome. It's very high quality. It does accept optical ins and outs. It has RCA level ins and outs, and it has coax ins and outs as well. So this is the WIM streamer. Go see my video on the WIM if you want a more detailed explanation about this guy. And that's what we are using right now for currently streaming to the whole house. Now below that, the sponsor of the video, this is the Juke Audio. This is the 6 and 8 zone amplifier. We currently are using 8 zones. And on the back of the Juke, it is just literally a bunch of green plugs with screws in them, and that is how we got our audio back to the entire house. That is what powers the speakers, is the Juke whole home amplifier. And then back on this side, there is a USB adapter that goes from USB to analog audio, and that is what we are using from the WIM to feed the Juke all of the audio that it then transmits throughout the house. We'll show you that on the app a little bit later in the video. Now on top of my Juke here is the remote for the WIM, and then this remote here is for the LEDs that came with the shelf, which are right under there. Nothing special, they just do cycling between colors or flashing. Think it's pretty cool. I just have it on cycling right now. All right, right below that on the shelf, some important things for the whole home audio system. We've got our Ubiquiti Flex 2.5 gig switch right there, which is providing Ethernet to both the Juke and the WIM there. We've got our dot right here. That is providing smart home. If we want to use that, we can. We don't necessarily have to, but we can feed that to the analog input on the WIM. Next to that is a 4-port RCA splitter. That is taking the output of this Behringer Ultra bass processor and feeding it to both the sub down here and to the house via some wall plates, which we will show you momentarily. Underneath that, we have our Panamax MR4300. This is a power conditioner surge suppressor for the whole system, and it does keep the voltage steady and also suppresses any lightning or anything like that if we have surges in the power. All right, right below that on the very bottom, we have our PSW10. This is a Polk audio subwoofer that I actually got off a marketplace. The screws are a little rusted. I never touched those up with black. I'll probably have to go back and touch those up to make it look better. But what you can't see behind that, you'll have to go back to my video, is we have wall plates back there for sub. We have wall plates for Ethernet, and we do have power right behind this sub right here. And that was all put in my video, so please refer to my whole home audio closet refurbished video. There will be links for all this in the description. Okay, that is going to round out the tour of the theater closet. Let's go into the next room here, which is the home theater. Okay, we are in the SCSR home theater room right now, and there is nothing related to the whole home audio system in here except one thing. There is a wall plate behind the home theater right there that feeds this closet right here. So if we want to, we can feed audio in either direction here, from here to the home theater closet or vice versa, in case we want to feed this audio to the house or the audio in there to in here. Other than that, this room is a 4K home theater system. I built the screen myself. There are videos about that as well. It is using the Cosmos Max 4K laser projector, and it has a Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Other than that, this has nothing to do with the whole home audio system, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. The next stop here is a familiar one if you watched all my videos on my bathroom remodel. This is my guest bathroom here, and it does have two 6.5-inch Mica in-ceiling speakers, which are fed from our Juke whole home audio amplifier. There's not much to say about this room. I always wanted to put audio in here. I finally was able to do so when I remodeled the bathroom, and I did seal this audio zone from my bedroom because my bedroom is no longer connected to the whole home audio. It has its own audio independent system in there. So we did not need to have that zone. Since we only have 8, that precludes us from putting another zone into the bedroom, and it's pretty unnecessary as we have a nice 7.1 audio system now in the bedroom with Dolby Atmos and everything like that. So this is the guest bathroom, guys. Guys, welcome to the forum. I like to call it the forum because this is where all the magic happens. No, it's pretty dead most of the time, but this is the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and you can see it is nice and sunny outside. And inside the bedroom, this is not connected to the whole home audio system. It used to have that speaker and that speaker connected. Those are disconnected, except this middle one here is now feeding center channel from our Marantz receiver right here. So we do have front, left, and right. We're using the speakers from the old theater. So we have left, right. These are Atmos. So the left and the right up top are height for Atmos. That's the center. And then we do have our surrounds back there. Nothing else of interest in this room ever happened, so we won't spend too much time on it. There is also a Polk PSW10 there in the corner as well. One of my favorite subs of all time. And in here you also see the Cinema 70S. I do have 2 of these guys, one in the living room and one in here, providing the audio output. And that's gonna wrap it up for the bedroom tour. We're back in the beautiful SCSR sunroom, and I wanted to briefly show you guys what was in here. I have a whole project plan for the sunroom to get this TV up and in the air and some surround in here. But for now, the only thing we have to worry about in this sunroom is these in-ceiling speakers that have been here for a minute. 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. They're supposed to be 8s, but in reality they're 6.5s. And those are fed by one of the zones in the amplifier closet over there from our Juke amplifier. Nothing else to worry about in here. Eventually I would like to get that TV up in the air there just like that and put some 5.1 surround in here. But that is a pretty large project that's gonna take me a lot of time and running wiring and stuff like that. So for now, that's all we have right here. All right, pay no attention to that huge bird over there and this beautiful pool. But out here in the SCSR backyard, we do have 2 nice speakers up here. Those are also Polk Audio, and they are the upgraded ones. I will put the model number right here on the screen for you. We have our 4K TV out here, and we also have these speakers fed by the internal system. This is on its own zone. However, that speaker over there is not working, and I don't know what has happened to our wiring, but it is not getting audio from inside the house. It appears to still be connected, but not 100% sure. I have to get in there and check and see why. Maybe there is a short between that and the Juke or something like that. But this all comes from inside the attic, and I thought it was connected when I checked. I'll have to get up there and try to figure it out sometime. But yeah, this is the outside. I plan on actually putting another amplifier out here, back up here to power these outdoor speakers, because I don't really need to use the indoor stuff. I just want to get audio from this TV onto these speakers, and right now I can't even do that. So that's going to wrap it up from outside in the SCSR backyard. We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound kitchen right now, where you can see we have all these beautiful Samsung appliances just chilling. We have the nice Samsung stove, which we can wake up right here. Yes, it did come on. We have this nice Samsung microwave. We have our Samsung dishwasher and our Samsung internet fridge. Here we are in front of our internet fridge with the Supercar Street Racing channel up, and that is going to go ahead and play right here and be loud. All right, go ahead and pause that. So in this room, we do have two 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. They're actually 8s. They're marketed as 8s, but they actually come down to 6.5, which is annoying. So those are fed by one of our zones on the Juke, and then down here we have a amplified subwoofer here, which is fed from the outputs of these speakers. So there is wiring running up. There is a project for that on my channel if you guys are interested. And that is pretty much it. We do also have an Echo device in here if we want to do anything smart-wise. Supercar Street Racing living room is looking fresh today, and we are in here with Brad. And in the living room, we have a bunch of speakers in here actually. We have these center ones up here, which are fed by the whole home audio Juke in the closet right there. These other ones in the back are for surround for the Dolby Atmos system up here, which is not quite Atmos yet, but it will be. We have a Cinema 70S, a center channel, front, left, and right. We are about to add front, left, and right there and move Dolby Atmos up to these height speakers. It has its own Ultra Bass Pro as well, and also our DMark for our fiber and our Eero 7. I am going to be redoing all of this wiring back here again when I do the speakers. I'm gonna do front, right, front, left, right here in the wall. We do have a Polk subwoofer right here, and we do have my Cerwin Vega CLS 15 right here. So we have two subs in here, and that is pretty much everything in the living room related to audio. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing office / guest bedroom, and in here we have two 6.5, they're really 8s again, in-ceiling speakers being fed by the Juke whole home audio system, and then also we have this nice PSW10, another Polk audio subwoofer, which adds some bass fill to this room. There's not a whole lot to be said about this room, basically the same thing. This is a zone from our whole home audio system right up there in the ceiling. And this room actually sounds pretty good with the sub going, and you would love the way this sounds. And then of course we have Studio B right here for Supercar Street Racing. This is where we edit when we're not out in the studio, and then a beautiful view of cold Florida right outside the window. What a nice view to work with here in the Supercar Street Racing office and guest bedroom. When you're in the office here, you do have a nice bathroom here. This is actually the master bedroom, by the way. And when we walk into this bathroom, you notice immediately we have a 6.5-inch in-ceiling speaker right there, which is also fed a zone from our amplifier in there. And if we walk into the shower stall in here, we also have a 6.5 in here. Now these guys are set up in stereo, so this is left and this is right, or vice versa. I don't know exactly which one, but this gives you nice audio when you are in the shower here and entertains you while you are getting clean. And then in the Supercar Street Racing humble closet in here, we have two 10-inch subwoofers here. We have two subwoofers powered by internal amplifiers, but the wiring comes down from the speakers in here to feed audio to that. I have a project for that on the channel, and it took me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours total to do it, but we have our JBL sub here, and then we have our Sony sub here. Both have built-in amplifiers they are using, so they're not getting line in, they're getting speaker level input from the speakers up here. And that wraps up the master bathroom, or the office bathroom. Let's go out to the Supercar Street Racing garage now. Now out here in the garage is kind of a special case for whole home audio, as these are fed a zone, but it has its own sub and amplifier up here on the top shelf. We have the Onkyo receiver up there, and we have a JBL sub up there feeding these two 8-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. So you can actually use this television here, and we are now powering up the TV. Now we just did power up the TV, and that is feeding the audio up here on the 6.5-inch speakers, and also feeding the sub up there. And you can see we got Supercar Street Racing on TV right here. So you can also feed this and the patio, which is right outside that door we will show you next, with the whole home audio system. So this is on its own zone as well and allows you to either use this TV here or the interior audio system for feeding the garage of Supercar Street Racing. Now our last step on the tour is actually the patio. We have Polk Audio outdoor speakers fired up by one of the zones. And you can see right here the Polk Audio speakers sitting so fresh above the patio right here. And they provide audio out here if you want to relax, chill, have a glass of wine with the neighbors. You can put the audio on from one of the zones, and that is the same zone as the garage. All right, guys, we are directly in front of the Juke Audio app, and you can see right here on the screen all 8 zones that I have set up. And you can see here master bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, pool, guest bathroom, living room, patio, and sunroom. All of the zones are active except the patio and the pool. And that is how I run it most of the time. Now, when you go to settings, you do have to put an admin password in. You guys can't see this. Okay, in this part of the Juke setup, you can set your network up right here. You can see we are connected via Ethernet, and you can see our local IP address right there, 192.168.0.172. You can go ahead and do diagnostics of your whole system. You can do zone diagnostics, upload your logs to Juke so they can check it out, or do live troubleshooting so they can actually log onto the device and see what kind of problems they see live, which is pretty cool. And here is the information for the device, and you can check for firmware updates. This one is fully updated right now. You can change your admin password, clear your cache, log out, and contact Juke support on this page. Now here's your inputs. This is where you are telling the device which inputs you want to use, and then you choose which input you want to go out to all the devices after that. This is where you set up the desired zones that you want this group to go to. So right now we have analog. You can see it at the top left there, going to everything except pool and patio, because we're not using those at all right now. And here on the top page, you have a volume control, which allows you to control all of the zones independently, and you can see how I have mine set up here. Sometimes some rooms might respond a little bit differently to volume than other rooms, so this allows you some fine tuning to each room. And then if we go into one zone like master bathroom, you have a little icon you can set up for it, which is cool. You can see the little shower icon, and then you can also adjust the volume here, and it shows you the active input is the analog input for the master bedroom. And if we look at bedroom here, it has a little fireplace by it, which is pretty cool. And then you can also adjust the volume here independently on that one as well. And you can do that with all of the zones. And you can see here patio and pool are not active right now. I don't use them most of the time, so I just left them off for now. So when you're using your group inputs, you have to tell it which ones are enabled or disabled. Right now, I only have the analog input enabled. All right, so that is gonna do it with a look from the app of the Juke Audio. Pretty cool, has a lot of different controls available. If you need more than that, go to the Juke Plus, where you have individual EQs for everything. You have a subwoofer output, and you have native analog inputs. It costs about $1,000 more, but if you need it, then you just need it. So go ahead and grab it from the description below, and let's wrap it up with Brad. All right, guys, so that wraps up the whole home audio tour with the Juke amplifier there, the whole home audio amplifier feeding 8 zones of audio into the entire house. If you have questions about anything in my house or you need assistance, just let me know. And that's gonna do it for today. We're gonna wrap it up, but we're gonna show you the Juke audio amplifier on Amazon real quick as well. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office, and behind me is Studio B for the SCSR compound. And today we are taking a look at the Juke amplifier online. And right in front of me right here, you can see the Juke amplifier chilling so fresh and fly with a solid 4.4 star review. This guy is $1,499, and I love this thing. It has so many cool features. It is smart. It does smart home. Every separate room has its own volume control, which is awesome. And you can also turn individual rooms off and on as well. And Juke Audio was so kind to work with us on this and gave us a little discount on the upgrade from a 6 to an 8 zone. Now you can get this 6 zone for $14.99, or you can get the 8 zone for $300 more. But if we go to their other amplifier, the Juke Plus, that one costs a little bit more, but it does give you more power. It does have native audio inputs that are analog and a few other things that are more desirable than this. So if you want to spend a little bit more, go ahead and get the Juke Plus. Now here's a look at both of these guys on the website. So the Juke 6 and 8 is $14.99. The Juke Plus is $24.99. Now it is limited to 6 zones. So if that is an issue for you, you might want to stick with the 6 and 8. But the cool thing about the Juke Plus is it has subwoofer outputs as well and 100 watts per channel. Does also long range Bluetooth streaming, so a little bit better Bluetooth connectivity. It does also have an equalizer for every zone. And like I said before, it has analog inputs as well, which is helpful for some people if that's on your need list. Go ahead and check that out. Looks like it also has a Wi-Fi antenna right there. They may have upgraded the Wi-Fi system. I don't really see much about that. But looking at the Juke 6 and 8 right here, has 14 reviews, all 5-star reviews. And there's the 8 zone right there, $16.99. $14.99, so $200 more if you buy it directly from here, and you do get the 8 zone. And then you can see right here, amplifying every room. And of course, it does support multiple users as well. You can have multiple people log on and control their environment. And there's the back I showed you guys a little bit earlier. Up to 16 channels. It has an Ethernet port, and it has 2 USB connections that when coupled with an adapter, which does not come with it, you can actually do analog. It is 2 rack units tall. So go ahead and check out the Juke, and thanks again for supporting Supercar Street Racing. You guys are an integral part of the channel, and please like and subscribe. It helps us so much with the algorithms. It helps keep our videos up at the top and shows people that we do have support from our fans. So go ahead, like and subscribe, buy all of your products, anything from Amazon you want. Click on any of our links in the description and you can buy anything you want, and it gives us $1 or $2 here or there to keep the channel up and running. But we got to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. And I've got my elderberry and echinacea tea here, and my Smith & Wesson knife here, which means I'm stuck right in the middle of confusion on my mood today when I open this product. Guys, Supercar Street Racing here with Brad. I've got my delicious, I'm addicted to tea, so I have my tea here. And right behind my awesome tea, we see this box from Walmart, and we are going to be using this lovely Smith & Wesson knife to enjoy opening this cardboard condom on this Walmart box so that we can take a look into what's inside. This came from Walmart.com, free shipping, and I think it was $11 a piece. Very controversial product, and I will tell you why, and why I'm stuck with these for now while I'm researching. But inside of this box, we have a bunch of protection, which we can get some enjoyment out of popping. Satisfaction guaranteed. And then we have these mainstays, 35 count LED Edison string lights. These are the Walmart brand mainstays, and there is a lot of controversy over these lights because they have incredibly bad reviews online. And I am going to look into that with you shortly. But inside of this box, you can see here, we have 3 of these. Each one of these is 31 feet long. They are LED, and they ran me $11 a piece. They have been as cheap as $8 each, but they of course have gone up just like everything else. Wow, this tea is Absolutely fantastic. Love it. It's like Pukka tea, P-U-K-K-A, just awesome. And it was buy one, get one free. I should have bought a bunch of them. Didn't even think about it. So yeah, so the mainstays. I have 3 boxes here. The reason I have 3 boxes is because these things fail monumentally all the time, and I am stuck with them until I can find a better replacement. Because if you start replacing one on the string, they don't match all the other ones. So for now, we have 3 of these Edison things, which we will unbox one and take a look inside the box and see what is in there and how it is packaged. Okay, when you open the box, you see that this is a confusion of tangleness. That looks like a 5-year-old packaged, and it is super fun to untangle because they literally just throw it all in the box like that, and that is what you're left with. So all the lights are just in this cardboard thing, and if you just kind of take this part out and then unthread these parts out of the cardboard, it tends to work out. And maybe if you're lucky, a few little bulbs fall off here and there, but yeah, that is the inside of the packaging on the mainstays 35 count Edison string light bulb. And now we will take a look online and see why these are so unpopular. Alright guys, we are in front of the Supercar Street Racing editing rig now with you, and we are broadcasting on our brand new HyperX mic here, hoping that the audio is sounding good. There's a little bit of an echo in this room, so you might hear that on the microphone because it's quite sensitive. But right in front of us here, we have the mainstays 35 count LED Edison bulb outdoor string lights for you to check out. Now these guys are $11.72, and here's a look at the picture, and they are warm white. So if you were wondering, a lot of people ask that question online, and yes, they are warm white. They actually look pretty good. The dome things, the little globe things right there, are plastic. They are not glass. They just got a standard little candle looking LED bulb inside. And here's how they kind of look strung across your fence there. Pretty easy to set up and string. They are kind of tangled when you get them though. And as it says down here, it says that they have a black wire. They have 35 warm, steady burning lights. Says they're 20% brighter than whatever was before and flicker free. They definitely don't flicker. And it says it has a rectifier plug. Not sure what that is or means, but you can connect a bunch of sets of these together. I have about 10 sets connected together outside on the fence, which I'll show you later. Once it gets dark, we're actually going to go outside and we're going to show you why these things have such a bad review on Walmart.com. But they are the cheapest possible lights for this length, and so let's get into that in a minute. It says that they'll last forever, which they're definitely lying. It says that maximum 216 watts or 1.8 amps, and that would be, I guess, with all the lights connected together. And then it says 30 maximum, and they do put out a 2700 Kelvin color temperature, which is towards the warm side. When you get up to the 5000, you're in the more blue side, and 6000-ish is getting towards the white side. So it's perfect for outdoor use, but I will tell you now that these things will not last very long. They are disposable, just like I wrote in my review, which I will show you. And that's about it as far as the actual description of the product. Let me get some more of my delicious tea here. If you go look around for other brands and other in the same length, you will see the price even triple, but they might be worth it because these guys do not last very long. Let's go into the reviews here because these guys have a 3.4 review. Look right here, 3.4 out of 400 reviews. Very, very poor. Now they will let you return them, so you should keep a box handy because you will be returning these within 90 days. I've not done it, but my plan this time is to return these if they fail. Tea is so yummy. I know I already said that 100 times, but hey, it's good stuff. Taking a look at the reviews here, let's look at some of the good reviews first. Got some 5-star reviews here. Lights up the nightlife. Plastic versus glass. I love these so much, couldn't put them outside. And bright. Cord is long. Wish the light was a little more yellow. They're pretty warm. They're not cool. They're definitely not 5,000K. They're in the 3,000-ish range. A lot of good reviews, but let's step down to the 2-star reviews now. Lights going out already, lasted a couple of weeks. Well, that's why you have returns, which I've never used. I haven't been smart enough to do that, but I'm about to start now because I'm going to return some of these because I have failed ones already that I bought. Another 2-star review. These don't even last 1 month. Defective, did not last. Lights went out after 2 weeks. Cute lights, but not the best quality. Do not last. Short-term use only. Not happy. Don't let it rain on them. That is true. Not weatherproof. Also true. Let's go down to the 1 stars. All 3 of these are going back, by the way. I will show you why when we step outside later into the backyard. Stopped working after 1 week. Good until it rains a few times and then the lights go off. You get what you pay for. Terrible quality. Half the lights stopped working in 2 days after we got them. You get what you pay for. Cute but not waterproof. Now you notice the seller has not responded to any of these because they do not care about this because they are selling them. A lot of them. Here is my review. Look at this. Somebody gave me a thumbs down. Well, thanks for the thumbs down, buddy. I call these disposable lights. Buy a warranty. The lights will last anywhere from a day to a month and then die. Always get a protection plan if you can. Think of them as costing 5 times as much because they die immediately, either several bulbs or all the bulbs. And you can thumbs down me all you want, but that is the absolute truth, and I don't know why you would thumbs down a true review. Bite me. Anyway, more tea. I purchased 12 of these, and within 3 weeks of purchase, all 12 did not work. Every one went little by little until 3 weeks. And there is page after page of these. There's 8 pages of 1-star reviews. When you get to the last pages, they don't say anything. They just give a 1 star. But within raining 2 days, mine's should not have an S, but mine aren't working at all. I bought 2 of them, and less than a month are damaged. These lights cast a nice soft light. Bought 3 sets for outdoors in less than a month. 10 lights out of 1 strand, 5 lights out of another, and 1 strand dim to useless. Now what you will see will happen actually is bulbs will start failing on the actual string. It comes with extra bulbs. I've tried to replace the bulbs. It doesn't work. They just don't come back on. It doesn't restore the whole string. Or even the bulb that you replace. Sometimes you can replace all the bulbs and they still don't work. This thing says utter trash, garbage. So you get the point here. They have gone up in price, and they were $8 at one point where I bought like 15 sets and have used them all because I had to put a bunch out there for the beginning. And so when I see you guys next, we will go ahead and go outside and start the process of replacing the ones that I need to replace and starting a return on these guys. This return policy can be returned to the store or by mail. Items picked up and delivered from a store can only be returned to a store, but we can return online items in a store for free, and that's what we will do. We will get Rich to bring us and get our money back for these. And next we'll go outside to the yard. All right, we are out in the backyard now, and we are going to walk the property and take a look at the state of these lights, which I have not done in a while. And over here we see we have a bulb out there, which maybe we can replace. There's one out there. These come with spare bulbs, supposedly. We'll see what's in the package. There's one out there, there. That's already what, 5, 6, there, 7. And this entire string is out. So first things first, we'll replace this string that's out. So let's get moving with that.